Let us pray. O God, we come together in your name in this Parliament to debate our nation's affairs and pass laws for the betterment and welfare of all Fijians. Guide us in our deliberations and grant us the wisdom to do what is just and fair. We ask you to bless our beloved nation and grant every Fijian peace, prosperity, and equal opportunity. Help us to serve our citizens with honesty, integrity, and without fear or favor, to keep the trust of those who have sent us here. We seek your divine guidance to continue to build a better nation for all Fijians. In your name, Amen. Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General,
confirmation of minutes.
I now call on the Leader of Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Serui Ratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Wednesday, 2nd September 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that the minutes of the sitting of Parliament held on Wednesday, 2nd September 2020, as previously circulated, be taken as read and be confirmed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Communications from the Chair.
I welcome all honourable members to today's sitting of Parliament. I also welcome all those watching the live broadcast and the live streaming of today's proceedings from the comfort of their home, offices, and mobile phones. Thank you for taking an interest in your Parliament. Secretary General.
Presentation of papers and certain documents.
Honourable members, I have been advised that there are no papers for presentation today. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honourable Viam Pillay, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the review of the Ministry of Youth and Sports 2017-2018 annual report. This review was undertaken in accordance with the Standing Order 109-2B which mandates it to look into issues related to health, education, social service, labor, culture, and media. The review looked at 9 key areas covering the period from 1st August 2017 to 31st July 2018, conducted into the ministry's administration, structure, budgetary allocations, programs and activities, policies, challenges, highlights, priorities for the coming years, and its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The committee first met on 10th and 11th March 2020 to deliberate on and formulate questions pertaining to the 2017-2018 annual report of the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We were unable to conduct a public hearing with the Ministry due to COVID-19 restrictions put in place around the country when the hearing was scheduled to take place. In order to comply with the health directives and social distancing measures in place, the committee requested for a written response from the Ministry in lieu of an annual review hearing. Following our deliberation on its written response, we wrote to the Ministry of Youth and Sports requesting for further clarifications on other related matters. Upon receipt of all relevant information from the Ministry on the committee's queries, the committee compiled its findings on the annual report and subsequently endorsed its report in the latter part of August. At this juncture, I wish to thank the Acting Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Ms. Jennifer Poole, and her staff for their assistance in this review progress. I also extend my gratitude to my committee colleagues, namely Honorable George Begnathan, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Alipate Nangata, Honorable Saloteran Rondo, Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalambalabu for their contributions. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for the assistance provided during the committee's deliberations. On behalf of Standing Committee on Social Affairs, I commend the review report on the Ministry of Youth and Sports 2017-2018 annual report to Parliament and request all members of this august House to take note of the committee's report. Thank you, Honourable Speakers.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you, Honourable Speakers.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights, the Honourable Elvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the Standing Committee on Justice, Law and Human Rights was referred to the Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2018. The committee was mandated to review the annual report and table its finding back to the Parliament. This report will provide the finding and recommendation of the committee with respect to the issues noted and contents of Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2018. The report is divided into three main parts, and they are as follows: introduction, committee observation and finding, and recommendation. The committee reviewed the annual report and identified a few pertinent issues which were then brought to attention of the Commission and discussed extensively. Some of the main areas of discussion which were noted by the committee are as follows: the Commission's work in upholding the Bill of Rights as stipulated in the Constitution of Republic of Fiji, and one such good example is the human rights wall in police station. The work of the Commission in regards to investigating rights abuse cases and utilizing all the institutional mechanisms at its disposal. The belief in understanding freedom of expression and democratic dissent, and the need for conversation to be held between stakeholders even if there are opposing views. The contribution by the Commission towards the Universal Periodic Review and the resources necessary for the Commission in achieving its strategic plan. At the conclusion of the review, the committee commends the great work carried out by Human Rights Commission, but also recommends the following for consideration by the Commission as it believes would assist the Commission's work. In regards to the Commission's work and services, the committee recommends that support be given to ensure the realization of Commission's strategic plan at their earliest time possible. And two, the committee reiterates what it believes is a paramount way forward for addressing numerous human rights and other related issues that exist in Fiji, and that it is highly recommended that there be a national dialogue of stakeholders, including parliamentarians, for better understanding on human rights, hate speech, and all other key issues and differences. At this juncture, I would like to acknowledge and thank honorable members of Justice, Law and Human Rights, Honorable Rohit Sharma, Honorable Ratu Suliano Magnitambua, Honorable Dr. Salid Govin, and Honorable Moses Bulitabu for their deliberation and input. The Secretariat, the public who accepted the invitation of the committee and made themselves available to make submission, and for taking an interest in proceedings of the committee and Parliament. On behalf of the committee, I commend the committee's report on Fiji Human Rights and Anti-Discrimination Commission Annual Report 2018 to Parliament and seek support of all the members of this august House for the recommendation by the committee. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker said, pursuant to Standing Order 121 Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you.
Is there a seconder? I can see
Honourable
you,
Speaker,
but I
sir, I
can't.
beg to support the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, the Honorable Sanjay Kirpal, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Honourable Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources on the consolidated annual review of the Ministry of Agriculture 2014 and 2015 annual reports. In accordance with its establishment annual report review process, the committee examines annual reports of agencies in order to investigate, inquire into, and make recommendations relating to the agency's administration, legislative or proposed legislative program, budget rationalization, restricting functions, structure, and policy formulation. As part of the scrutiny process, the committee raised questions and received written response from the Ministry of Agriculture to gather additional information. This review was made in accordance with Standing Order 109-2C, which mandates the committee to look into issues relating to forestry, agriculture, mining, environment, fisheries, water, and marine services. The review looked at the ministry's administration structure, budgetary allocation, programs and activities, policies, challenges, and achievements for the year 2014 and 2015 and its implementation. The vision of the ministry to influence market forces through vibrant and sustainable agriculture activity that reduces poverty, reduces the risk of food insecurity, and increases contribution to GDP. It is worthy to note that the ministry has captured that vision with a steady GDP growth from 497 million in 2018, 500 million in 2014, and 452 million in 2015. In the reporting years, there has been positive gains in all sectors of the ministry with the exception of a very few. The committee believes that the ministry could place a greater emphasis on the cottage industry at both the community and village level, creating orchards. At this juncture, I wish to thank the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Ritesh Das, and the senior officers for their assistance in this review process. I also extend my gratitude to my committee colleagues, namely Honorable Charles Ingrara, Deputy Chairman, and Honorable Alexander O'Connor. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources, I commend the review of the consolidated annual reports for the Ministry of Agriculture 2014 and 2015 to Parliament.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, the Honourable V.M. Pillay, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I am pleased to present the report of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs on the annual review of the National Fire Authority 2013 annual report. In accordance with this established annual report review process, the committee examines annual reports of agencies in order to investigate, inquire into, and make recommendations relating to the agency's administration, legislative or proposed legislative program, budget, functions, organizational structure, policy formulation. As part of this process, the committee received written response from National Fire Authority to gather additional information. Process has proven to be an effective means of gauging its progress and maintaining a high level of scrutiny of agencies under review. This review was made in accordance with Standing Order 109-2B, which mandates the committee to look into issues related to health, education, social service, labor, culture, and media. The review looked at the 2013 financial year in relation to 9 key areas: the organization's administration, structure, budgetary allocations, programs and activities, policies and challenges, achievements, priorities for the coming years, and its implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. At this juncture, I wish to thank the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Sawane Yurmao, and his staff for their assistance in this review process. Also extend my gratitude to my committee colleagues, namely Honorable George Vagnathan, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Alipate Nengata, Honorable Salute Ranrondo, and Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalambalabu for their contributions. Finally, I thank the Secretariat for the assistance provided during the committee's deliberations. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs, I commend the review of the National Fire Authority 2013 annual report to Parliament and request all members of this August House to take note of the committee's report. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 121, Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
The Parliament will now vote, and the question is that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Presentation of reports of committees.
I now call on the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honourable Alvik Maharaj, to table his report. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, at the outset, this committee report provides the details and the results of audit conducted by Office of Auditor General on Provincial Council Volume 2 for the period 2000 to 2007. It is important to note that this is the second of the 3 volumes of report for Provincial Council tabled by Auditor General in Parliament. The Provincial Councils are established under Section 7 of the Itoke Affairs Act 1944 and Section 3 of Itoke Affairs Provincial Council Regulation 1996. Each Provincial Council is a body corporate. The function of the councils are to formulate and implement policies for promoting the health, peace, order, welfare and good governance of Itokes residing in the province. To formulate and implement policies for promoting the economic, cultural and social development of the province. To carry out such other duties and functions which the Minister of Itoke Affairs or the board may see fit to delegate to the council. It is important to note that the operations of the council are funded by the government subvention dispersed through the Ministry of Itoke Affairs and Itoke Affairs Board. Other operational costs not covered by government funds are funded through the collection on communal basis of provincial rates. The Auditor General has mandate under the Itoke Affairs Regulation 1996 to audit the Provincial Council. Section 33.2 and Section 33.3 states the account of every council shall be audited by Auditor General and that financial statements are to be submitted to the Auditor General by 1st April of each year. This report contains the audited financial statement for 9 provincial councils for the years ranging from 2000 to 2007 financial years, namely number 1, Ba, 2001 to 2007, 2, Bua, 2003 to 2007, 3, Namosi, 2001 to 2007, 4, Ra, 2000 to 2007, 5, Rewa, 2006 to 2007, 6, Serua, 2006 to 2007, 7, Dakandrove, 2006 to 2007, 8, Kandavu, 2002 to 2007, and Dandronga Novosa Provincial Council from 2002 to 2007. As earlier stated in the committee Volume 1 report, financial accountability by Provincial Council in terms of financial reporting and making available to the members of the provinces and public audited financial statement is seriously lacking. The financial audits of all 14 provincial councils were substantially behind by 10 years or less as financial statements were not submitted annually to the Auditor General. The issue of non-submission or late submission of annual financial statement to Office of Auditor General for audit has been a recurring issue over the years since our independence. The committee noted that between 2015 and 31st October 2019, the Office of Auditor General received from Itoke Affairs Board 148 draft financial statements from provincial councils for audit. Except Lao Provincial Council, all provincial councils have submitted all 4 audit financial statements up to the year ended 31st December 2012. The audit of provincial council have been extensively delayed and is primarily due to the non-submission of financial statement annually to the Office of Auditor General, thus resulting in the backlog of 14 years of preparation, timely preparation and quality submission of the annual report. It was noted that out of 148 draft financial statements received, the Auditor General, the audits of 79 financial statements for the 14 provincial councils have been completed. Audits of 23 financial statements are currently being finalized. Audit of 20 financial statements are in progress and 26 financial statement has been audited from April this year. From the 79 financial statements that have been audited, the result of the audit for 30 financial statements has already been reported in Volume 1. Also noted that the overall quality of financial reporting by the Council have been assessed ineffective and require improvements. Therefore, the OAG issued modified audit opinion on all 49 financial statements that were audited. The OAG also reported to the Itoke Affairs Board 123 significant matters concerning material accounting issues and deficiencies in internal controls. The issues that were identified and highlighted require an immediate attention and prompt action by Itoke Affairs Board, Provincial Council, and Ministry of Itoke Affairs to improve financial accountability by provincial councils. The committee noted some deficiencies which were recurring over the years, which requires an immediate attention and prompt action by Itoke Affairs Board. In regards to the committee strongly recommends that immediate action needs to be drawn towards strengthening the financial reporting, and that includes timely submission of Provincial Council financial statement for auditing, compliance with accounting standard, and strengthen governance and internal control of these 9 councils. The committee understands the challenges faced by the council and therefore recommends that 1. The current management of Itoke Affairs Board and the respective provincial council executive should urgently address all the issues that give rise to audit qualification, internal control deficiencies, and other significant issues discussed and are highlighted in this report. 2. Improving the quality and timely manner of financial statement should be given the utmost priority. Quality of financial reporting can be improved by involving suitably qualified accountants in provincial council that are capable of preparing and presenting draft financial statement on time and in accordance with the requirements of the applicable financial reporting framework. Number 3, the Itoke Affairs Board should consider the establishment of the robust and capable audit risk and improvement committee to specifically look into at the quality and timely presentation of financial reporting by the Provincial Council and formulate action to resolve governance and internal control deficiencies and significant audit findings reported by the Auditor General. Number 4, the Itoke Affairs Board should consider reviewing and strengthening the capabilities of its internal audit function to assist in reviewing the system and processes for the Provincial Council and develop recommendations for improvement to those in charge with governance. Number 5, the Itoke Affairs Board should demand the production of annual reports from the respective Provincial Council highlighting all the aspects of its operation and the progress of its mandate role. 6, the Itoke Affairs Board should conduct a special performance audit on the operations of the Provincial Councils with its investment arm. 7, the Itoke Affairs Board should consider reviewing annual council levy. Number 8, the Itoke Affairs Board should consider SDG 1, SDG 2, SDG 3, SDG 6, SDG 11, and SDG 16 to be incorporated in the respective Provincial Council strategic and operational plan. Number 9, the Itoke Affairs Board needs to disseminate the committee findings and recommendations to respective council for further consideration and implementation. The Public Accounts Committee strongly encourages the 9 provincial councils to implement the recommendation as a matter of priority. Overall, I would like to thank the Chief Executive Officer for Itoke Affairs Board on its efforts in trying to improve its system and processes with the council to address those audit issues. Also commend the work of the Office of Auditor General in trying to complete its audit on all backlog and technical support provided in terms of clarification on those audit issues that were reported. At this juncture, I also wish to extend my appreciation to all the honourable members of the committee for their valuable contribution in the successful compilation of this bipartisan report, namely Honourable Joseph Nand, Honourable Vijendra Prakash, Honourable Aseri Dondondro, and Honourable Rote Mumukepa. Additionally, pursuant to Standing Order 115, Honourable Mikel Erevere and Honourable Andi Lithia Kunimbarabi, who stood in as an alternate member to Honourable Aseri Dondondro and Honourable Ratu Nenga Malalambalawu respectively. I also extend my appreciation to the Secretariat for their timely support in the preparation and finalization of this report. With those few words, I now commend this report to the Parliament.
Thank you. Please hand the report to the Secretary General.
Honourable Speaker says, pursuant to the Standing Order 121 Clause 5, I hereby move a motion without notice that the debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
Parliament will now vote, and the question is that a debate on the content of the report is initiated at a future sitting. Does any member oppose? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Ministerial statements.
Honourable members, the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications has given notice to make a ministerial statement under Standing Order 40. The Minister may speak for up to 20 minutes. After the Minister, I will then invite the Leader of the Opposition or his designate to speak on the statement for no more than 5 minutes. There will also be a response from the Leader of the National Federation Party or his designate to also speak for 5 minutes. There will be no further debate. I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to deliver his statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to make a ministerial statement on Fiji Airways fleet acquisition and speak once again on Wanga Buka financing. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm going over this process yet again for the benefit of the newly self-appointed aviation experts sitting across the aisle from us and outside this room. Mr. Speaker, I know some of you have already sadly cemented yourselves into a political narrative on this particular issue, as you've done with many other things, despite the facts. It's actually a shame because none of these facts are actually political. I'm not sure the members opposite were sleeping through the sitting in February, which I have the hand side here for, then I explain in detail the process. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me start with a summary of our aircraft and whether they are owned or rented or operated leased, as they say. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Airways has 3 Airbus A330-200s purchased from Airbus and owned. Pre-delivery payments, PDPs, which are called deposits of 20% borrowed from FNPF and balance of 80% borrowed from a consortium of German commercial banks. The loans are repaid over 10 years. 1 Airbus A330-300 rented or operating leased from CIT for 12 years, who have been acquired by Avalon. Most airlines only own about 40 to 50% of the aircraft because of the PDP deposits that have to be made in advance of the manufacture of the aircraft and the residual value risks. How book value tracks against market value, that's the residual value risk factor. 2 temporary Airbus A330-200s rented from another airline from Etihad for 4 years, returning them back shortly because of the MAXs that could not come through. We expected 5 MAXs. And 2 Airbus A350-900 extra wide bodies recently rented or operating lease from DAE for 12 years. We also, Mr. Speaker, sir, a narrow body aircraft fleet consists of 5 Boeing MAXs, MAX 8s I should say, rented, operating lease from GCAS for 12 years. They replaced 3 previously owned 20-year-old Boeing 737-800s. Many of you would have traveled in them, they're very tired. And 2 rented, operating leased Boeing 737-800s. 2 MAXs have been delivered, Mr. Speaker, sir, and 3 deliveries are outstanding. We have Fiji Link propeller aircraft, 2 ATR 72-600s purchased from ATR and owned, 70% financed by FNPF with a 10-year loan. 1 ATR 72-600 rented, operating lease from aviation for 12 years. And 4 Twin Otter Viking DHCs, that goes to Taviuni, Honorable Alan Balavu, purchased from the Havilda and owned 75% financed by FNPA with a 10-year loan. Mr. Speaker, so if any of this sounds familiar, it is because we've explained it before on a number of occasions. But as long as members of the opposition make misleading statements to the media, we are forced to continue explaining common acquisition practice in the aviation sector. The decision to acquire aircraft to undertake any fleet modernization program is supported by an independent business model review and the update of the Fiji Airways 10-year 5+5 strategic growth plan. Fiji Airways also, Mr. Speaker, sir, and always follows an extensive, thorough, transparent and rigid campaign with the aircraft and engine manufacturers such as Airbus, Boeing, Rolls-Royce, General Electric, as well as all the other aircraft lessors. In addition, an independent consultancy is contracted to use its specialist tools to analyze every offer received and provide negotiation improvements every step of the way. Fiji Airways has used well-renowned aviation consultancy firms, namely Skyworks and Seabury from the USA. The objective of engaging these consultants is to create competitive tension to ensure Fiji Airways receives the best possible offers. Based on the business model review in 2016 and 17 and later updated in 2018-2019, as well as the updated strategic growth plans, Fiji Airways needed to add 2 wide-body aircraft to its fleet in 2018-2019. That is to increase fleet from 4 A330s to 6. A wide-body acquisition campaign was commenced in late 2017. It was very clear from the onset that this would be a protracted campaign, possibly lasting several years. Here is why. Airbus announced their plans to introduce an enhanced version of an A330-200-300 aircraft called an A330-900neo with a 15% fuel saving, and were advocating Fiji Airways swap all its fleet to A330-900neos. And Boeing was aggressively marketing its Boeing 787-900s and was willing to consider swapping all the A330s to an all-Boeing 787-900 fleet. Fiji Airways' wide-body campaign commenced late 2017 and culminated with the acquisition of 2 A350-900 extra-wide bodies. The option of replacing all the A330-200-300s with A330neos, and similarly the option to replace all A330s with Boeing 787-900s, was simply not feasible. The choice Fiji Airways ended up with was to acquire 2 A330-900neos or 2 A350-900 extra-wide bodies. The cancellation by Hong Kong Airlines, because of their own financial difficulties of the 2 A350-900 extra-wide bodies in production, and the offer by Airbus of these aircraft to Fiji Airways presented an exceptional and unique opportunity. The A350-900 extra-wide body, with its 25% less fuel saving, I should say 25% fuel saving, greater range and payload, is way better than any A330-900neo. As a result of further robust negotiations with Airbus and the lessor DAE, Fiji Airways achieved another groundbreaking sale and leaseback transaction deal. With the acquisition of 2 Airbus A350-900 extra-wide bodies, Fiji Airways earned a substantial sale and leaseback transaction gain from Airbus. Fiji Airways negotiated and concluded a 12-year lease with DAE for each of the Airbus A350-900 extra-wide bodies, with very favorable return conditions. More importantly, Fiji Airways achieved a very exceptional monthly rental for 12 years, and for the 2 Airbus A350-900 extra-wide bodies, which is equal to the monthly rental Fiji Airways are currently paying for the current A330s, Mr. Speaker, sir. Fiji Airways have concluded a very favorable, what we call a total care service agreement with Rolls-Royce for the engines. Those of you who do not know, you don't simply just go and buy a plane with all the engines. You have to negotiate all of this separately. Basically, the airline saw opportunities to make some great deals and took it. This was at a time, of course, when no one predicted COVID-19 pandemic. While the offers were very good, the nature of the deals were hardly exceptional. Most airlines own 40 to 50% of the aircraft because of the large, what we call pre-delivery payment deposits, PDPs, that have to be made in advance of the manufacture of the aircraft and the residual value risks. For example, how the annual depreciated book value tracks against the market value. If the book values are higher, then it requires realignment. Fiji Airways complies with this best practice, and in any event, we do not have the big balance sheet to finance PDPs for more wide-body aircraft like Airbus A350. The sale and leaseback, Mr. Speaker, so SLB's acquisition of 5 Boeing MAX 8s was part of Fiji Airways' fleet modernization program to replace the 5 aged 20-year-old Boeing 737-800 NGs. The MAX 8 is an upgraded 737-800 with more capacity, larger engines, and has a 15% fuel saving. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it was later revealed software issues led to his grounding with 2 unfortunate air crashes, one in Ethiopia and one in Indonesia. Mr. Speaker, the USA FAA and the EASA regulators, or EASA, are currently conducting flight tests to check out the software fixes, and that initial revised pilot simulator-based training documentation has already been circulated. Boeing are expecting the MAXes to operate commercially again by the end of October 2020. The 2 MAXes we took delivery of actually have been flown to Alice Springs because the deserts are the best place to park planes because it does not actually have that level of humidity that can cause damage to aircraft. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to acquisition, all airlines have 2 options. They can purchase aircraft from the original equipment manufacturers, or OEMs, like Airbus or Boeing, or they can rent aircraft from aircraft leasing companies known as lessors. When it comes to leasing of brand new aircraft, the leasing term is invariably a minimum of 12 years. Normally, short-term leasing of brand new aircraft are not even available from any lessor, and in any event, it will not be financially viable to have short-term lease. Short-term leasing of even existing aircraft from existing airline companies comes at an exorbitant price with very stringent and disadvantageous return conditions. A good example is the leasing of aircraft from Miami and Milando, as well as from Etihad, a short-term agreement at a high cost. Mr. Speaker, aircraft are not purchased or rented from already manufactured stock displayed in a showroom floor, like a car yard. You don't go to a car display yard. I mean, you can go to a car showroom and buy a motor vehicle. You don't have showroom for aircraft. Whether you rent them or buy them, aircraft are manufactured to the airline specification and manufacture and delivery, Mr. Speaker, manufacture and delivery normally takes over a 24 to 36 month period. In some instances, the aircraft OEMs have much longer manufacture and delivery backlogs. When Fiji Airways acquired the Boeing MAX 8s, the backlog was 6 years because they had sold over 4,000 MAX 8s. All aircraft have a catalogue price, and all airlines normally conduct extensive purchase campaigns to get the aircraft manufacturers like Airbus and Boeing to compete. This culminates in what we call a best and final offer, BAFO, and eventually the last and final offer, or LEFO, from both aircraft manufacturers. The LEFO price for the aircraft is the net flyaway price, the price airlines actually pay. Mr. Speaker, although the aircraft engines are an integral part of the aircraft, separate negotiations are held with the original engine manufacturers, like Rolls-Royce and or General Electric, to arrive at the net flyaway price for the engines. The negotiated engine net flyaway price is then incorporated by Airbus or Boeing, as the case may be, in the final aircraft net flyaway price. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the negotiation with engine OEMs, like Rolls-Royce and General Electric, includes acquiring and contracting the ongoing engine maintenance support programs, such as the TCA, or Total Care Service Agreements. The airline is required to pay a TCA amount for every flight hour to the engine OEM. In other words, the original manufacturer have to pay the money for that, to cover future engine overhauls, in other words, like repairs, etc. With every aircraft purchase, the aircraft OEM require PDP deposits also, amounting to around 20 to 25% of the catalogue price of the aircraft, to be paid progressively from the signing of the purchase agreement until the aircraft is manufactured and delivered. On delivery of the aircraft, Mr. Speaker, the balance of the purchase price, that is 75 to 80%, is either paid directly or financed by obtaining a 12-year commercial bank loan. Whilst the aircraft are mortgaged as security for such commercial bank loans, the commercial banks often use or also require what we call European or US Export Credit Agency support. It's like equivalent of Exim Bank, in the form of payment guarantees. In US it's called Exim Bank. Pursuant to these guarantees, the export credit agencies effectively promise to pay the commercial banks in the event that the airline or the SPC defaults in making loan repayments. SPCs, I'll come to this, special purpose companies. This is very basic stuff, Mr. Speaker, Similar processes exist across other industries where you set up a special purpose company, special purpose vehicle. The commercial banks also require that the country where the airline's business is registered has adopted the Cape Town Convention. Many of you may not know this, but post-2007, we actually adopted the Cape Town Convention. This treaty, Mr. Speaker, sir, facilitates aircraft financing by requiring the country to amend its laws to provide creditors, for example, banks and aircraft lessors, with an internationally recognized set of rights in the event an airline's default or insolvency, and to guarantee the priority of the creditor's claims against third parties, subject to registration on an international register, which is located in Ireland. That's the connection with Ireland. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji ratified the Cape Town Convention some years back, which also gives assurance to many financiers and indeed to airline leasing companies, including banks, that we as a country will honor all our obligations in the event that the collateral is called upon. That additional assurance is why Fiji Airways is able to acquire, interest rates which are significantly lower. If we did not actually ratify the Cape Town Convention, or if we did not have the special purpose vehicle, these aircraft would be less affordable for us. Credit agencies normally require a specific financing structure, which includes the aircraft being owned by an independent special purpose company and mortgaged to a security trustee who acts on behalf of the credit agencies and the commercial banks until full repayment of the loan. The aircraft mortgage is recorded in a register located in Ireland. A third-party corporate service provider is normally appointed by the security trustee to own and manage the SPC, and employees of the corporate services provider act as directors. Honorable Nawai Kula and Honorable Tambuya would know many law firms in Fiji, for example, set up companies with their own people as directors, ready company off the shelf. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, and employees of the corporate service provider act as directors and ensure compliance with local corporation laws. This is all highly technical, and it is the normal practice for airlines the world over. The reason that the ECAs require the structure is to minimize the risk associated with enforcing the aircraft mortgages and repossessing the aircraft in the event that the airline defaults in its payment obligations or becomes insolvent. To facilitate this, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ECA financing structure, the right to take delivery of and title to the aircraft is assigned by the airline to the special purpose company, the SPC, so that upon delivery, the SPC owns the aircraft. The SPC then leases the aircraft to the airline, which is through finance lease, and then the airline pays rent to the SPC. The amount of rent that the airline pays is equivalent to the loan repayments that the SPC is required to make to the commercial bank. No amounts are retained by the SPC. Let me say that again, Mr. Speaker, sir. No amount is retained by the SPC. No amounts are retained, Mr. Speaker, sir, by the SPC because it is merely a conduit, a payment conduit. Once the commercial bank loan is repaid in full via the lease payments by the airline to the SPC and then on from the SPC to the commercial banks, the aircraft ownership reverts back to the airline from the SPC. That is why Wanga VUCA Financing Limited is our SPC as part of the aircraft acquisition process. The nature of Wanga VUCA Financing Limited is well documented, but that hasn't stopped it from being misrepresented by politicians and others outside this parliament, aided and abetted by the rag newspaper. I mean, I've seen this every day coming out. Who runs the show? The big Wanga VUCA question. Pie in the sky. Professor Bhiman, AG, living in a fantasy of a Bula bubble. All this sort of nonsense. Continuous propaganda. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course they are happy to regurgitate and be spoon-fed. But here are the facts. Fiji Airways purchased 3 new A330-200s from Airbus as part of an integral restructuring plan to restore Fiji Airways' profitability. Fiji Airways obtained a loan from FNPF to pay Airbus the required 20% of PDP deposit. Fiji Airways arranged financing for the 80% balance owing on delivery through a consortium of German commercial banks using the 3 aircraft as security. I hope everyone is still with me now. Now, a condition of the consortium of the German commercial banks was that the financing or the loans had to also be guaranteed by the European Export Credit Agency. This means that if Fiji Airways fails to make a rent payment and subsequently Wanga VUCA fails to make a loan repayment, then the export credit agencies will step in and make the payments to the commercial banks. One of the benefits of export credit agencies support is that the interest rate charged by the commercial banks to Fiji Airways, Mr. Speaker, sir, is far lower than normal financing interest rate, as the risk to the commercial bank is lower with the ECA guarantees in place. Now remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is because of the treaty we signed and the fact that we set up a special purpose vehicle. The export credit agency's conditions that had to be met for them to provide guarantees were: Fiji Airways had to pass the credit assessments, Fiji Airways had to agree to the typical ECA financing structure that I've just outlined, which is through the SPC. Wanga Vuka Financing Limited is owned and managed by a commercial services provider called Vistra. Vistra is appointed by the security trustee and recently took over from the Deutsche Bank. When it acquired Deutsche Bank's corporate services business, the directors of Wanga Vuka are employees of Vistra. The Fijian name Wanga Vuka was chosen for the SPC to create a unique Fijian link. The SPC Wanga Vuka has granted a registered mortgage of the 3 aircraft in favor of the security trustee, which is KfW Apex Bank, which is the lead German commercial bank. This is common practice in aircraft financing. The mortgages are recorded in the register located in Ireland. Mr. Speaker, sir, basically we can think of Wanga Vuka as a warehouse holding the aircraft title deeds until the bank loans are repaid. Wanga Vuka is a neutral entity sitting between Fiji Airways and the commercial banks and the ECAs. It doesn't retain any money. It makes no profit. It records no losses. None of the people on this side of Parliament or anybody outside is a director. Wanga Vuka simply remits the aircraft rent repayments it receives from Fiji Airways to the commercial banks as loan repayments. That's it. The consortia of ECAs, commercial banks, and Wanga Vuka are actually represented in Fiji by an independent law firm of solicitors, Howards. Get Richard Nair to tell you and talk to Wiley Clark and get all that information. He is the lawyer representing Wanga Vuka. Neither Fiji Airways, the commercial banks who provide the loans, FMPF, nor the Fijian government have an ownership interest in Wanga Vuka. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've just only got 2 more pages, if you could let me finish, sir. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing sinister about this. It is a par for the course commercial agreement. I have time and time again requested that the opposition wrap their minds around this commercial arrangement and the deal in reality, not conspiracy theories. Now, because this is common practice, because most aircraft loans from commercial banks are supported by export credit agency guarantees, and because most of these guarantees require for securitization purposes special purpose companies to independently hold ownership of the aircraft until repayments are completed, there are many special purpose companies out there. That shouldn't be fodder for conspiracy theories. That simply proves this is common practice. If all other airlines are doing it, it's common practice. Another common practice is that the security company appoints an independent company with the required expertise to administer and manage the special purpose company. The company directors of Wanga Vuka Financing Limited are also directors of 139 other Irish companies, Mr. Speaker, sir. 32 of these companies are now closed. No matter that is expected when a special purpose company realizes special purpose. Loan is paid, company goes. Vistra Capital Markets Ireland Limited is one shareholder, which is Vistra Alternative Investments Ireland Limited. The director of Wanga Vuka Financing since 2016 is one Miss Hardiman, also listed as director of 132 other Irish companies. Again, there isn't some conspiracy. Obviously, the fact that Vistra are administrators and managers of 130 other special purpose companies bears testimony to their expertise, and the scale reduces the cost they charge for the services. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Tusawa has declared he believes that Fiji Airways is a strategic national asset. It is high time he and others actually act like it. This isn't rocket science. These are normal commercial arrangements employed by airlines all around the world. Nobody should kid themselves into thinking that sitting here in Suva, they are unveiling some vast global conspiracy. In reality, they are simply subjecting the nation to the misunderstanding of how the aviation industry operates. Mr. Speaker, Fiji Airways is more than any other strategic national asset. It is our most valuable national asset. And through years of foresight, we built Fiji into the aviation hub of the region. For the first time, we have a state-of-the-art aviation academy with a MAX 8 full flight simulator. We have an A330 full flight simulator. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are only 12. 12 installed MAX 8 simulators in the world. In the world. And with the substantial simulator training required by Boeing and the regulators of all MAX pilots since the return to service occurs, there will be an over-demand for simulator time. We stand to make substantial profit from our MAX 8 simulator going forward. Not only will our Fijian pilots be able to access simulators whenever they want, but also you'll be having pilots coming from all over the world, because once simulator comes or the MAXes come on board, it will be a requirement for all of them to access a simulator. If there's only 12, and already had 400 that was manufactured prior to that, prior to the grounding of it, obviously there's a huge demand. We won't have to send our pilots for the A330 training to Singapore, stay in expensive hotels, spend 2 weeks. Our poor pilots got a time slot of 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. Mr. Speaker, sir, it would seem, Mr. Speaker, sir, rather than help us set the stage, our comeback for positioning Fiji Airways for success, the opposition are hell-bent on bringing our carrier and our country to its knees. During this pandemic, Mr. Speaker, sir, governments worldwide have bent over backwards to ensure the national airlines survive. They realize the monumental economic impact an airline has on a country, in particular on an island nation state like Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, and so does this government. We really hope the opposition share that recognition soon. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General, and I now give the floor to the Leader of the Opposition's designated Speaker, Honourable Rofilipe Tuisua. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The presentation by Honourable Minister of Economy, Attorney General, was basically a repeat of the interview of the CEO of Fiji Airways on MyTV. All the details there have been repeated by him. And the other point I'd like to emphasize is that we are for Fiji Airways. We are not here to undermine Fiji Airways. It is just governance, good governance, accountability, and the rule of law, which is our main emphasis, and transparency. That is what we are emphasizing, especially when after yesterday, then all the information is presented today. Where was that information before today? That's the question we would like to ask, and the people of the nation want to know. Why was that information held back? On Ireland, let me read out a report on the Washington Post, 26 April 2019. Ireland is a tax haven. The financial professionals and lawyers who have developed a corporate tax avoidance industry like to avoid terms such as tax havens. Instead, they prefer language about regulated entities that spread risk. However, the Senate, the EU Parliament, and a growing list of experts prefer to use more straightforward language. Ireland's corporate-friendly tax policies have been controversial for decades. They were transformed during the financial crisis. It is used as a standing feature of the corporate tax code known as Section 10(110) to attract international investment. This feature basically allows for the legal creation of special purpose vehicles like Wangabuka that can structure themselves to pay little or no tax and also tend to have few or no employees. They are legal constructs to store capital and wealth. Such special purpose vehicles and other investment funds have led to the development of a massive shadow banking sector, which Ireland's central bank has little power to regulate. The International Financial Stability Board estimates 2.5 trillion euros in assets are administered in Ireland's shadow banking sector. So that's a very reputable analysis by Washington Post. Why do they call Ireland's financial sector as shadow, using the word shadow banking? And that's something which I'm asking the Honourable Attorney General to clarify with us. The other issue, sir, regarding what Honourable Attorney General explained on Wangabuka, let me just get to the point. He stated the shares owned by Wangabuka. owned and serviced by Vistra. Fiji Airways doesn't have any interest. On the, in the Hansard report, 15 March 2018, let me quote. He was questioned by Honorable Nawaikula. Can the Honorable Minister please explain, clarify the ownership and leasing arrangement, especially the status of Wangabuka Holdings, because rumors out there say the planes are owned by Wangabuka Holdings with interest in Ireland and Germany. Honorable Syed Kayu, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Nawaikula would serve himself really well if he stops relying on rumors. Madam Speaker, has been explained to you, Wangabuka Holdings is 100% owned by Fiji Airways. So he just contradicted himself today. And that is really the inconsistent information that we are concerned about. And which is why I'm moving a motion this afternoon for another further inquiry, because information keeps on coming in drips and drabs. And special purpose vehicles, there are special components in there which also mentions investors and funds being generated. That's in the Central Bank of Ireland documents. And I will share that again when I come up with my motion. So all these things are not clear from today, from his explanation. So that needs a special inquiry. And I'm asking the Attorney General to come clean to the nation on these elements I've mentioned.
I thank the Honorable Felipe Tuisawao, and I now give the floor to the leader of the National Federation Party, the Honorable Professor Biman Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will have more to say when we discuss the motion later today. But at the outset, Mr. Speaker, I just want to raise this issue. I mean, we had notice of 3 ministerial statements that came on time, and then, suddenly, it was withdrawn, and then the ministerial statement by the AG came after that. I mean, they seem not to be organized. I mean, they can't coordinate among themselves, and, it's, we're already, I mean, there must be some confusion, who's going to do what, So sort things out there, I was looking forward to hearing you and, Yeah. So let's not take the Parliament for a ride and, you can inform us and then suddenly withdraw and do all sorts of things. I didn't walk out of Parliament. Yeah, we can, Mr. Speaker, absent ourselves from Parliament, and we have the right to do that. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, let me. I think the Honourable Attorney General spent a lot of time talking about the process of leasing and the nature of aviation industry, acquisition of aeroplanes and all that. And I think a lot of that information we know. It's not something new. And I think he spent a lot of time again, taking the opposition. Yes, we are not aviation experts, neither is the Attorney General himself. But I think what does come out again from his statement, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of clarity or disclosure on the actual lease arrangement payments, for example, the loan, the sum repaid, the special purpose company, how much Fiji Airways is paying that company, to act on behalf of Fiji Airways, to transfer those payments to the banks and so forth. So I think there still is a lot of questions, and that is why we're saying that until we have really full disclosures, and perhaps, the past disclosures as well, we will not have a very clear idea of what's going on. And I think Honourable Felipe Tuisawao correctly said that there's still a lot of contradiction, because yesterday the Honourable AG said the early return of leased aircraft negotiations are in the process for the early return of 2 Airbus A330-200 aircraft as well as 1 Boeing 737-800 aircraft. But on 28 August, in a Fiji Village report, Fiji Airways CEO said ownership of the A330 aircraft would revert to ownership of Fiji Airways once loans are fully repaid. Now, these are the contradictions. You know, I think we need that disclosure, Mr. Speaker, to have very clear disclosure about what we are doing and what are the details of those agreements. I mean, you can talk about the process, that's fine. You know, that this is what needs to be done, but unless you disclose all the details, and that is why we have always said that this parliament, I mean, Fiji government, the taxpayers of this country own 51%. The other 46%, of course, is owned by Qantas. So, you know, we are not 100% owned company. And that is why it is always important for us to have that disclosures reports tabled in Parliament. And part of the confusion that we have right now, Mr. Speaker, this is not, you know, none of us from this side have a conspiracy theory about what needs to be done and what needs to be done and who is doing what. But it's just that the lack of disclosure, lack of the ability of this government to bring to this Parliament the annual reports, the financial statements. And we can't even locate all the financial statements in the company office. Yeah. You know, well, you know, we'll send him again, you know, to check if it is there, because he was told he spent 4 hours there, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, this is very important that, you know, instead of explaining the process, let's put the disclosures in front of Parliament, in front of the people of this country. And then we have the discussion, then there will be clarity, then there will be no misinformation, no conspiracy theories. But in the absence of all that, you expect that. And people will ask questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, National Federation Party, for his contribution. I now, Honourable Members, we will now suspend proceedings for refreshments, and we'll resume in half an hour. Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honorable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to resolution of Parliament Monday, 31 August 2020, I now move that the Public Health Amendment Number 2, Bill 2020, be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, before I call on the Honorable Attorney General, I remind all honorable members that pursuant to the resolution of Parliament, debate will be limited to 1 hour. I now call upon the Honorable Attorney General to speak on his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, as highlighted on Monday, this amendment to the Public Health Act, Mr. Speaker, sir, essentially allows for the Minister for Health to be able to charge quarantine fees to non-Fijian citizens. Some of them are coming through. Currently, the law does not allow the Minister for Health to charge quarantine fees to other people individually. He's obliged under the current law that anybody kept under quarantine must be paid for by the state, essentially. And given that foreigners are coming to Fiji, we expect them to pay their own quarantine fees. So this is what we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Essentially, there's a few changes in the sense that we've inserted a new definition of the term station and isolation station. The clause 2 of the bill clarifies that the station and isolation station means any premises approved by the minister for the purpose of isolation. So, you know, we have hotels and various other places that he may designate. We've got one particular place where a person is living on a resort by themselves with their entourage. So he can declare that to be the station in itself. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill also goes on to, of course, give the minister the powers to make regulations that will prescribe the fees. Normally the fees are not stated in the Act itself, they're stipulated in the regulations. So obviously we need whoever's going to come in, we'll put the fees or the charges related to the RFMF, the Navy, Ministry of Health, staff, personnel, as highlighted the other day with the blue lanes. These people are coming in, we have to monitor them, but they're coming here on the understanding that they will actually be charged the fees and which they have to bear themselves. Essentially what this amendment seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. And I call on the Honorable Dr. Antonio Lulumbalavo. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to contribute to the debate on the Public Health Bill 2020. It seeks to enable the Minister to make regulations for fees to be levied upon non-citizens travelling to Fiji who require isolation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not intend to speak for very long, given we have 8 bills to consider today by the unfortunate misuse of Standing Order 51. In my view, and this is also the considered view of this side of this House, this manner of governing by ambush, where while the government did say bills would be introduced, the secrecy with which bills are not revealed until 3 days before they are to be debated and enacted, it is indicative of the panic and fear in trying to always win on win by ambush of the government. These bills could have been tabled a month ago to enable all citizens and stakeholders to have their say. Travelers have been allowed into the country since the pandemic was announced by the WHO in April, 5 months ago. In my view, there is no excuse for this misuse of Standing Order 51 and this secretive and dictatorial practice of springing bills by ambush on the people of Fiji and the opposition, whose role is to scrutinize bills and govern action and the use of taxpayer funds. Mr. Speaker, we understand other jurisdictions are also levying fees on non-citizens, and given the current economic situations, the imperative to ensure they do not become a burden on the public purse, given they have of their own volition traveled to Fiji. Our only concern, Mr. Speaker, is that perhaps the discretion given to the Honourable Minister of Health would allow certain travellers the option to choose their own place of isolation, in particular because they are paying for their own quarantine. Our advice to the Minister is to, as far as possible, ensure that all travellers are quarantined in one location where they are strictly and properly supervised for the full 28-day period, given the long incubation period of this virus. Mr. Speaker, we certainly don't want them to be able to come and go as they please, because they would do this if they choose private isolation premises rather than one controlled by the authorities. With regard to the nurse who has contracted COVID-19, we express concern that proper hygiene practices and safeguards are in place, and that all health personnel have access to full personal protective equipment, PPEs, required to prevent their contracting this virus. They are already placing their lives on the line, and the least government owes as an employer, given they are on the front line, is to ensure they have the necessary PPE, sufficient rest, and there is sufficient staff to carry out all required isolation and treatment. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also query the welfare of citizens in other countries. We are importing COVID-19 from patients who are already at high risk, having traveled for medical treatment, and now our health personnel who are in close contact because of these patients have more severe complications given they are immunocompromised. For the public health and safety, can the Minister outline the considerations given to prioritize the return of these patients given the pandemic is spreading rapidly in India, now it has overtaken the United States in terms of the rates of infection? Mr. Speaker, as opposition, we are here to perform our role as loyal opposition in the interest of the people of Fiji, because a democracy requires the views of all are heard. While government may fear listening or working with opposition, we assure them of our commitment to our role to work together. No one person knows everything, and the exchange of ideas is where the new ideas and solutions can arise. Bipartisanship has been proven to boost the confidence of its citizens, and that is what our nation needs at this time of uncertainty, see the leaders working together. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I end my contribution and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill, and we wholeheartedly support the bill before the House. Motion.
I thank the Honourable Antonio Albalau, Honourable Adi.
Honourable
Kepa, you
Speaker,
have the
sir,
floor.
with this bill that is before us, this is the amendment to the Public Health Act. Part of the wider public health response to the pandemic was the imposition of curfew, which not only helped curtail the spread of coronavirus, COVID-19, but also gave reassurance to the citizens that government was serious about trying to prevent and control the spread of this virus. The added bonus for us, especially for the women, was minimizing the movement of criminal elements, although it has not had an effect on all citizens, as some people are still wandering around at all hours of the night, so that is a continuing challenge for government. But for the prevention, control, and suppression of COVID-19, it is working quite well, as evidenced from the containment. However, for those on the front line, the risks remain high. Therefore, our sympathy and prayers go out to the nurse and for the nurse who has contracted the virus. We wish her a good recovery. Now, coming to the Act, Honourable, the amendment to the Act. Honorable Speaker, sir, justification for amendment to the Public Health Act seems sensible on the surface, but reading between the lines seems to raise more questions than answers. Why are you juggling money with people's lives? If you really wanted to build a fund provided from the consolidated fund, is there no other creative way of doing it? Why risk the lives and livelihood of our relatives living in the islands of Laos and other maritime areas of Fiji by allowing over 70 yachts to enter and berth in their waters? Why has government not taken seriously the objection and concerns voiced by the people of Bonombalabo? Their worry in the maritime areas is what will happen to them should, God forbid, be an outbreak of the virus. Who will look after them? Where will they go? Another question, Honorable Speaker, asked is what about our people coming from overseas whose parents hold Fiji passports, but they themselves hold passports from other countries, yet they're registered in the VKB? This category of people, Honorable Speaker, sir, that can be responded to by Honorable AG, Honorable Prime Minister. This category of people who are registered in the VKB help to contribute an average of 587.5 million in 2009. And that's about average for the past few years, Honorable Speaker. How will they be treated? Because with their remittances, it allows government to expand its services. How will they be treated when they come here? As Fijians, by virtue of the fact that they are in the VKB, where they have contributed immensely to the services of government, or will they be treated as in the category of non-Fijians entering Fiji as in 1.4 of the background to this bill, which states, Honorable Speaker, I'll just read it out. Given the provisions in Part 7 of the Act, any expenses incurred in relation to the isolation of non-Fijians entering Fiji must also be a charge on the consolidated fund. However, for prudent financial management, non-Fijians entering Fiji should pay for any expenses incurred in relation to their isolation. To implement this, amendments to the existing provisions in Part 7 of the Act are required. So with those questions and queries, I would just like the Honorable AG to respond to that when he's making his right of reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Antirote Mukapa. Honorable Fires Koya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support Bill number 31 to amend Part 7 of the Public Health Act 1935. The amendment is basically, Honourable Speaker, to charge non-citizens any expenses incurred in relation to isolation on the consolidated fund discretionally as opposed to mandatory, sir. Mr. Speaker, the government has been managing the containment of risk associated with the pandemic by safely opening up our borders and within the Fiji COVID-safe economic recovery framework. So this is being implemented by the cabinet-approved COVID-19 Risk Mitigation Task Force, also known as CRMT, comprising of permanent secretaries from Health and Medical Services, Economy and Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. Mr. Speaker, as part of the framework, conditions and mandatory requirements have been imposed on all returning citizens and non-citizens, and these include the mandatory requirement of 14-day quarantine, and there's a RT, it's a real-time PCR test at least 72 hours before travel. So far we have managed to contain all the COVID cases within our border quarantine, and while our team works tirelessly to facilitate cross-border movement and keep Fijians safe, Mr. Speaker, this comes with additional costs, and which also relates to maintaining quarantine facilities and testing as border control measures. Mr. Speaker, the Fijian government covers the cost for all Fijian citizens, mandatory quarantine and COVID tests.
This has always been our commitment and our duty to Fijians. However, the increasing number of non-citizens, Mr. Speaker, sir, and returning diplomats and/or visiting in accordance, visitors who have come in accordance with the framework, sir, has resulted in increased costs and the use of resources. And these particular costs are swab test costs, swab COVID test costs for non-citizens, maintaining government-mandated quarantine facilities, and the replication of quarantine conditions and testing at alternative sites for high-value individuals and for individuals who cannot be kept in quarantine for medical reasons, sir. And also, Mr. Speaker, sir, to facilitate quarantine conditions and border testing for the Blue Lane Initiative under the framework. Mr. Speaker, sir, our health and military officials are working day and night away from their families and to provide surveillance and medical support at these quarantine facilities in order to cover associated costs. Non-Fijians entering Fiji will be charged a fee as part of the proposed amendments. As we continue to support recovery of the Fijian economy amidst this pandemic, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, the government needs to opt for sustainable methods to facilitate the safety of our people. And as such, sir, Honourable Speaker, sir, I support Bill number 31 to amend the Public Health Act 1925. I thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Vice Choir.
Yes, sir. If I may, we only had detailed 2 speakers to speak on this, but I just have a very simple question that perhaps we should keep in mind. The charge on consolidated funds, and the Honourable Minister for Economy and the Attorney General, Learned Attorney General, mentioned military and police personnel. They are already covered in the budget for those expenditures in their ministries. But there are also things known as, used to be known as actually duty pay, and transport and rations and medical supplies, etc., that are used outside of the normal duties. And in the execution of this legislation when it comes into being. And the only other question I have is the question on reciprocity. I wrote that, but I have difficulty pronouncing it. Is there any other nation in the world that gives Fiji citizens isolated in those countries free treatment or free isolation that's charged to their public accounts? So what do you call it? To their consolidated account. If that is already happening, perhaps we should look at that also. No.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Leader of the National Federation Party.
Just a quick one on Mr. Speaker. We support the bill. I think non-Fiji citizens coming to Fiji, going into quarantine, should actually pay the expenses, because most countries are charging foreigners as well. So we support the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable John Usumate.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just rise to support the motion. I think this is a very timely, it's a timely intervention. As we know, all of our citizens coming back, they have the right to come and to go into quarantine at the expense of the state, at the expense of the people of this country, the taxpayers of this country. And obviously, as has been done in other countries, if people from other countries want to come in, then they should pay for that particular cost. So we support that on those grounds. And I think I just want to take to point some of the 2 comments that were made from the other side. First of all, by the Honourable Roland Balabu, why this issue is being taken up by Section 51 of the standing orders. It's because it's taken up Section 51 because it's something that's pertinent right now. It's something that's happening right now. We need to make the change right now because already we have started to utilize these procedures where we require people to pay for their charges themselves. So obviously, it is something that's timely and is pertinent. That's why it's being taken through this particular route. The second point that I wanted to just talk about one of the issues that was brought up by the Honorable Rotimo Mkepa. She was asking whether we are juggling lives and the economy at the same time. I think there's nothing that's further from the truth. I was reading today, earlier on this week, there's been a report from French Polynesia that they opened up their economy to tourists to fly in, and all of a sudden, the COVID-19 cases have gone up by 400 and more than 400 plus from visitors flying in. You will not see that in this country. Why? Because we have kept a very tight lid. Ministry of Health has kept a tight lid on our borders. We're trying to make sure, we're making sure that if there are cases come, they are kept at the border. The Honorable Attorney General mentioned yesterday that there was a assessment done by, I think, a group of company called Tualane, where they're assessing what are the countries that people should travel to given this COVID-19. Fiji was rated number 1. Fiji was rated number 1. That is a reflection of the tightness of the systems that we put in. Thanks to the Ministry of Health, the security forces, the RFMF, everybody that's been involved. So I know that under these amendments, it talks about the minister, once the minister will have the right, it will empower the minister responsible for health and medical service to make regulations to charge fees. And I'm sure, as part of that, the processes to make sure that we make sure that there's no COVID-19 coming through our borders will be something that will be monitored very strongly by security forces and also by Ministry of Health. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, I totally support and endorse this bill, and I hope that everyone in this House will do so also.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Health. You have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I fully support the motion before the House, the bill before the House. And apologize that I might be looking at my phone because I've been trying to download onto my iPad and my laptop, and I couldn't do so, my speaking notes. Honourable Speaker, the COVID-19 has posed a threat worldwide, and as we know, there are well over 20 million worldwide that are infected with the disease, and more than 1 million, as we speak, have now passed away. We also know that the threat remains all over the world. Just this morning, Honourable Speaker, I had an email correspondence from the group in which I belong to, the International Society of Surgery, saying that they are not sure about next year's conference, whether it can happen or not. I mean, so far as to say that already people are looking beyond this year, even into next year, about the impact of COVID-19 all over the world, the pandemic that's happening all over the world. And the amendments that have been made into the Public Health Act, first with this as one of the supplementary bills, one of the consequential bills that was passed with the supplementary budget was an initial amendment into the Public Health Act, giving powers onto the minister and also to the permanent secretary under the regulations so that they can be able to quarantine and the lockdowns that have happened and also the measures that have been done. We've also understand the main reason for the amendments that have been discussed today is the fact that now we are receiving more and more people coming back into the country, and the bill, the initial act, which was in 1935 with further amendments in the 1960 and in 1945 and also in 1975, has meant that government has to accrue all the costs. And in being able to safeguard the citizens of this country and in the possible importation of infectious diseases. Honourable Speaker, under the Public Health Act, in which we are talking about, which is CAP 111 and also the Quarantine Act 112, in which we use the Quarantine Act for quarantining and the powers to be able to quarantine those that come into the country. Specifically for this act, the Public Health Act, and Part 7 and 81 talks about the expenses of isolation and disinfection. And it basically talks about the fact that government has to bear all this. And so the beauty and about the amendments that we made today is that we're being able to have the opportunity to be able to ask those that come that are not from Fiji to be able to look, giving us the opportunity to be able to build them appropriately for the measures around quarantining them, but also make sure that we set the safeguard and the processes in place to continue to keep our country COVID contained.
And Honorable Speaker, I must also add here and reiterate that one of the important parts of the COVID containment, apart from the amendments that have been made to this Act with the supplementary budget and the consequential bills around the Public Health Act, the COVID-19 component, and what we are discussing today in this bill is also the importance of a contact tracing app. And I would like to say that before I finish today, Honorable Speaker, the importance of the contact tracing app, of the Care Fiji app. The importance is for us, the Ministry of Health. The importance is the ability for us to trace those who may have the disease, God forbid if there is a community transmission. We know it's none. And the question that people have asked me is, why do we need to download the app when we have no community transmission? Honorable Speaker, we have countries that have endless days without community transmission, and it has happened. We've also heard in the news recently that one of our healthcare staff who's been working in the isolation facility, despite all the important infection control measures that we have in place, following the procedures and the protocols, because this is a contagious disease, also developed COVID-19. So it is not only in the matter of just downloading the particular Fiji Care app, but also it's important from a Ministry of Health perspective of being able to be ready in a state of readiness. So while we're going through this economic recovery, but also we are in a state of readiness. God forbid that we ever have community transmission, but we are ready, and we are telling the world that we are ready. And that is the reasons why I commend the amendments to the House today is the ability to be able to strengthen the areas around quarantine that we at the Ministry of Health are doing, specifically in those that are maybe not Fijian citizens, but also, as I've said, in addition to that, is the fact that we have to all do our part and download the Care Fiji app. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Health. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you,
Speak in reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the Honourable Minister for Health and Honourable Minister Usamate and other speakers have also touched upon the necessity to have this. But just to clarify a couple of points, just because, I think somebody raised from the other side, just because they may be paying for the quarantine costs, it does not mean that they get to have the final say in where that quarantine or that station will be. It has to be assessed by the Ministry of Health itself. And there has to be all the various safeguards put in place and must be within the COVID-19 Fijian Economic Recovery Framework. Again, the issue of yachts has come up. Honorable Kepa has raised it again. And again, it has been highlighted by Minister for Health that the yachts come in, they don't simply just come into Fijian waters and can sail anywhere. They have to serve the quarantine period. In the same way, if a returning Fijian comes to Fiji, they have to serve the quarantine period, and then they can wander around Fiji. It's the same. They're both human beings, even though they're foreigners and one is Fijian. They both have to serve the quarantine period. So therefore, the risks are all assessed before they're actually allowed to go to other parts of Fiji. So that risk is actually minimized. Mr. Speaker, sir, the remittances, Honorable Kepa, remittance obviously comes from lots of people. It's not just those in the BKB. But the reality of the matter is that you have to be a Fijian citizen for you to be given preference in respect of you coming back. Of course, those people who are related to Fijian citizens and have not chosen to take Fijian citizenship, and if they're underage, they of course can. They have the full right to do so. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I wanted to also highlight is that I think the issue about India has been raised a couple of times now. These people who have been accepted from India, and recent ones, have actually been Fijian citizens who actually went to India for surgery. We can't leave them. They are Fijian citizens. Unfortunately, this did not happen with the Samoan government a few months back. They, in fact, did not allow the citizens to come back. And some of them were, in fact, stranded in Nandi. And we actually had to look after them, those Samoans. They went to Samoa, they waved to their relatives through the glass windows, and then they said, no, you go back to wherever you came from. The next port that they came from was actually Nandi. So we actually had to look after them. We don't want to do the same with our citizens. So that's the position we've taken. Obviously, when they come back, a lot of these people have been through, traumatic medical procedure, and we can't abandon them. And they do their test before they come on, and there's various safeguards been put in place. Mr. Speaker, sir, just very quickly, Mr. Speaker, sir, you may not remember this, but you actually had alluded to us at one gathering that some relative of yours is also doing the catering for the people in the quarantine. They get fed really well. They actually get fed, desserts, etc. So these are the Fijian citizens, and they're not paying for it. We have to pick up the tab for it. It's now run into millions of dollars. The other point that I want to also make is that going forward, the Care Fiji app, I'm glad the NFP members are here, we talked about the Care Fiji app. It is critically essential to have the Care Fiji app. It's not a political issue, it's a health issue. And I'm really glad that a lot of the members of the opposition, Sodalpa actually have the app now, and I want to thank you for that. Because you are also, of course, leaders in your community. When you do go back out, you'll be telling people the virtues of actually having this app and how critically important it is, because it saves lives. The last point I want to make, very quickly, all of this is changing quite, phenomenally on a daily basis. There's a country now, I think one of the South American countries, one of the islands, they're actually allowing tourists to come back only if you've actually had COVID-19. If you had COVID-19, you've been cleared from it, then you can go to that island only. So they want to build the, what do you call the immunity? The herd immunity. They call it the herd immunity. They want to build the herd immunity. There's an island in Spain where it's got its own airport, and the Spaniards actually allowing Germans to have direct flights from Germany, go straight to the island, do their holiday, and then go back. So they're obviously also trying to mitigate the risks arising from the economic impact of this pandemic. So we will have to be able to be creative, but also at the same time, utmost priority, of course, is our health risks. And this bill, of course, goes towards us, in fact, the overall strategy in managing those risks, including the financial risks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Public Health Amendment Number 2, Bill 2020, be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Bill for an Act to amend the Public Health Act 1935, Bill number 31 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament Monday, 31 August, I now move that the Pharmacy Profession Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, pursuant to resolution of Parliament, debate will be limited to 1 hour. I now call on the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief. As we had discussed the merits of this amendment, essentially it brings about a particular uniformity amongst the licensing of all licensed, whether they are a pharmacy license for an outpatient purposes given to a hospital or a pharmacy that is operated by an individual outside the private hospital premises. And that's that they have a pharmacy license, business license being given on a yearly basis, as do all pharmacists. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that's the uniformity it brings about. And Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, it has a transition provision for the change in the authorization period of this particular provision, the amendment we bring about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. The floor is now open for debate on this motion. Honourable Dr. Antonio Lalambalabu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to contribute to the debate on the Pharmacy Professions Bill 2020, which seeks to ensure private hospital pharmacies also have a one-year license requirement which applies to all other existing pharmacies. This new bill is an insertion to the amendment made in 2017, which is standard practice universally that all pharmacy business practices or premises license has a lifespan of 1 year only. In that sense, it appears that this was an oversight and the government now wishes to correct that anomaly where the private hospital was operating without requirement to be certified and inspected annually like all other existing pharmacies. Mr. Speaker, sir, this requirement will therefore level the playing field and ensure quality and safe practices by the pharmacist when delivering pharmaceutical care to the people of Fiji. The only comment as to why this insertion was not considered in the 2017 amendment, as this is a basic requirement for issuing a license by any authority. My question, Mr. Speaker, sir, was there sufficient consultation done by the Ministry to bring any bill to the House, as this insertion indicates the fundamental requirements has been omitted, which can do more harm than good to the public. Mr. Speaker, there is also a question of conflict of interest. If there is some question whether a private hospital should have an interest in the pharmacy sector because it can lead to conflict of interest. In such cases, it can cause lobbying of prescribed medicines, whereby the doctors and hospitals can push medicines which are kept by their own pharmacies. This can lead to a disadvantage for patients, as they may end up paying more than they should if they don't have the option to purchase medicines from other pharmacies, in particular generic medicines, which are more affordable. Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the private hospital, rather than the risk, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that the private hospital, rather than concentrating on the health of patients, their attention diverts to generating money through pharmacies. This will also restrict the progression of new and emerging pharmacies because it discourages pharmacists from operating their own pharmacies. If this is allowed, it should be vice versa, that pharmacists should also be allowed to have interest in medical clinics where a pharmacist can open a surgery and have a doctor there. Why should private hospitals be privileged? On that note, Mr. Speaker, I wish to highlight some points, if it can be taken on board by the government. And one is to ensure that private pharmacists' primary role is to provide quality pharmacy services and should not be profit-driven. Another point, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that Medicine Regulatory Authority is well-resourced and have the capacity to monitor and enforce these regulations. Consistency in applying these laws in both private and public hospital pharmacies. Empower the Medicine Regulatory Authority to assist them in enforcing these laws. Current laws don't allow them to issue spot fines. Ensure medicines are affordable to the public due to the COVID-19 impact on the economy. With these new amendments, how will it impact availability, accessibility, and affordability of medicines in the rural areas? Ensure medicine treatment guidelines are standardized across public and private hospitals, clinics, to guide the rational prescribing of medicines, especially for antimicrobials, since Fiji have had cases of carbamazepine resistance. Fiji is still, however, fortunate to have an antibiotic that is still working to kill this bacteria. However, this is the only last option that is available globally, and if you are not careful, Fiji will be in the worst situation. Mr. Speaker, sir, in light of these concerns, may I recommend the Minister to undertake further consultation on the bill, in particular with stakeholders, with the general public for their views, and more safeguard be built into the pharmacist profession bill before it is brought back to the House. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on the bill, and from this side of the House, we support the motion.
I thank the Honourable Dr. Antonio Lalambalabu. Honourable Alvik Maraj, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to give my short contribution with regards to this particular amendment to the Pharmacy Profession Act 2012. Say, pharmacy is a service-based industry governed by ethics and code of conduct. This is why pharmacy business is so heavily regulated. One should not compare the pharmacy business to supermarket or a variety shop. The edge of profit should never supersede the ethics and patient care. Very rightfully said by Honorable AG while presenting this bill, we need annual license for the pharmacy owner, who is a registered pharmacist, the pharmacist on duty, and the premises also needs to have a license in order to operate a pharmacy. But the license that is actually approved to any pharmacist is a lifetime license, so it has some implication on it, which I'll try to explain. Because of the patient care being the paramount, pharmacy owners and pharmacists on duty need to go through certain amount of training every year to get their license renewed. Likewise, the pharmacies should also have their license renewed annually. This will hinder the owners of the pharmacies and the pharmacies themselves to get involved in unethical and corrupt practice. Current practice was, if the owner forces the pharmacist to get involved in an unethical practice, the pharmacist license could have been revoked and nothing happens to the owner or the pharmacy. But with this amendment, the pharmacy owner can lose the pharmacy license, so pharmacist on duty would be protected. For example, let's say, for example, if I have a pharmacy and I force my pharmacist to do unethical practice, his license would be revoked and nothing happens to me or my pharmacy. So this amendment comes in a very timely manner. Yeah, it comes in a very timely manner. And shall I, as a owner of the pharmacy, get involved in any corrupt practice or force my pharmacist, I can be taken to task. So this is basically the gist of this amendment, and it is actually coming in a very timely manner to actually avoid all this corrupt practice that is actually happening in the pharmacy. There is no hiding of it. So now the minister will actually have the powers to revoke those pharmacy licenses who are actually involved in such corrupt practice. With those votes, I support the bill. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Albert Maharaj. I now give the floor to the Honourable Charlotte Rondrondo. Honourable Biman Prasad, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did some consultation in the last 2 or 3 days with respect to this bill. Obviously, I have no issues in terms of regulating, pharmacists and pharmacy owners. I think it's important that that's done. But I think I want to use the opportunity because a lot of people that I talk to raise concerns about the rising price of medication, number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, can I just tell the minister to let me speak, please? I think he's got a terrible habit of interjecting which doesn't make any sense. It's part of the...
You have the floor.
I know him very well, so I can say that, It's his old habit that it doesn't go away. The other issue that they raised was, Mr. Speaker, pharmacy owners who run a chain of pharmacies and essentially those who are wholesale distributors who supply goods to other pharmacies or smaller ones at a cheaper price without exorbitant markup. So these are questions that probably not the ambit of the bill, but these are important issues that people have raised. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, is, I know the private hospitals, pharmacies, people are telling me that the medication there is cheaper than what they get in private pharmacies, outside of the hospital pharmacies. So I'm not sure whether this is going to have any impact on it or not. I personally don't think so, but these are issues that people have raised with respect to what's happening within the pharmacy industry. The other point, Mr. Speaker, that people raise is the unavailability of some of the drug that is supplied by the government pharmacy, the pharmaceutical services. And some of the doctors, who stock, basic medicine, Mr. Speaker, in their surgeries or medical premises, are saying that it is difficult. Sometimes, maybe, this is, right now it is more difficult because of the COVID pandemic, because of the difficulty in getting or accessing the supply. But those were some of the concerns, Mr. Speaker, that were raised by people. And I hope this is not in any way going to constrain, private hospitals to run their own pharmacies and provide cheaper prescriptions or medication for their patients who go into those hospitals as compared to those available outside. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank the Honourable Biman Prasad. Honourable Minister for Health, you have the floor.
I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I support the motion before the House. The amendment ensures that pharmacy services operate in an environment that promotes quality and affordable pharmacy services, which will benefit people. And maintaining quality services is critical to ensuring that patients or people get the best out of accessing quality medicines for their care. The amendment also helps to protect the rights and interests of both the pharmacy but also the practitioners as they deliver their services. Honourable Speaker, the Pharmacy Act of 2011, and again if you look at the Fiji Medical and Dental Practitioners Act, these two, the most important thing is to protect the independence and the autonomy of the prescriber and the dispenser. I think that is very important. And all the other areas around health have begun to go into a yearly registration. For example, when I started being a doctor, once you signed in to become a doctor, you are a doctor for life. Now it's not. You have to be able to show that you are part of a continuing professional development, and that CPD points is then taken to the medical council, and then depending on that, whether your license is again renewed for another year. The Honourable Dr. Ratu Antonio Olalabalabu will also have to ensure that he meets certain points to be able to be registered as a doctor and also as a general practitioner every year. It's not only with the professionals, not only with doctors, but also with the allied health, for example, health inspectors, dietitians, radiographers, and also pharmacists. And also, if we, Honourable Speaker, in 2017, there was an amendment to this Act to be able to allow hospitals to be able to have the opportunity to run a pharmaceutical or pharmacy business. What the Act is saying, essentially, is that we want the pharmacy businesses or the pharmacies to be registered on a yearly basis. This is in keeping with what is happening with the professionals. The professionals are being registered on a yearly business. We also want the pharmacist himself to be able to meet the certain standards. And what has been found in the past, Honourable Speaker, is that a certain pharmacy, or for example, will abide by all the rules and regulations, tick all the boxes, and then become registered, and as the Honourable Alvik Maharaj had discussed, and then over the intervening few years, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years, has completely gone astray from what the purity of the initial registration was. And so what the Act intends to do is to hold pharmacy businesses accountable and transparent on a yearly basis, just as the professionals are being asked to be accountable and professional and honest on a yearly basis. I thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this motion, and I support the motion before the House, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Minister for Health, and I now give the floor to the Honourable Attorney General to speak in reply. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the Minister for Health and our whip has also clarified some of the issues, and also Honourable Alan Balavu from the other side too. Just by way of information, the license was actually issued to them in 2018, but they did not start an outpatient pharmacy until about 3 months ago. Those of you who know Super Private would know is the old cafeteria. As you enter, it's on the right-hand side. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I wanted to highlight was that some of the issues Honourable Prasad raised in respect of the cost of medicine, etc. There is no doubt that Fiji has a number of suppliers. There are some people who are wholesalers, and there's also opportunities. And we're talking to the Ministry of Health to be able to source drugs from other sources too, as long as they have the various certification. In Fiji, for a long period of time, the certification was restricted to only countries like Australia and New Zealand. So therefore, many of the drugs that are generic base, we weren't able to access. The Act also seeks to, Mr. Speaker, sir, address one other particular mischief, which is, if you see in Suva Private Hospital's case, the owners of Suva Private are also the owners of the insurance company that provides health insurance. What we understand now is that the health insurance company, which is related to the company that owns the hospital, has now said that there's one pharmacy downstairs, and they've said you cannot use your health card downstairs. You must use your health card only on the pharmacy upstairs. So there could be that type of restrictive trade practice, if you like, and using that market power to be able to restrict people from accessing other pharmaceuticals. What this does, Mr. Speaker, so is in fact creates that level playing field. In fact, it provides for the consumer, which in this case is the patient, to be able to actually shop around. And if all the pharmacies, whether owned by the private hospital or owned by an individual or another company, will be able to compete on a level playing field. And essentially, we are not doing anything different. All the pharmacy businesses will get treated alike, in other words, one-year business, and all pharmacists will actually get treated alike also. Honourable Whip actually makes a very valid point about the issue of the difference between the pharmacist and the pharmacy business. And you don't want the pharmacist who may be actually engaged by the pharmacy business to actually suffer from that perspective. So I urge honourable members to support this motion. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Pharmacy Profession Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Bill for an Act to amend the Pharmacy Profession Act 2011, Bill number 32 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
Honourable members, I give the floor to the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament Monday, 31 August 2020, I now move that the Television Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, I remind that the debate is limited to 1 hour pursuant to the resolution of Parliament. I now call on the Attorney General to speak on his motion. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Television Amendment Bill 2026 to amend the Act to provide for the mandatory licensing of online streaming services which such services broadcast live sporting events on a pay-per-view basis. As we had discussed this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not want to go into the details, but allow more time for members to actually contribute towards it. But essentially, in a nutshell, we are seeking to have those companies or individuals that are going to live stream events where they make a commercial gain, they have to be actually licensed under this particular act, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the Principal Act, Mr. Speaker, sir, we're seeking to amend to reflect this new change to say for an act to amend the television and certain online provisions, Mr. Speaker, online streaming, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Act itself, we will see the amendments essentially is a replication of the provisions that are applicable to television companies that need to operate under this particular Act. This will protect sporting organizations. It will not undervalue the events over which they have copyright laws or copyright rights and also proprietary rights in terms of the viewing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank the Honourable Attorney General. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor. On the television bill.
Sorry, sir. Had my bills all out of place. This is which one? Oh. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a pretty straightforward one, which we do not wish to oppose. But I wonder if we would be able to police this, how are we going to police it? As people can set up their own live streaming facilities and have their own arrangements for those that will be benefiting from the live streaming for some commercial benefits, which we are trying to avoid in this bill. The pretty straightforward. We are getting into this era of these technological developments, and there will be more and more legislations coming into place. It is the policing of them that will probably be the issue. Yes, that's our concern. And also, I'd like to just raise our regret that the participation of the provinces in the television industry in Fiji has now disappeared when they were involved in the original arrangement with Television Fiji or Television New Zealand with the Sun Holdings, whether that has been replaced by the interest of Fijian Holdings or anything like that. This is a memory from the past, so I don't know how that has evolved over the time of the television industry development in Fiji. We are in support of this bill, but apart from clarifying the policing of it, and also our participation in the general, perhaps outside the ambit of this bill, should be clarified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honorable Attorney General, do you have the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I beg your pardon. Honorable Biman Prasad.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't see you.
No, that's fine, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Just a very quick question which the Honourable Attorney General can answer. His right to reply. This is something that people have brought to us, Mr. Speaker. The main basis for the bill is to stop what we call unscrupulous people to record live events for commercial purposes. Some people are asking the question whether, if people just record live events and, share it with the others, without any commercial gain, they seem to be worried about it. And my understanding is that the law doesn't apply to those kind of recordings. So I hope the Attorney General can clarify that.
Honorable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Leader of Opposition for his support for this particular amendment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue about Fiji TV is still owned by Fijian Holdings majority shareholding, and they're listed on the South Pacific Stock Exchange. Regarding the query by Honorable Prasad, as highlighted in the introduction of this bill, this is for essentially commercial gain. So it's to prevent people from charging money. So, I may be at a match and I want to show my cousin somewhere who's not at the match, I can record it and then send it to him or her, but I'm not charging them any money for it. Some people, of course, may argue and say that if I'm going to record the entire game and just share it on my Facebook page, and I advertise and saying, guys, I'm going to, show you the entire game, and people may go to my Facebook page, I'm not making any money out of it. It actually ostensibly is also undervaluing the proprietary rights of that particular rugby match, or that football match, or that netball match. So, these are the kind of issues they need to deal with. So and it's very hard to police, but this is for commercial gain. There are people actually who have come into Fiji. There's one gentleman who came in, he was selling these boxes. And he actually went off to the Solicitor General's office saying, I want to show this. And when they asked him a very simple question, do you have the copyrights over all the programs you want to show? I think he had actually advertised in one of the newspapers, saying buy $200 for a box and you can watch all these wonderful programs from all over the world. But he was actually downloading all of that or showing all of that without paying any license to those original owners of that particular copyright or that intellectual property. So he was stopped. And recently, that same gentleman, I understand, was doing it for the Battle of Giants. And we rang up Fiji Football and said, you actually may be in breach of it. So you need to geofence it. We can't control what he's doing offshore. He may be actually marketing it to people in New Zealand or Australia. A lot of Fijians who migrate, they suddenly, become very passionate about anything Fijian. So they'll want to see every rugby match, every football match, or anything that's happening in Fiji, and they don't mind paying for it. Whereas this gentleman is using only one sort of camera and just recording the whole thing. So we had asked them to geofence it because, on the other hand, the Football Association of Fiji Rugby Union could be selling those rights to Fiji TV, or could be selling to FBC or MyTV. And they go off and fork out thousands of dollars, but then the value of their paying for that is actually undermined. So that's the mischief he's trying to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Television Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to amend the Television Act 1992, Bill number 33 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Honorable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31 August 2020, I now move that the Companies Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, the debate is limited to 1 hour pursuant to resolution of Parliament. I now call upon the Honorable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll go to the heart of the matter because as we had discussed on Monday, some of the key points of the actual amendment. But there are 3 or 4 fundamental principles. There are entities that are set up for charitable purposes. Generally in Fiji, these entities are registered under the Charitable Trust Act. We had a lot of complaints from a lot of members of the public, and the law was amended in 2013 to actually ensure that those entities registered under the Charitable Trust Act provide an annual report to the Register of Titles. Register of Titles is the repository and the register where you can register a charitable trust. We have subsequently also found, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a number of these organizations or groups of people getting together are now not registering necessarily under the Charitable Trust Act, but registering as companies, limited by guarantee. And so therefore they are not necessarily caught by the Charitable Trust Act in terms of having to declare their annual accounts on an annual basis and make it, available at Register of Titles, and anybody can go and check out their annual returns or annual accounts. Mr. Speaker, sir, the amendment seeks to address these 2 mischiefs, if you like, and find a solution. The first solution is, Mr. Speaker, sir, in respect to the Charitable Trust Act, notwithstanding the fact that the Act was actually amended to ensure that all these organizations actually provided their annual reports or annual accounts, most of them actually have not been doing so, and unfortunately the Register of Titles actually has not been enforcing it too. So the amendment to the Charitable Trust Act in this particular amendment, what we're seeking, is that the Register of Titles has the ability to now name and shame organizations. So the Register of Titles can actually say, all these registered charitable organizations, in fact, have not provided the annual reports. This is the name of the organization. These are the trustees of the organization, and can publish that. The similar provision rests with FRCS, number 1. The second issue is administrative, which is not part of this. We've asked the Register of Titles to please enforce the law. The second amendment that's been sought, this is why it comes under the Companies Amendment Bill, is that it now requires that any organization that is registered as a company under the Companies Act, limited by guarantee or otherwise, for charitable purposes, with the view of not making profit, but for charitable purposes, and in particular receives donations from members of the public, either individuals or organizations or government or international organizations, international agencies, must also give their annual accounts to the Register of Companies. And should they not do so, then the Register of Companies has the ability to name and shame these organizations, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we've seen, like, there's a couple of these entities that have been registered, frankly, they have not filed their annual reports for the past number of years. And this is not correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Thank the Honorable Attorney General. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate on this agenda item. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand in support of the motion. And I'd like to say, with the COVID-19 pandemic and the increase in donations being made to entities for charitable purposes, there are serious concerns, Mr. Speaker. that many of these entities are not actually utilizing the donations for the purpose for which the donations were made. The submission of annual returns and annual reports for charitable trusts and public companies, large private companies and managed investment schemes provides public accountability and transparency. If these entities receive donations for a charitable purpose, this would be reflected in their annual returns and annual reports. Specifically, as you've heard Honorable AG mentions, Section 29A of the Charitable Trust Act 1945 requires every charitable trust to submit an annual return to the Register of Titles at least once in every year. The annual return must contain a copy of the audited annual accounts of the charitable trust, and where a charitable trust fails to submit an annual return, the Register of Titles is required to cancel the incorporation of the charitable trust unless the Register of Title is satisfied that there are good reasons for the failure to submit the annual return. The Register of Title has not been cancelling the incorporation of charitable trusts as required under Section 29A, as you've heard from the Minister for Economy, and thus it is imperative that enforcement of the provisions of the Charitable Trust Act is improved. Mr. Speaker, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of entities registered charitable organizations as private companies under the Companies Act, rather than as charitable trusts under the Charitable Trust Act. As the Companies Act does not require small or medium private companies to prepare their financial statements and submit annual reports unless their own members require it, these companies' activities do not fall within the regulatory oversight framework for charitable trusts. The Companies Amendment Bill 2020, Honourable Speaker, seeks to amend the Companies Act to require companies that receive a donation, whether in cash or in kind, from any other person or entity, whether locally or from a board, for a charitable purpose, to prepare their financial statements and to lodge their annual reports with the Register of Companies within 4 months after the end of the financial year. The term charitable purpose is defined, as you've heard, Honourable Speaker, as having the same meaning as defined in the Charitable Trust Act. And the Companies Bill also empowers the Register of Companies to name and shame, as you've also heard, Honourable Speaker, companies that fail to prepare their financial statements and lodge their annual reports with the Register of Companies. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I support the motion.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Minister Pramila Kumar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It would come as a great surprise to me that anyone sitting in this Parliament would even consider speaking against the table amendments to the Companies Act 2015, which is before us. Certainly not from the opposition, who only recently raised in Parliament the very issue of transparency being linked to annual reports and the important role that annual reports play. Mr. Speaker, sir, the underlying principles of accountability, transparency, and avoidance of misuse of funds given to charities or NGOs, particularly through donations and charitable activities, is self-evident and a cornerstone of good governance of all organizations and institutions across every sector in Fiji. NGOs and charitable companies must not be separated from these good governance requirements. Mr. Speaker, sir, no one who is in a leadership or decision-making role of an organization who acts with propriety and in the best interest of the charity and the Fijian people would think twice about this amendment. In fact, they would welcome it as a confirmation of the commitment to the highest ethical and operational standards. All good people who do good works, sitting on charitable and NGO boards and committees, would want those who donate or contribute funds to know via verified audits and reports that the charity's funds have been properly managed, accounted for, and distributed solely for the purpose of the charity. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are many in this country who sit on charitable boards and who act with the highest standards, and they would want to clearly, humbly, and respectfully show evidence of the operational excellence of the charity by ensuring that timely and independently verified annual financial statements and annual reports are communicated to all. Mr. Speaker, sir, our government's commitment to modern professional standards in this area reflects the good practice instituted for charitable organizations elsewhere in the world. Furthermore, charity scams and the misuse of funds are on the rise in some countries, and it is imperative that we are vigilant here in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me share a few examples of what's happening globally in this space. In the United Kingdom, the practice is as follows. The Charity Commission of England and Wales registers and regulates charities to ensure the public can support charities with confidence. They ensure charities can thrive and inspire trust. They hold charities to account, deal with wrongdoing and harm, inform public choices, give charities the tools and understanding they need to succeed, and keep charities relevant for today's world. They can take enforcement action where there is malpractice or misconduct found in charities, and they ensure charities meet the legal requirements for reporting and accountability. Mr. Speaker, sir, our next door neighbor, that is in Australia, the practice is as follows. The Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission was established under the Act. It registers and regulates Australia's 58,631 charities. Its purpose have been built on those of the UK's Commission. The names of all directors or committee members of a charity are publicly available on the website upon registration of a charity. It is legislated requirement that all charities in Australia are to provide an annual information statement. The annual information statement of charities are then available on their website. Again, transparency and accountability and the protection of all those impacted by charities' activities, including service delivery and fundraising, are the underlying principles. In India, Mr. Speaker, sir, many state and central government agencies have regulatory authority over not-for-profit entities. For example, all non-for-profit organizations are required to file annual tax returns and audited account statements with various government agencies. All COs in India need to comply with government legislation that regulates the sector. These are in place to ensure CSOs meet a basic level of public accountability. They include practices like disclosing financial records and detailing the activities the COs undertakes. The example of India is to show the common theme, which is accountability and transparency to people and to the donors. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji is not the first country seeking disclosure, not-for-profit organizations and charities. We don't have to go too far, Mr. Speaker, sir. We are aware of PCN, People's Community Network case, which is before the court. It is related to Langi Langi Housing Project, and some of the members even approached me in terms of what Ministry of Housing is going to do in this case. So, again, if this particular institution was providing a regular financial statement and annual reports, at least that would have given us the red signals. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't see any reason why we should not stop this bill. I thank you for the opportunity and I support the motion before us. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. Honorable Seri Rondondro, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to make a short contribution on the bill before us, Bill number 34 of 2020, an act to amend the Companies Act of 2015. To start it off, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think there needs to be a show of intellectual honesty by the move of this motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the intent of this bill, as stated in under clause 1.2, is to require charitable trusts registered under the Charitable Trust Act to prepare audited annual accounts. And it is possible for charitable organizations to avoid the requirements by opting to not register as a charitable trust at all and instead incorporate a small or medium private company under the Act. And by doing so, such companies may operate without the need to submit audited accounts or annual financial statements unless their own members require them to do so. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Charitable Trust Act was amended in 2013 because prior to that, the Charitable Trust Act does not require the organizations that are registered under the Charitable Trust Act to submit the necessary documents to like the annual accounts and the annual reports of the charitable trust. 2013 changed all that. And yesterday or the day before, we were discussing about the COP23 Trust Fund, Presidency Trust Fund. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I delve into the details of that, I'd just like to inquire with the mover of the motion, the Honorable Attorney General, about the legal notice 78 regarding definitions of charitable trust that was dated 1st September 2020. And the definition that has been stated there, it says that for charitable purposes, community development through targeted programs in urban, rural, and maritime regions, development initiatives in the agriculture sector, development initiatives for youth in communities in urban, rural, and maritime regions, the welfare of the animals, the provision of food, medicine, and relief supplies. This is dated on 30th day of August 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, by looking at this definition, I'm not a legal person, but it's very wide-ranging. So the question that I need to ask the Honorable Attorney General, does this include religious organizations, school bodies, who have formed charitable trusts also under the same arrangements? Mr. Speaker, sir, there's also the land bank arrangements. We have the TLTB, and then we have the land bank. The trust deeds are created under the land bank arrangements. Do they fall under these amendments, Mr. Speaker, sir? The lacuna that has been highlighted in this bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, it just wanted to address that they need that all companies need to disclose all the donations that have been received by the companies, whether in cash or in kind. Mr. Speaker, sir, the question is, isn't the 2013 amendments enough to address this? Because this all goes to it's a role and responsibility of the Registrar of Titles to ensure that these charitable trusts do their annual reports, do their annual audits, and submit accordingly. If they don't, why can't they just do the name and shame, as been highlighted also in this. Why do you have to amend the company's bill? Why can't you just edit and amend the charitable trust bill? Why do you have to bring it into the company's bill?
Because they are registered as a...
Why do you have to register there when it is already registered under the charitable trust? The other issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the roles and responsibilities. The roles and responsibilities, it's a question of good governance. When these come under the Companies Act, there is penalties that are also, that comes with the, for those that do not comply with the Companies Act. If you see the Companies Act, there are different types of companies that are listed there. And with this, even this does not specifically distinguish the type of companies that will be included in the Companies Act and the roles that each trustees or each directors that will have to incur. It just says name and shame. What about the roles of the trustees? So that's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand to strongly oppose this bill unless there's clear clarification from the move of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable. Honourable Andilitia John Barak. You have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, sir, just a short contribution, and I'd like to ask a question to the Honourable Attorney General. I'm a member of a body registered under the Companies Act as a company without share capital and limited by guarantee. We have been required by FERCA to submit audited accounts and file tax returns yearly, and we have been complying with that. My question is, how does that requirement by FERCA gel with the proposal that you are making to the House today? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nora Gerritambua, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to come over here because our microphones appear to be not working. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say a few words. If we're talking about transparency, accountability, and good governance, then can I just ask, what is the delay in the enactment of the Code of Conduct legislation that binds us members of Parliament to ethical standards? The report of the Justice, Law and Human Rights Committee tabled its report on the bill. The report of the Justice, Law and Human Rights Committee tabled its review report on the bill in April last year, but it has not been brought to the floor of Parliament for debate, and I just wanted to know why. We saw double standards this week when the report on the Madrid Protocol by Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, tabled on Monday, debated, passed 2 days later on Wednesday or yesterday. But this important legislation, the Code of Conduct legislation, first moved in this House in April 2016, revived in November 2018 after the elections, reviewed and tabled in April 2019, is gathering dust. While we're being asked to order charitable organizations to be transparent, we ourselves are not bound by any ethical standards that this government is bragging on about. And also, Honourable Speaker, I just wanted to ask the Honourable Minister, he defended the COP23 Trust Fund by saying that some donors do not want to be named, and that's why they're not publishing the list of donors. Why the change in this situation? What if some donors to charitable funds do not want to be listed as well? And just to reply to the Honourable Prime Minister, you made a claim that some of these organizations are not using donated funds for their intended use. Where did you get that information from? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member. Honourable Anditemu Mukepa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mine will be very short contribution. Honourable Speaker, we are living in hard economic times, but this latest amendment of the Companies Act, this is the third one since 2015, makes government look really desperate. It is good to ensure uniform compliance, Honourable Speaker, with standards and obligations under the law. However, the timing of this pursuit of charitable companies, many of whom do important work to supplement government social welfare obligations, makes it look like a witch hunt. Charitable companies also do work to help the community and underprivileged where governments simply cannot go. Charitable organizations, Honourable Speaker, sir, like Caritas, Home of Compassion, St. Vincent DePaul, these are just a few of these charitable organizations that have been up and running for years. What kind of consultation has been taken up with these organizations to tell them about this new bill that is fast-tracked in this House today? My question here, Honorable Speaker, is what about our soli? The soli that we give every Sunday in church, and because of the COVID-19, people have been asked by some religious bodies, if they cannot come to church, to send it to the bank account. So where is this bill in terms of the faith-based organizations, in terms of the soli and their fundraising? To be sure that there may be some charitable companies who may not be compliant, and one or two entities may be taking advantage of the situation. But government has been quite heavy-handed in the past. You should go after, Honorable Attorney General, you should go after the big tax evaders, not the charitable organizations. The accompanying explanatory note on 1.6, which empowers the Registrar of Titles to name and shame, this is very shameful, to name and shame charitable trusts. You should be ashamed, Honorable Attorney General. To name and shame these charitable trusts which don't comply with stringent reporting requirements sets a depressing, mean-spirited, and negative tone. You should try to work in partnership, Honorable Attorney General, with other organizations, especially those who do work governments cannot do, and conduct proper consultations and dialogue with him before coming down heavy-handed on them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Aditya Mumkepa. Honorable Attorney General, you have the floor in your reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I actually thought that the members from the other side would support this, because it actually does ensure that those people who donate funds know that the money is actually being spent for the purposes for which that particular organization holds itself out to be. It's very simple. Honorable Aseri Rondono, let me start with you. This act that came into being in 1945, it says charitable purpose includes any of the following purposes, that is to say, A, the supply of physical wants of sick, aged, destitute, poor, helpless persons, or of the expenses of funerals of poor persons. That's definition 1, charitable trust. B, the education, physical, mental, technical, or social of the children of the poor or indigent. C, reformation of criminals, prostitutes, or drunkards. D, the employment and care of discharged criminals. E, the provision of religious instruction, either general or denominational, for the people. F, the support of libraries, reading rooms, lectures, and classes for the instruction of the people. G, the promotion of athletic sports and wholesome recreations and amusements of the people. H, the encouragement of all skill, industry, and frugality. Rewards for acts of courage and self-sacrifice. J, the erection, laying out, maintenance, or repair of buildings and places for the furtherance of any of the purposes herein mentioned. K, such are the purposes as may be declared by the minister to be a charitable purpose. So it's very wide already. So you don't accuse us of making it wide on 1st of September. What was added, what you read out, was not what was there from the beginning. What you read out was what we amended, as empowered, the powers given to the minister. Community development through targeted programs in urban, rural, and maritime regions. We're seeing organizations going out and collecting money for these purposes. Development initiatives in the agriculture sector. There's some organizations propping up saying you're going to support the agriculture sector. We don't know where the money is going. 3, development initiatives for youth in communities in urban, rural, and maritime regions. 4, welfare of animals. And 5, the provision of food, medicine, relief supplies. There are people setting up ad hoc organizations. We've seen after post-Winston. And they go out and hold themselves out to donors and saying, we supply relief supplies. So people actually don't go to, credible organizations like Red Cross. They start giving to these individuals who suddenly become, charitable people. But half the money is gone. We saw organizations that, for example, said, please, I remember you may recall after Winston, We said we'll exempt people from paying VAT if they brought in donated goods. They brought in containers. And what we found, all those goods were being sold. No duty, no VAT, but they're pocketing the money. That's the mischief he's trying to address. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that you had raised, Honorable Randondro, you said, oh, what about faith-based organizations? They don't register under Charitable Trust Act. They register under the Religious Bodies Registration Act, 1881. So please don't try and obscure all of these issues or create some kind of opaqueness in what we're doing. It's a very simple provision. Honorable Geringere Tambua, you did not actually speak on the act itself. She talked about the two bills, which no other government, even though it was a requirement under the much lauded 1997 Constitution by NFP, it said that Parliament must make laws. Honorable Leader of Opposition should know this, that there should be laws regarding code of conduct for public office holders, including MPs. They did not put in place any laws. It was the Bainimarama government, the Fiji First government, that actually brought two bills for code of conduct. We brought it before this Parliament. It went to the committee. And now we have to review it. It's before this Parliament. So please don't be a distraction. In fact, I was not going to raise this actually, Mr. Speaker, sir. I mean, audacity of asking Honorable PM about, where are you getting this information from? If a charitable organization is doing the right thing, is receiving donations, what's wrong in them simply supplying the annual accounts? What's wrong with that? Why are you being so, conspiratorial about it? What's the fear? What is the fear? Or you think those organizations are your political agenda? Mr. Speaker, sir, I think that's what they're worried about. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Order.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, one thing that I think personally, and I have to admit this, and I'm admitting this publicly, I really cannot stand hypocrisy. When people say one thing and they do something else. Pontificate about transparency, but actually don't practice it. Last week, Ben Gyonim Baravi from our office wrote to the Supervisor of Election, Registrar of Political Parties, because we've had our list of donors published. That's fine. We don't go in and do anything about it. I think Mick Barrow has published it online. That's fine. So we said, let's find out if NFP and SODELPA are actually compliant. And lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, sir, SODELPA is compliant. They have been supplying the list of donors. And the response that we got from Mesake Dawai, the Registrar of Political Parties, says, the Fijian Elections Office is currently dealing with compliance matters in getting NFP to submit their list of donations. This party has not supplied its list of donors since about 2014, 2015.
Point of order, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
at all. This is why, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order. I think the Honourable Minister is that's an irrelevant aspect of his speech. The issue of the NFP's account is with the Supervisor of Elections. We submitted audited accounts, re-audited by the Auditor General, and if the Supervisor of Election did not have those requirements from 2015, and when he found out that it should have been there, he requested us. We have supplied all the list of donors to him. Whatever discrepancies that he has identified will be sorted out with him. So let's not bring that issue that is currently with the Independent Office of the Supervisor of Election, and he will have the pleasure to see the list of donors, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Thank you, Honourable Government Prasad. Honourable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The fact of the matter is, I already have the list of donors. I'm not going to publish it. I really don't care who donated to your party. And that's their personal choice. We don't want to publish it like you guys want to do it. What we are concerned about is that you come here to this parliament and pontificate about transparency, yet you yourself have not complied with the law. SODELPA did, Fiji First did, you did not, period. Accept it. SODELPA did, Fiji First did, you did not. Mr. Speaker, sir, you see, this is the type of hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Whether the accounts are audited or not, that's another issue. Whether they accept it or not is another issue. But the fact of the matter is that there was a legal requirement that the two largest political parties in this parliament complied with. You did not. That's a fact. This is why, Mr. Speaker, sir, Mesake Dawai actually says we can't give you the list, and that they've given NFP time till Wednesday to comply with that. Mr. Speaker, sir, so this is why I keep on saying, and this is why it's very frustrating, you know, we need to come here with clean hands. We need to come here on a principle and valued basis. And to come and do these sidetrack distractions, make all those kind of comments on, well, Tambua, find out what's happening in your party. It is very interesting, actually, Mr. Speaker, sir. I've been through the list. If you look at our list of donors, we actually have names. Over here in their list of donations, they actually have fundraising dinner or something, 40,000, 70,000, ghost fulia. Ghost fulia means puri and ghost, and meat, you know, 30, 40,000. How many people contributed to that? Who were the people? You'll never find that in our accounts, Mr. Speaker, sir. So please, let's get back on track. Let's get back on track. When the two largest political parties can comply with the law, what's wrong with NFP not complying? Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I also wanted to make was the issue about the name and shame. Honorable Kepa, Honorable Kepa talked about the name and shame. Mr. Speaker, sir, we already have the name and shame provisions in the Fiji Revenue Customs Services. They do that. We are going after the big taxpayers. In fact, compliance has increased significantly. In 2006, 2007, there's a World Bank report that said that 1/3 of the Fijian economy was in the black. We're happy to say that the level of blackness is reduced in the Fijian economy. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why we're doing this name and shame, and again I go back to the fundamental principle, that if you are a charitable organization, and if you've been set up for a particular charitable purpose, and if you see the Honorable Gurnim Baravi, the fact of the matter is that if your organization has been set up and the public are giving you money, so if your company is limited by guarantee, but you don't receive public donations, your company from memory does not receive public donations. You're limited by guarantee, I think for educational purposes, I can't remember. That's what you're doing, but you don't receive donations. If you are going to receive donations, so if Honorable Nawai Kula comes along and says, I think that your company, limited by guarantee, is a company that I should donate my money to because it's set up for the purpose of education, then he is entitled to know how that money was actually spent. It's very basic. If you have a limited liability company where you don't receive donations, that's fine, you can do whatever you like. Just simply comply with whatever law exists. That's all we are saying. The name and shame, Mr. Speaker, sir, is because notwithstanding the fact that since 2013, the charitable organizations were required to actually give in their accounts, most of them actually have not been complying. If tomorrow we go and deregister them, then you'll say, hey, why have you got rid of this charitable organization? It was doing good work. You see? So the best way, one extreme step we can take is deregister them altogether, or we name and shame them, bring them in line, the donors say, hey, please, reveal your accounts, then we'll start donating to you. That's the whole purpose of it. In the same way we have name and shame in FRCS. So that naming and shaming extends to those registered in the Charitable Trust Act and those charitable organizations that are registered as a company limited by guarantee that receive donations. You see that specifically in the actual bill itself where that definition is actually given. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members. Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Companies Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Bill for an Act to amend the Companies Act 2015, Bill number 34 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Honourable members, we will now suspend proceedings for lunch. Parliament will resume proceedings at 2:30. Being suspended. Honorable members, please be seated. Secretary General,
Consideration of bills.
I call upon the Honorable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, sir, I was trying to get your attention, but I wanted to raise a point of order, sir. At Standing Order 62, which is when speaking, a member must not impute improper motives to any other member. If I could raise the point of order, sir.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the general points of order is under 74, but specifically it's under 62. Mr. Speaker. So I wish to raise a point of order and clarify Honourable Tuisawa's response earlier on that in 2018 I had stated that Wanga Vuka was 100% Fiji Airways owned. Now, if the Honourable Tuisawa had researched further and not taken my statement out of context, what I essentially meant was that once the loan has been fully paid, the ownership of the special purpose company and that the title of the aircraft is transferred back to the airline. Because that was what was raised. If you read, there's about 5 or 6 pages, Mr. Speaker, sir, which in this instance could be Fiji Airways, would be Fiji Airways. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Airways has the right to take ownership of the aircraft back from the special purpose company. This is Fiji Airways' legal right under the lease agreement between Wanga Vuka and Fiji Airways. This is what Wanga Vuka Financing Limited is, a special purpose company, as part of the aircraft acquisition process. Mr. Speaker, sir, I had further provided explanation available on the Hansard during the 19 February 2020 parliamentary sitting, if I refer Honourable Tuisawa to that too. In February, I had further clarified, to which I reiterated that the opposition, and again, has a particular agenda. It would seem, Mr. Speaker, sir, the opposition is not able to grasp the complexities involved with the aircraft financing. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge the Honourable Member to refer to the February contribution I made, which clarifies as opposed to, and also this morning I further clarified what is the workings of Wanga Vuka, Mr. Speaker, sir. And again, I urge him to please not impute improper reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor now for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sorry, sir, I've lost my folders. Mr. Speaker, sir, I move that the Immigration Act that was tabled on Monday this week, on the 31st of August, be now debated upon and voted upon by Parliament. Thank you, sir.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the debate is limited to 1 hour pursuant to resolution of Parliament. I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Immigration Act was promulgated in 2003 and commenced in 2005. The amendment, Mr. Speaker, sir, seeks to achieve a number of following policy objectives, which include, for example, clarification of ambiguities and correct the redundancies in the Act when it was originally drafted, Mr. Speaker, sir, and of course align the age range of a child from 21 to 18, which is the definition of a child now, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, these amendments are necessary to bring clarity to the Act and facilitate proposed amendments to the Citizenship of Fiji Act 2009 and the immigration regulations. As we have seen, Mr. Speaker, sir, on Monday, that we have three bills related to the Immigration Department now, which is the Passports Amendment Bill, Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill, and of course the Immigration Amendment Bill. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, without taking up too much time, I'd like to, we've already had discussed many of these issues pertaining to this. We've provided clarification. Now I'd like to open up the floor for a debate, and I wish to clarify any anomalies that may arise or any clarification. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. The honourable members, the floor is open for debate. Honourable Patunai Gamulan Balabu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to make some contribution on the bill that is before this August House, sir. And in so doing, sir, I apologize for jumping the gun a bit when the bill was introduced for the first time. And I got kind of confused when you allowed a debate, but it was the first reading. But now, since it's now up for debate, in this particular instance, I therefore wish to bring to the notice of the government of the day the issues that I have regarding the child. Perhaps if I may rephrase the sentence that I had used earlier on to be more clearer in what was I trying to drive at here, sir. Sir, I'd like to bring the attention of the Honourable Attorney General to the Immigration Act of 2003, sir, especially under sections 8(1) and in particular G. 8(1), sir, it kind of allows the following categories of persons that are entitled to enter, reside and work in the Fiji Islands without having obtained a permit under this Act. And in particular for these amendments, we're talking about children as well. We're addressing child as well, the child. And we on this side of the House, I would like to therefore bring to the notice of government, this was something that was there to take care of children that have been born outside of Fiji, sir. And they've been given citizenship or passport to that effect in where they were born. And in particular, sir, I must register my interest as well here, sir. Must declare my interest as well, sir, for children that belong to those serving in the British Armed Forces, in particular, sir. Not forgetting the Fiji residents that reside overseas, sir. Their children. And when they come back to Fiji, with these provisions here that used to be there, but now that was amended in 2007, sir. And now we bring in this particular amendment again. We only wish to raise this particular issue here, there and then, because now when they come with their parents who happens to be registered in the Volukambula, yes, and when one is registered in the Volukambula, we fully understand, sir, the impact of that, the meaning of that. They're accessible to land as well. They're Matangali land. And land is the Vanua, and Vanua is sovereignty. But when they come back, given that the children that they've brought with them were born overseas, it makes it difficult for them to enter. We can either enter now to apply for citizenship. Now when you compare it with 8(1)G, it kind of gave the allowance there by virtue of them being registered in the Volukambula, their parents, and some of our children as well are registered in the BKB. By virtue of that, Still, with these new amendments and the amendment of the Immigration Act in 2007, that has resulted in some of the children coming back, even though they've been providing remittances, etc. They are given, they are treated like visitors now, even though they are part of them are registered here in the World Council, to which their respective parents belong to, sir, or are registered in, sir. It's that anomaly that we see, sir, that affects children. If we receive remittances from these citizens of ours, or children of ours, or family of ours that are abroad, and we can understand, sir, how important it is to address the issue of remittances. Remittances, as well known to the Honorable Attorney General, it was hovering around 500 to 700 million as revenue for government every year before the pandemic. But now it has gone down. So, in effect, sir, most of the people that are going to be involved, they are members of our country, of our communities here, sir. Just because for the opportunity to work abroad, for education, etc., their children are going to miss out, sir. And if when they come back, they will be treated as visitors. So the suggestion here, sir, if, like the powers under Section 9(2) of the present legislation, sir, the PSS are allowed to provide permits to visitors who want to come and visit or reside and work, etc., etc., sir. What about these extended family of ours when they come back? Could they be given some kind of indefinite visa, so to speak, right at the border there, instead of them going through a process that takes quite some time, sir, quite long as well, and quite embarrassing as well, sir, for them to be taken to the side and then be thrown questions at, etc., etc. Perhaps if something could be simplified here, to go back to what was there then, to ensure that they being registered in the VKB, they are part of us, sir. That is all I want to raise, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Biman Prasad. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to Bill number 35 as well as say something about Bill number 36 and 37, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, that these bills have been rushed to Parliament in comparison to what the other bills were. Understandable that they came under Standing Order 51. But having looked at these bills a little bit more, Mr. Speaker, you know, immigration laws, citizenship laws, residency laws, visitors permits, these are very important laws, Mr. Speaker. You know, it determines, you know, a number of considerations for countries globally. You know, when we look at investment, when we look at tourists, when we look at anyone, whether they are investors or people looking at a particular country, they would be looking at all these laws. And I think it is very, very important for us to refer these bills to the committees so that there is some consultation with the appropriate stakeholders. I've had some discussion with a few people in the last 2 days, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the sentiment. I think the bills do not have clarity, you know, in terms of the transition, for example, the citizenship law, whether, you know, somebody who decided to come to Fiji to work, you know, knowing that in 5 years' time they would be able to apply for citizenship, or be able to live here. And what's going to happen when, let's say, for example, somebody has completed 4 years and was just going to have another year to be eligible for citizenship, in 5 years. I've looked at a lot of other countries as well. A lot of other countries like Australia, New Zealand, US, countries where our people go. For example, citizenship laws require 5 years. In America, 5 years. If it's a spouse, you have only 3 years. So I think we need more discussion on these bills, Mr. Speaker, because it is going to send an important signal. And I think post-COVID, around the world, these laws would be really important. People would be looking at, there are countries already which are changing these laws, offering citizenship, changing the immigration laws, residency requirements to bring, tourists, bring investors. There are a lot of countries which are in the process of looking at these laws, Mr. Speaker, from the point of view of investment, tourism, and so on. So I think it's important for these bills to be discussed more extensively by our own people in this country, and also time for others who might be sitting out there in overseas looking at opportunities in Fiji and comparing Fiji with the countries in the Indian Ocean, Caribbean, which are already, interestingly, changing the citizenship laws and immigration laws. So perhaps, we need a bit more discussion and a much extensive consultation and discussion to see whether we've got all the grounds covered, Mr. Speaker. So I actually urge the government to withdraw this bill and refer this to the standing committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the immigration bill. I just want to tell Honourable Biman Prasad, he's talking on the wrong bill. He should be talking on the immigration bill, not the citizenship bill. At any rate, for someone to become a citizen no longer takes 5 years. You've been told that in this House. Mr. Speaker, the Immigration Act provides safety and security for our nation through the securing of our borders and at the same time maintain adequate level of control mechanism on movement of people. In addition, to combat transnational crimes such as human trafficking and trafficking in persons. The Immigration Amendment Bill 2020, Immigration Bill, seeks to amend the Immigration Act to achieve the following policy objectives: to clarify ambiguities and correct redundancy in the Immigration Act, to align the age range of a child in the Immigration Act to under 18 years in accordance with the Constitution, to remove the requirement that permits must only be issued for 3 years at first instance, so as to allow for permits with longer terms which provide greater assurance to permit holders, and to assure persons who may be granted a permanent residence permit on the basis of an investment in Fiji, that their permits may only be revoked if there is a clear breach of the condition of the permit applicable at the time the permit was granted, and to increase the penalties for certain offences under the Immigration Act. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are necessary to bring clarity to the Immigration Act and to facilitate proposed amendment to the Citizenship of Fiji Act 2009. The immigration bill clarifies the Minister of Immigration's powers in allowing re-entry of visitors who had overstayed their permit and amend the prescribed penalties. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the bill corrects the cross-referencing of the list of offences in Schedule 3. Based on these remarks, Honourable Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Andre Charlie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me time to contribute to this motion. My father's brother joined the British Army in 1961. He was in the United States for 21 years. He married there and had children. He has since passed away. The Immigration Act 2003, Section 1G, had allowed Fijians that are registered in Volni Kambula, although born outside the country, to enter Fiji and stay in Fiji the duration they would like. They don't need to have a visa to enter Fiji. That was the situation in 2003. This section of the Immigration Act was changed in 2007 through a promulgation. And this is the promulgation that was brought about in 2003, removing Section 1G. This is the issue that I would like to raise. This section has been deleted. My uncle left Fiji to join the British Army because Fiji was a British colony at that time. I went there to serve this country and also serve the Commonwealth as Fiji was part of. My cousins that were born in Britain through marriage are not allowed to enter Fiji when they wish to come. They are registered under the Volni Kambula. They have a customary right to our land in Onilau, but when they want to come here, they have to apply for visa to come. And I'm pleading to the government, let's reconsider that. But to me, it's really unfair. Why has that change been made? Why was the change made for people that are registered in the Volni Kambula to enter the country? That's what I'm asking. And I'm asking the government of the day, please look at what was there in 2003. Why was it changed? I would like those that are born abroad, that are registered under Volni Kambula, to be treated equally as us, because they are part of Fiji. They own land in Fiji and they're registered in Volni Kambula. So they should not be discriminated as what has been done to them. They are Fijians and they should be respected and treated equally. I would like to say a few things here so that the government knows. When I drink grog with the Tauke in Fiji, they bring a lot of issues to me. They raise issues about the ill concerning the economy that we're facing right at the moment, and other issues that are of grievance to the people, the Tauke people in Fiji. And they always say and blame only one person, who is, in their view, is causing all this. And they blame the Attorney General for all the ills, for all the problems that Fijians are facing, the Tauke are facing at the moment. So I would like to raise that so that he knows. They don't point a finger at the Prime Minister. They point a finger at him. They don't point a finger at any other Tauke members of Parliament out there in the other side. They only point a finger at him. I'm asking them to please take note of the concern of the Tauke in Fiji. What the Tauke people are asking, what is the Prime Minister doing? What are the other members of the Parliament, the other side, doing when they see the erosion of the rights of the Tauke under the Constitution and some of the policies of this government? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Andre Charlie. Honourable Ilana Ngāboka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I also wish to speak on this motion, similar to what the Honourable Biman Prasad has said, I would really urge the government to withdraw these bills. I know we are talking about immigration now, but I think this applies to the citizenship of Fiji and passports also. I think these bills have far-reaching consequences on our people, on our country. And I think it needs to go to committee for this to be properly discussed. Too much is at stake, a lot is at stake, and I think the right thing to do is take it to the people and hear what they say. For me, since Monday, people have been calling me. People who have been here for 4 years and they were hoping to be naturalized after 5 years, and they say, what will happen now? So, you know, there's quite a bit of, we've created a lot of anxiety with the people in Fiji, our own people and those who are hoping to be naturalized as citizens of the country. So, you know, it came as a shock to them. And, you know, they know that it's going to be law, it's going to be passed today, they know that it's going to be, the government will prevail over this, and it will be law in the next few days. And it's causing a lot of anxiety in the community. Honourable Speaker, on the issue of e-Taukeis, what the Honourable Ratu Naingama and Honourable Retsale have indicated is very true. I go back to the time I was a young parent with my kids who were born at the time, and it was always the advice of Ratu Sepenayang Anjilau, the Governor General then, later the President, the Tudakau then, that whatever you do, you must register your children in the VKB. This came out very strongly to every Itaukei parent at that time. And I'm going back, my children were born in the 70s. He prevailed on us over and over again. Make sure there are not many of us in this planet. He already said that. Make sure you register the children in the VKB. And when they are registered, we believed then and we believe today they should have all the rights that we have, either if they live in the UK or live in Fiji. They should not have to ask for permits in this country. They should not have to be treated as someone who cannot get employment in this country. That's what we understood when we were growing up. The security that you are an Itoke and that you are in the VKB. So, Honourable Speaker, I mean, that underscores the gravity of what we are discussing today. And I just wish that government could relook at it and withdraw these bills, and we do it another time. It needs to be done, but done properly, because the repercussions, the ramifications to our people can be quite severe. That, Honourable Speaker, is my plea to the government. Please withdraw these bills and let's do it another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable William Ngavoka. Honourable Andilikiang Joni Baravi, you have the floor. You don't have, or you don't wish to speak? Well, your name was on my list, so, but you can speak on another occasion. Honourable Attorney General, your reply.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, there seems to be a lot of anomalies on confusion, either deliberately generated or probably through being ignorant. But if I could take the members through this particular act. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at all countries in the world, the Immigration Act, the Act itself, sets in place the basic gist of the immigration laws of that country. But the fundamentals of the day-to-day application of immigration is through the immigration regulations. And if the honourable members on the other side had actually looked at it, they would have actually understood what it means when you look at the amendment of the Immigration Act itself. If you look at the amendment itself, Mr. Speaker, sir, before Parliament, they're quite minor, but it allows the minister responsible for immigration, which is the Honourable Prime Minister, to make a number of regulations. Now, for example, the fundamental things like age has been changed from 21 to 18. What that means, Honourable Lalam Balagu, and we had discussed this after Monday when we had tabled the bills, is that if you're, using your example, if your son has a child that's even born in Britain, does not have Fijian citizenship, is in fact entitled to come and reside in Fiji once as long as they're below the age of 18 for whatever period. They in fact become a citizen on the back of their parents. That's what's allowed. We are not touching any of that. If you look at the amendment, we're not touching any of those provisions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that has been raised, so I want to clarify. If you look at the regulations, Honourable Prasad was way off mark. He was actually talking about citizenship, which you'll come back to later. You weren't here on Monday, but we talked about it holistically. And you never have transitional provisions in the Immigration Act. We have transitional provisions in the Citizenship Act. So, for example, Honourable Gavoka raised the issue, saying, oh, you know, we've been here for, say, 4 years and 5 months. There's a transitional provision in the actual bill that says if your application is already before the Immigration Department, it will be treated under the old provisions. But obviously, if it's not, then you'll be treated under the new provisions, just like any other law. But if I could, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the regulations, it governs areas, for example, grant of visas, application of visa, persons who need visas to enter Fiji, arrival immigration clearance, exit immigration clearance, restrictions on movements of persons, exit immigration cleared, master of ship to obtain certificate of clearance before departure, list of passengers, etc., provided pursuant to Section 6 of the Act, endorsement on travel documents, removal of re-entry restrictions, bonds and security, what is required when somebody gets a work permit, refusal of permit, waiver of conditions, conditions of grant of visitor permit, duration of visitor permit, criteria for grant of provisional protection permit, condition of grant of provisional protection permit, duration of provisional protection permit, meaning of spousal relationship. All of these come under this particular provision, under the regulations. All the countries, Honourable Prasad is Australia. Governments, in fact, Dutton is well known for this, changes the rules not by going to Parliament necessarily, but through regulations. All countries do that to allow that level of flexibility in what we call operational matters. The Parliament makes the substantive provisions in the overall arching of the philosophy of the law, but these are what we call very operational driven laws. So, if that can be understood. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point about it is that Honourable Andre Charlie ventured into a new area altogether, and of course he said that I'm the sort of, the evil person behind all of this. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality of the matter is that we are talking about the Immigration Act. Maybe you're trying to do me a favor by telling me that I'm the evil guy to try and fix up your ways. The fact of the matter is this. If you look at the 2013 Constitution, Clause 28 of the Constitution has never had a similar provision in any other law. Please. Denarau, Momi, land was converted. It's a fact. Denarau, Momi was converted. Itauke land was converted to freehold land. Under the 1970 Constitution, please pay attention. I'm talking to him. Because he raised the issue. I'm talking to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Through you to him. Thank you. My apologies. Section
Order.
28, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Tambuya would actually gain a lot if she listened. Section 28, Mr. Speaker, sir, has given unprecedented protection to Ethiopia landowners. They will never have any of the land ever converted to freehold land. The 1970 Constitution, the 1990 Constitution, the 1997 Constitution did not give that guarantee, period. Any good lawyer worth their salt will tell you that. No other constitution in Fiji's history, Honorable Chale, has ever said that the landowners must be paid fair market value in the Constitution. In the Constitution. We've had mahogany leases being paid peppercorn rents. Peppercorn rents. Honorable Prime Minister, post-2007, we changed the pounders for mahogany leases. All of those changes have been made. Equal distribution of land lease monies, a lot more transparency in all those areas, free education. These are the things, Honorable Chale, that you should be talking about when people raise those issues. Please don't give it an ethnic tinge. Don't turn this into a racial issue. He is. He is. He made it into a racial issue. Why is it? Mr. Speaker, sir, why is it? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, sir? Why is it, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the Honorable Chale can stand up and talk about the fact that Ethiopia feels threatened, etc. by me, and when I'm actually trying to answer the question, they're all trying to shut me down? It's simple. Let's call a spade a spade. That's the reality of the matter. Anybody that's registered in the VKB below the age of 18 has the perfect right to gain the citizenship through their parents. If they're over the age of 18 and have never been a Fijian citizen, they have the right to apply to get citizenship. It does not in any way mean that they lose their right to be registered in the VKB. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, according to international law, if we are going to say that, then every other citizen of this country must be given that right, even though they may not be a landowner, but their parent lived in Fiji before. That's under international law. So you must, Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, Fiji is not an island in the globe. We're interrelated. Mr. Speaker, sir, nowhere in the world is VKB, I admit. And you can be registered in the VKB. You can be registered in the VKB. Nothing stopping you. Nothing stopping you. Nothing stopping you from being registered in the VKB. Mr. Speaker, sir, if a person, for example, is in the VKB, but has never been a Fijian citizen, and they've lived in UK for the past 25, 30 years, and they're a terrorist, or they're a drug dealer, they've been in prison. It does happen. People are maybe drug dealers. At the moment, if anybody wants to apply for citizenship in Fiji, whether they're former Fijian or new person that wants to be naturalized, they have to run through the loops that the Honorable Prime Minister, as Minister for Immigration, and his office will process. That's about national state sovereignty and about allowing us to who will become citizens of the country. But there is nothing stopping anybody. Let me unequivocally say this. Nothing stopping anybody who is legally entitled under the law to be registered in the VKB, nothing stopping them from being registered in the VKB, even though they may not be born here. There's nothing stopping them. There is nothing stopping anybody who is in the VKB, who is below the age of 18, from obtaining their citizenship through their parents. There's nothing stopping anybody that's registered in the VKB over the age of 18 from applying for their citizenship through the process that every other person needs to go through, in conformity with international law. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's plain and simple. So I don't know where all of this sort of came about from. Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, they also forget that they're not that many, but there are some Ethiopia people who aren't even in the VKB. we are going to be talking about the adoption bill. So what about those Itoke people who may have gone into the British Army who are not in the VKB? What about their rights? You see, this is the problem. That's right. They apply like everybody else. Every other person applies like everybody else. You see, you can't have two sets of rules. You on one hand talk about the rule of law. The rule of law means the law applies to everybody. The law is applied equally to everybody when it is applied. Basic principle of the rule of law. Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Chale, we can have a discussion outside. I thought you were quite a reasonable person, but maybe you need to be educated a bit more about the 2013 Constitution and tell you about the rights that have been protected. And if people are going to make racial overtones and give it a racial tinge in terms of the policies we are implementing, then obviously it is your duty as a member of this parliament to put them the right path and tell them the truth, not actually feed into the flames. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate we have to go down this path. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill, as we've seen again, if I can come back to the bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill corrects some of the anomalies within that, and of course it gives the permanent residency permit issue on the base of investment in Fiji. That's very substantial. Honorable Prasad talked about this. And we are now empowering the Minister for Immigration to be able to issue permanent residency for those who propose investments. And he will, the Minister for Immigration, will set various benchmarks. And I think in Australia a few years ago, you could obtain permanent residency if you brought in $1 million. I think it was. In New Zealand a few years ago, it was $500,000. You would get permanent residency. As we stated on Monday, we are not in the business of selling our passports. But we are in the business of trying to attract investment to our country, and people who may want to come and live here, they have the opportunity to obtain permanent residency. And we've also said, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at this particular provision, which is the most substantive amendment, if you look at Clause 4, Subclause 12, Honorable Prasad, you should read this. A permanent residence permit issued on the basis of an investment in Fiji is provided for under regulations. A, must not be revoked unless there is a clear breach of the conditions of the permit. And B, is only subject to the conditions of the permit which were applicable at the time the permit is granted. Which basically means if the Honorable Prime Minister in his regulations sets out and says, okay, anybody that brings in $5 million US Fijian dollars, we will grant them a 15-year permanent residency. $5 million US dollars, for example. 15-year permanent residency. So, exactly. So, what it means is that a person then feels confident because of this provision in the Act itself, not regulations, the Act itself, to know that if I bring in my $5 million US dollars, the Prime Minister in 2 weeks' time or 2 years' time won't change it and say, I'm going to revoke your permanent residency unless you bring another $5 more million. This gives that person the surety of the law, because if he does do that, then they can actually take him to court. It's an administrative decision, and therefore he's bound by the law to ensure that if he sets a particular condition now, he cannot change those conditions later. Of course, the conditions of permanent residency means you, for example, do not engage in criminal activities. If the person engages in criminal activities, then, of course, the Minister for Immigration has the right to cancel the permanent residency and send them back. We've had numerous cases. A lot of Fijians have been sent back from Australia, New Zealand, etc., and USA more so. So that's what this provision is for, Mr. Speaker, sir. And all the other substantive provision is in respect of Section 68(4) of the Principal Act in substituting the offence, the penalty provisions for that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Immigration Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, The motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Bill for an Act to amend the Immigration Act 2003, Bill number 35 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Honorable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to resolution of Parliament Monday, 31 August 2020, I now move the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, the debate is limited to 1 hour pursuant to the resolution of Parliament. I now call on the Honorable Attorney General to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief, as we had discussed many of these matters in the introduction of the actual motion itself on Monday. But essentially, the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Act to provide the criteria for the grant of a certificate of naturalization. Currently, a person only needs to be lawfully present in Fiji for 5 out of 10 years prior to lodging an application for naturalization. So if I come here even on a work permit, I'm working here for 5 years, continuously stay here in Fiji for 5 years, I'm eligible to get citizenship. It's actually what some may say quite easy to get citizenship of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is also the very same requirement under the Immigration Regulations 2007. Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill itself looks at permanent residency and citizenship. They are two very different things, as we've discussed. It is thus imperative that they do not have the same base of foundational requirements or criteria to attain. I will let the Honourable Prime Minister discuss the details of the bill themselves. But essentially what we're seeking to do is, again, the criteria of age is from 21 to 18 being reduced. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, it talks and fixes up many of the anomalies relating to, for example, residency permits granted to students. We have an anomaly at the moment. So if I'm a Pacific Islander student, for example, if I come here on a on a student's visa, and my spouse, when she accompanies me, she actually gets a residency visa to stay with me. She's not here on a student visa, but as a spouse. If I stay here for 7 years, my 7 years as a student visa is not going to count towards my 5 years in getting the citizenship, but my spouse will. That's the anomaly. The anomaly is that the spouse who's actually here at the behest of the student will be eligible for citizenship, but the principal applicant who is a student won't be applicable because it is not taken into account. So, Mr. Speaker, so all of this we are tidying up to ensure that the Minister for Immigration is able to put in place the right regulations. And essentially what we are saying is that we're making it a lot more difficult for people to get citizenship of Fiji. And I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker, sir, and clarify any anomalies that may arise or any queries. Thank you.
Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on this agenda. Honourable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the on the Citizenship Bill 2020. The Citizenship Act was, as you've heard, Honourable Speaker, promulgated in 2009 and commenced on 10th April of the same year. The Citizenship Act provides for the acquisition, the renunciation and deprivation of Fijian citizenship. The Citizenship of Fiji Bill 2020, Citizenship Bill, in short, Citizenship Bill, seeks to amend the Citizenship Act to provide the criteria for the grant of a certificate of naturalization. Currently, a person only needs to be lawfully present in Fiji for 5 out of the 10 years prior to lodging an application for naturalization. The Citizenship Bill seeks to introduce a new set of requirements which, amongst other things, require the applicant to be the holder of a permanent residence permit at the time of lodgement and to have been lawfully present in Fiji as a permanent resident for 10 out of the 15 years prior to lodgement. Permanent residence permits are granted under the Immigration Act based on conditions and entitlements provided under its framework. It is important to note, Honourable Speaker, however, that any changes to the permanent residence framework will not negate the citizenship criteria proposed under the Citizenship Bill, namely that a person must physically reside in Fiji for an aggregate 10 out of 15 years and also hold a permanent residence permit in that period in order to qualify for citizenship by naturalization. The Citizenship Bill also seeks to amend the Citizenship Act to lower the age criteria for provisions in relation to children, as you've heard, from 21 years to 18 years in line with the Constitution. The Citizenship Bill also amends Section 23 to state that for persons who hold special purpose permits or coextensive residence permits granted in relation to a student permit, the period in which they hold such permit must not be counted when calculating the time period that the applicant has lawfully resided in Fiji. Currently, Honourable Speaker, due to the drafting of the Citizenship Act, special purpose permits and coextensive residence permits granted in relation to a student, a permit may be taken into account on computing the time in which a person was lawfully resident in Fiji. Special purpose permits are currently granted by the Department of Immigration in very specific circumstances, such as to persons seeking to enter Fiji for medical treatment, foreign persons heavily reliant on a member of their family who is a Fiji citizen, and persons living on a yacht entering Fiji for a fixed and approved period of time. These permits are intended to be temporary in nature and thus should not be counted for the purpose of acquiring citizenship. This is the same approach, Honourable Speaker, used under the Citizenship Act for visitor permits and student permits as per Section 23A. Therefore, the Citizenship Bill seeks to amend the Citizenship Act to ensure that visits to Fiji that are essentially temporary or transient in nature do not count towards attainment of citizenship. Based on these remarks, Honourable Speaker, I support this bill. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. The floor is still open. Honourable Prime Minister, Leader of the Opposition, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe it is also a very straightforward amending bill that updates certain requirements in the original Act. But the question I raise is the same as those that have been raised before. Children of Fiji citizens born in other countries, other nations. There are normally three categories in other areas and other nations, other countries, Mr. Speaker, sir. One of them is descent, which would cover all the questions that we have raised about children of soldiers, service personnel serving abroad, children of sporting people who go and play and contract, retire overseas and have children overseas. And many countries around the world have that simple statement of citizenship by descent, citizenship by birth, and citizenship by immigration and naturalization. If we can bring our act to cover those areas, and it's a straightforward document, a straightforward act by a responsible country that has in mind the interest of the fluidity of the population of the world now, and also the interest of the original settlers or the first citizen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Mr. Mbulutabu. You have the floor.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker, I just rise to support the bill which is before the House. Quite straightforward, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition has alluded to. One of the main aim of this particular bill is just to bring the current law in practice in conformity with the Constitution. And that brings it into the consistency rule. If not, then it will be inconsistent and null and void. The other thing about this particular bill is on the definition of permanent residence permit and the special purpose permit, which the Minister will prescribe for Section 9(4) of the Immigration Act 2003. The other thing, sir, is just the require persons applying for citizenship by registration on the basis of their marriage to a Fijian citizen to be lawful present in Fiji for 3 years under permanent residency permit as prescribed by regulation. It will be done by regulation. One of the changes too suggested by the bill, in clause 5 of the bill, which the bill seeks to introduce the new sort of requirement which is earlier required for applicant to be a permanent resident, to have permanent residence permit at the time of lodgement, and to have lawfully be present in Fiji 10 years out of 15 years prior to lodgement. I think that is a fair requirement. And from this side of the House, we totally support it, as this bill brings into conformity with the Constitution.
I thank the Honourable Mbulutabu for his contribution. I give the floor to the Honourable Gernger Tambor. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the bill before us. It's just, I'm going to read 3 emails, Honourable Speaker, from people who have reached out because the bills have not gone to standing committee and there has been no public consultation, in particular with a group of people who have invested their lives, blood, sweat and tears to live in Fiji. And I just wonder if there is any measure of commitment when we're considering this bill, a measure of commitment from people who have given up everything to come and live in Fiji, investing in here, buying businesses. I'd like to just read you a story that was emailed to me recently, Honourable Speaker. On the 11th of August 2020, I filed my paperwork for my citizenship time calculation. It took 3 weeks to have the CT calculation returned to me yesterday, by which time the Honourable Attorney General's new amendments had been declared in the press to be law. By this new law, I no longer qualify to become a citizen of Fiji. I have worked in the tourism industry since 1993, when I started as a diving instructor. For the past 27 years, I've devoted my career solely to Fiji, working my way up to management positions in several resorts. There have been a few years in between that I have not lived in Fiji, but during these years, I started my own Fiji marketing business that represented Fijian tourism products throughout North America. And these clients included the Asawa Toporiki Tabiuni Island Resort and Captain Cook Cruises Fiji. In 2010, my husband and I finalized the long and arduous purchase of an island resort in Fiji. Due to the commitment of aging parents, we were not initially able to move back to Fiji right away, but came back and forth regularly. More than 6 years ago, we moved back to Fiji full-time and are now owner-operators. And we employ 80 to 90 staff in normal, non-COVID times. We are also raising our family here. I understand the need to amend these laws. I have been concerned about immigration into Fiji for some time now. But how can the Honourable Attorney General retroactively enact amendments to a law without first consulting the public? So, if I may read another email, Honourable Speaker, I have 3 emails. I myself, this is from a gentleman, I myself am eligible and was almost finished getting the documents together. New birth certificate from New Zealand, medical check, character references, police clearance reports here and New Zealand, etc. It all takes time, and I have been busy at work, but was planning to have my application complete within a week. But this new bill has been introduced that will wipe out my hard-earned 5 years here and possibly restrict me in ever gaining citizenship to the country I love. I sold everything to move to Fiji and have little option of returning. Fiji is now my home, and I would dearly love to confirm that by becoming a citizen. And third and finally, Honourable Speaker, no, I'm just checking my emails, Honourable Minister. There was just one more, Honourable Speaker. I would like to there are a number of us who are in the middle of preparing our paperwork, having just fulfilled in the days previous, for a few weeks or months, who are potentially now not going to be eligible for another 5 to 10 years. Personally, I was waiting a couple of weeks until my latest investment permit was approved in order to apply. It is purely an issue of timing for me and many other hardworking people who already call Fiji home and wish to continue to do so. That is my intervention, and I just wanted to know if there was any measure of commitment to becoming a citizen of Fiji. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Terajara Tambua. Honourable Minister for Defence, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very short, but I just want to share my experience, and probably, although we've covered the Immigration Amendment Act, but on citizenship as well, because I had 2 daughters born in New Zealand and they were New Zealand citizens. When I got back into Fiji, they had no problem entering the country because I, as a parent, because they were children, and there was no problem at all coming into the country, and they remained until they turned 18 when I have to apply for their citizenship to be a Fijians. And the good thing now is there's dual citizenship. But one of the problems that we see with our people living abroad is, one, when it comes to the VKB, as long as I'm in the VKB, although they are New Zealand citizens, they can be automatically entered into the VKB. There's a distinction between entering them into the VKB and, of course, being a citizen. Because my 2 girls came back with New Zealand passports into the country, but I can enter them anytime while in the country. But the problem is, most of Fijians living abroad, they have totally forgotten about entering their children into the VKB, and of course, the age clause as well in the Citizenship Act. Because most of them, when they wanted to register them as Fijians, they are already 18. And this is one of the issues constantly raised with the Honourable Prime Minister because of the fees. Because if they are entered as children to be citizens, they only pay about $265 or what. But when they turn 18, they pay about 3,000 something. And this is a contentious issue, and the Honourable Prime Minister does. But the beauty now, Honourable Speaker, there's no problem as long as I'm registered in the VKB, regardless of their citizenship, my children can be entered into. But they have better options too now because of the dual citizenship. So they can maintain their UK passport. My girls still maintain their New Zealand passport, but they also have a Fijian passport now, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the citizenship bill, there's one thing, as Minister responsible for security, I like the introduction of this new set of requirements, particularly on the permanent resident permit at the time of lodgement, and to have been lawfully present in Fiji as a permanent resident for out of 10 or 15 years prior to lodgement. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's very, very critical for us. Of course, we welcome people to come and work and do business in Fiji. But in terms of security, right now, Mr. Speaker, sir, Australia is repatriating citizens, Kiwis particularly, who have been involved in gangs and whatever in Australia because of this. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've talked about Tonga, the deportees from other countries that are now in Tonga, and I've got the information about drugs in Fiji. This is something that we need to be careful about, and I like this clause because we have to be careful. We are a sovereign country. We need to look after our own people as well. And this new set of requirements, particularly that lawfully present in Fiji, that's something that we need to look at very, very seriously, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I like this amendment on this citizenship bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Defence. Before I give the floor to the Honourable Attorney General, I was just a bit baffled that when you were searching for, regarding the immigration fees, you turned to the Minister for Women to give you the... I'm a bit lost there. Honourable Attorney General, your reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the Honourable Prime Minister has laid out much of the provisions, the pertinent ones, Honourable Minister for National Security also. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Gerengeri Tambua obviously loves to play populist politics. The first one she read was about somebody that's already lodged the application. If she read the bill, if you look at clause 9 of the bill, it says, the Principal Act is amended after section 22 by inserting the following new section. An application for citizenship lodged with the Fijian Immigration Department on or prior to 31 August, I'm reading slowly, Honourable Gerengeri Tambua, 31 August 2020 must be assessed under the criteria applicable on that date. So in other words, as of this Monday, if you had lodged an application, you would be treated under the old system, old laws. In other words, if you've done your 5 years, you'd be getting a citizenship. Anything after the 31st, the new laws will apply. And she used the word retroactively. I think the word is retrospectively. There is no retrospective application of this law. Retrospective means going back in time. She's not listening. She would do to listen. She said retrospectively means going back in time. This law does not go back in time, Mr. Speaker, sir. The other emails, whatever she read, you know, let's not pull the strings out. It does not mean that these people who currently are on a permit, I assume they're on a work permit or some other type of permit, it does not mean those permits won't be renewed. They're not being booted out because of this. One of them obviously has just been here for 5 years. There are people in this country who've been here for 10 years and have got no citizenship. There are women who've been married to Fijians. They've been here for years, they have not got the citizenship. There are a lot of women and men who've married Fijians. When they come to Fiji for years, they cannot work. Honourable Linda Tabuya, you probably know that. They cannot work. They have to go and apply for a work permit, like every other person. But in other jurisdictions, when you marry a citizen of that country, you are essentially immediately granted all those rights. In Fiji, we do not grant those rights. So, if Honourable Bulitavu was single and he married a foreigner, she would come in and be entitled to work in Fiji under this new proposition. So, you see, these are the anomalies. In fact, this is a very rights-based approach to what we are trying to do. Conformity with international law, conformity with the equality provisions under Section 26 of the Constitution. You see, in the other bills too, we've recognized de facto relationships. That's also recognized under the Family Law Act, the FNPF, in the settlement of property. Mr. Speaker, so all of this is being addressed through these particular amendments to the actually Immigration Act, Mr. Speaker, sir. I just want to make one more point because this has been laboured. Section 8 of the existing Act quite clearly says, Honourable Minister for Defence also talked about it. He also talked about the Immigration Act, where equivalent Section 8 too. Now, Section 8 of citizenship says, a child born outside Fiji may become a citizen by registration on or after the commencement date if at the time of the child's birth either parent was a citizen. So if somebody, Honourable Alam Balawi, we use your example, if your son is in the British Army, I do not know whether his spouse is a Fijian citizen or not, but assuming that she is not, assuming she wasn't, and she gave birth, irrespective of the mother being a foreigner, the child will be allowed citizenship. Now we have women going to the British Army. So even if a Fijian woman enlisted in the British Army married a foreigner male, their child will be still entitled to Fijian citizenship. This applies both ways now. A foreign child adopted by a citizen when the child is under the age of 18 may become a citizen by registration. A child who is under the age of 18 when either parent became a citizen may become a citizen by registration. It goes on. So these are the provisions that have not been touched at all. And as Honourable Minister for Defence highlighted, it has that level of flexibility. Indeed, the Minister for Immigration, under the Immigration Act, it says, under Section 8, the Minister may by order in the Gazette exempt any other person or class of persons from the requirement to obtain a permit subject to the conditions the Minister prescribes in the order. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have in the Immigration Act also a number of organizations that are actually exempt from getting permits specifically, and they relate to faith-based organizations. And we have an entire list of those organizations where they're given special treatment. So if we're bringing a bishop or we're bringing a pandit, if we're bringing a Maulvi from wherever, they're all allowed to bring them in. Here's the list. Starts off with the Anglican Church, up to 27, the Young Women's Christian Association at the bottom. Part B, Ambassador for Christ, Child Evangelical Fellowship of Fiji, Fiji Campus Crusade for Christ, a whole list. There's 35. So all those provisions, sorry? It's all here. It's all here. Mr. Speaker, sir, this relates to organizations. My point being is that that level of flexibility is the Honourable Lalam Balavu. You already have those provisions. As the Honourable Minister for Defence highlighted, there's a certain level of responsibility on the parents too, to do the right thing. And if you want to apply the rule of law equally, you'll have to apply it to all Fijian citizens. That's the point. Otherwise, you'll be taken to court under the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, again, my point is that this Citizenship Amendment Bill provides that level of flexibility. It gives us that level of security. Within, we have currently people, as we know, that we've allowed multiple citizenship. Almost Seruratu's daughters hold New Zealand citizenship and Fijian citizenship. If one of them migrates to Australia and becomes citizen, she can hold all three passports. No problem. We've allowed multiple citizenship. Today, under the current laws, there are people in Fiji who become citizens of Fiji, and if they do something naughty, we at the moment cannot get rid of them. Australia does. If a person has become a naturalized Australian, the Australian government cancels their citizenship and boots them out. So from a safety and security perspective too, from national sovereignty perspective too, Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to ensure that our laws are actually compliant with international standards, and this is what these three amendments seek to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Citizenship of Fiji Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to amend the Citizenship of Fiji Act 2009, Bill number 36 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
We move on. Secretary General.
Consideration of bills.
I now call upon the Honourable Attorney General to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is the last of the bills in relation to the Immigration Department, the Fijian Immigration Department, Mr. Speaker, sir. Pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31 August 2020, I now move that the Passports Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, the debate is limited to 1 hour pursuant to the resolution of Parliament. I now call on the Honourable Attorney General to speak on his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief. The Prime Minister responsible for immigration will also be speaking. But the bill essentially seeks to amend the Act to achieve 4 key objectives. Firstly is to provide for more suitable nomenclature under the Act, which is the actual title of the Act itself. If you see, the title is currently Passports Act 2002 to the Travel Documents 2002, because under this Act, we not only issue passports, but we actually issue travel documents also. The other minor amendments, Mr. Speaker, sir, and predominantly also relating to the, if you see from clause 7 onwards, it's all to do with the offence provisions, in fact, including the, or increasing, I should say, the penalties under the particular Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to arise to speak on the Passport Bill 2020. The Passport Act 2002 was promulgated in 2002 as Act number 25 of 2002 and commenced on 3rd of January 2008. As you've heard, Honourable Speaker, the Passport Act provides for the issuance and production of travel documents for persons living and entering the Republic of Fiji. The Passport Bill 2020 seeks to amend the Passport Act to achieve 4 key policy objectives. Firstly, Passport Bill seeks to provide for more suitable nomenclature under the Passport Act. The proposed amendments thus seeks to change the short title of the Passport Act from the Passport Act 2002 to the Travel Document Act 2002. The short title of the Passport Act currently refers to passports, but the Act and regulation under the Act provide for other travel documents not solely limited to passports. The proposed amendment, Honourable Speaker, also seeks to change the name of the Department of Immigration to the Fijian Immigration Department. The Passport Bill also seeks to amend the Passport Act to delete the references to unmarried minor and substitute the more appropriate terminology of child, and to lower the age criterion for a child from 21 years to 18 years as in line with the Constitution. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the Passport Bill seeks to amend the Passport Act to increase the penalties for offences under the Passport Act for more appropriate benchmarking in line with other Fijian laws and the laws of other jurisdictions with similar offences. The Passport Bill seeks to amend the Passports Act to shift the responsibility of the Director of Immigration under the Passports Act to the Permanent Secretary responsible for immigration. This amendment, Honourable Speaker, is made to reflect the fact that immigration is a highly sensitive policy area for which the Permanent Secretary must work closely with the Minister, because the officer responsible to the Minister under Section 1273 of the Constitution for the efficient, effective and economical management of the Ministry. Furthermore, Honourable Speaker, the Permanent Secretary must be guided by the values and principles of state service under Section 123 of the Constitution, which include being free from corruption. Additionally, experiences domestically and internationally have shown that immigration is an area prone to corruption and undue influence. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, particularly considering the linkages between immigration and national security. The Permanent Secretary is appointed by the subject to the disciplinary authority of the Public Service Commission under Section 125 of the Constitution, and it is more appropriate for the legal authority under the Passports Act to be held by the Permanent Secretary. This added oversight mechanism ensures that the office of the Permanent Secretary is subject to a higher standard of accountability and can be, if needed, directly disciplined and even terminated by the Public Service Commission outside the general orders of the civil service. Based on these remarks, Mr. Speaker, I therefore do support the consideration of this bill. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister, and I give the floor to the Honourable Linda Tambua. You have the floor now.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to contribute on the motion before the House, and I'm in support of this bill from this other side of the House, especially the changes that are needed, talking about the definition of a child to come from 21 to 18 years old in line with the Constitution. Honourable Speaker, just a situation for the government to consider at this time, especially when the borders are closed and we're not travelling much or at all. There are usually situations where a passport is usually the only proof of citizenship for individuals that are here in the country. And there are times when passports go missing or are stolen or lost in a fire, and then in order to get a replacement, it either takes time or it's quite costly. The government could consider having the issuance of a citizenship certificate, which would be more cost-effective, available right away, but as a proof of citizenship, even for those that are not born here but are now citizens. Just something to consider. The passports take a while. Sometimes they don't have them in stock, they run out, or quite costly for those even are required to provide proof of citizenship when applying for jobs. So just something for the government to consider issuing citizenship certificates while they wait for their passports or in place of, especially at this time when we're not traveling now. So that's my contribution before the House. Otherwise, Honourable Speaker, we do support the motion that is before the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Linda Tambua. Honourable Moses.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to support the motion which is before the House for a few reasons. One, the name of the Immigration Department now will change to the Fijian Immigration Department. That gives clarity to identity worldwide, and also those that are coming in our borders. The other thing too that this bill brings about is on the issue of travel documents, especially visa requirements too. Even as accused persons in court, one of the wordings that they use is the surrendering of your travel documents, not passport. So all that factors in, and this brings it into harmony with the current practice. The other thing to say that the changing of the definition of unmarried minors to child, I think that's a word that is more friendly and also understandable by people rather than unmarried minors. So, and also the age that as the That also brings into conformity with the 2013 Constitution on the age requirement. That is another thing that this particular bill brings about, conformity with the Constitution. On the issue of the powers of the Director of Immigration, transferring to the Permanent Secretary responsible for immigration under the PM's office, I think this was an issue in 2017, 2018, when the Department of Immigration was was part of the Ministry of Defense, National Security and Immigration. It came to the attention of the Foreign Affairs Committee and Defense, and it was part of the recommendation too, that a organizational structure be established for the Department of Immigration, given their core functions was with the defense, but they had transferred structurally under the Prime Minister's office. The reasons alluded to by the Honorable Prime Minister, given the accountability now will be on the Permanent Secretary, subject to the various standards that are there, on accountability, on how that particular power, and also the subsequent consequential amendments that will delete the Director of Immigration, transferring that to the Permanent Secretary responsible for immigration. Those are some of the issues, and also security issues and national security issues. I think now we are fine with it, that the Department of Immigration is finally absorbed into the organizational structure of the Honorable Prime Minister's office. That's all I have to say, sir, in support of the motion which is before the House.
I thank the Honorable Bolatawu for his contribution. Honorable Rasola, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to contribute to the motions on the immigration motion for the House. I was just going through the amendment, and I see here in the Section 7, Section 8, Section 9, Section 10, Section 11, Section 13, 14, 15, yeah. The difference in, we have here, we've just exempted most of the fees in Fiji in regard to the taxes and everything. And over here that we've just increased the penalty fees from 10,000 to 50,000 in Section 7. And from 1,000 to 5,000, it's a difference of 4,000. And in Section 18, it's got 2,000 to 10,000, a difference of $8,000 penalty. And Section 10 is 1,000 to 5,000 penalty, a difference of 4,000 penalty. And 25,001 here, which is on Section 13, 1,000 to 50,000, 49,000 difference in penalties. We have here some kind of money-making thing in this change of, that is my contribution for the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir.
I thank the Honorable Rasola. Honorable Attorney General, you have the floor for your reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I think I'd like to thank Honorable Bolatawu for his comments. Just Honorable Rasola, the penalties are increased because, you know, these are offences. Obtaining passports by false pretense. We want to discourage people to do that. That's why we're increasing the penalty. You want the penalty to be low so people can continue to do that? It doesn't make logical sense what you said. These are all offences. We want Fijian passports to have a particular level of integrity, and the reason why we have high penalties is so that people actually don't do these criminal acts. Period. We now have, for example, with the e-passports that are now being delivered, a person living in, outside Suva can go to the post office making arrangements. We now have some of our high commissions that can actually now issue passports. So obviously we want to ensure that people don't abuse the system. That's why it's there for, is a deterrence. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Linda Tambuya talked about citizenship certificate. Generally, if you're born in a country, you're a citizen, you don't get a certificate. You normally get a certificate if you're a naturalized citizen. Most countries, like if you go to Australia, they have this, in the town hall, they'll have a ceremony for all those who become the new Australians. And you go up to the minister or MP and you pick up your citizenship certificate. Recently, the Prime Minister's office started doing that, where new citizens, naturalized citizens, actually get a certificate. But please, remember, the only form of identification is not passport to prove your citizenship. The one other critical document that proves your citizenship is your voter ID card. Because you can only be a Fijian citizen to be a voter. And you can get that quite easily. It has got the digital features in it to protect your identity. And that's very easily obtained. What you also talked about is also the national ID card, which is what we talked about. FIDIC, Fiji National ID Card Project. And we hope to do that, of course, because of the COVID-19 issue. The project's been slowed down, but please remember that the voter ID card is a form of identification. Mr. Speaker, sir, with those comments, we have no further matters to add. But just to simply add, so one last thing, Honourable Bulitavu highlighted the consequential amendments, which is very simple, just replacing the words Director of Immigration with the Permanent Secretary or Immigration Department with the Fijian Immigration Department. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is, pursuant to the resolution of Parliament on Monday, 31st August 2020, that the Passports Amendment Bill 2020 be debated, voted upon, and be passed. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
A bill for an act to amend the Passports Act 2002, Bill number 37 of 2020, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Honourable members, for the purposes of complying with standing orders with respect to sitting times, I will allow a suspension motion to be moved. I now call upon the Leader of Government in Parliament, the Honourable Inia Sirwiratu, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I move under Standing Order 6 that so much of Standing Orders 23, Clause 1 is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, I now call upon the Leader of Government in Parliament to speak on the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Again, as agreed to by the Business Committee, we still have one bill, probably, to my understanding, and of course Schedule 1 and 2 as listed in today's order paper. Therefore, the request for us to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business as listed on today's order paper. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir.
Thank the Honourable Minister. The floor is open for debate on this motion. There being none wishing to take the floor, Honourable Leader of the House, you have the floor.
I have nothing to add, Honourable Speaker, sir, but thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is that under Standing Order 6, that so much of Standing Order 23, Clause 1, is suspended so as to allow the House to sit beyond 4:30 p.m. today to complete the remaining items as listed on today's order paper. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Committee of the Whole Parliament on a Bill for an Act to provide for local and inter-country adoption of children and access to information regarding adoption and for related matters, Bill number 32 of 2018.
Secretary General.
Part 1.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for comments on Part 1. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 1. The question is that Part 1, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Part 2.
the floor is now open for comments on Part 2. Honorable members, anyone wishing to take the floor? The Parliament will now vote on Part 2. The question is that Part 2, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Part 3, Division 1.
The floor is open for comments on Part 3, Division 1. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 3, Division 1. The question is that Part 3, Division 1, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? No. As no member opposes the motion, this part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Part 3, Division 2.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for comments on Part 3, Division 2.
Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Tambuya, you have the floor.
I refer the committee to Section 11, subsection 1C, which requires the consent of the father. As stated there on the list, I query that definition because there's no definition in the definition section of the father. I refer to the children of single mothers who were registered under, I apologize, who do not wish for their father to be involved in the child's life and has sole custody as a result of from a single mom. The requirement of the consent of the father that is stated there, it doesn't say the father if he is known or the father if the mother consents to the father being able to be present in the child's life. As you recall, in the past, the practice was that when a single mother could register their child to her father, and in the Walani Kambula to her father's, her own Matangali as a result. So I'm just querying because the definition of father is not in the definition section. What is how can you reconcile that should the issue come up of a single mother that does not wish the father to be involved in giving consent for adoption? As well as, I know it's outlined in subsection 2, however, there is, it's not specific to the single mother who has her child registered to her own Matangali in the Walani Kambula, which will take precedence in terms of, her consent, her ability to consent. That's my query to the Honorable Attorney General. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Honorable Attorney General.
The Honourable Member has referred now to subsection 2, which does say, for the definition of father, a child's father is anyone who, A, has acknowledged paternity by signing the child's birth registration, has acknowledged the paternity and has custody or access rights to the child by court order or by agreement, has acknowledged paternity and has supported, maintained or cared for the child under court order, or has acknowledged the paternity and is acknowledged by the birth mother as the child's father. Notwithstanding subsection 1, if the child is in the permanent custody of the director, the only consent required is the consent of the director and the consent of the child if required under subsection 1A. Now, you'll see that in 11.1d, it says any person appointed as the child's guardian. Now, the example that you're using, for example, sometimes the grandfather becomes the child's guardian. So in that instance, the grandfather steps in the father's shoes or the grandfather is the guardian. That fixes up that gap, if you like.
A follow-up question. Therefore, Honorable Attorney General, because there's subsection 2, there is no instance where a single mother can just exclude the father altogether if he comes forward suddenly to lay a claim to a child?
Yeah, if none of the requirements of 11.2 are met, then the birth mother is the one to give consent for adoption. And that can be proven through the court system, as you know. So through the court system. So for example, if you have instances where a lot of women or some women, they may not know who the father is, or they do know and they don't want to acknowledge, and there has been no legal guardian stepping in the shoes for the biological father. So in that instance, the court will say, okay, the mother has, so we have many women who raise children on their own. So they would be able to go to court and say, look, I'm the only parent. That's why you've got the provision there. Okay.
Thank you. Honorable Politano, you have the floor.
Just to clarify what the Honorable Tambuya is seeking, can she refer to clause 12 too? That's where the birth mother's consent also comes in.
Honorable Minister for Women.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, Section 17 addresses the issue of consent, where the person whose consent is required has abandoned or deserted a child. So in those instances, under Section 17, consent may be dispensed with by the court.
Thank you.
Just comment.
Honorable
Mr. Chair.
Nawaikula.
Just to say that it is usual
during the process when you apply for adoption, where you cannot obtain, or there's a difficulty of obtaining the consent of either parties, to ask the court to dispense with that or to replace its consent with that. That's the usual procedure, and it's in the Act. It's covered.
Honorable. Honorable Attorney General, I think.
No, I think the Honorable Nico Noikula is basically supporting what we've just said.
Any further? No. We'll move on. Which one? Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 3, Division 2. The question is that Part 3, Division 2, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, Part 3 is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Part 3, Division 3.
the floor is open for comments on Part 3, Division 3. Honorable Andilicha Johnny Barabi, you have the floor.
Section 19(3). The fine of 50,000 and potential imprisonment in Section 19 is severe. We have a culture that recognizes informal adoptions within families. Some operate by way of culture and tradition. For example, the eldest child in the family may be I'm talking about the culture in indigenous Fijians families. The eldest child can be raised by an uncle. Informal adoption, sir. There is nothing in this bill that talks about informal adoption.
Quickly clarify that, Honorable Gyoni Barabi. If you look at the next section, it says, a birth parent or guardian of the child may arrange a private placement of a child with prospective adoptive parents. As soon as practicable before private placement, the prospective adoptive parents must notify the director of the intent to receive a child in their home for adoption. That addresses the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Move on. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 3, Division 3. The question is that Part 3, Division 3, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Part 3, Division 4.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for comments on Part 3, Division 4. Honorable.
Well, can I speak first?
Honorable member, just for point of clarification, I'll give the floor to the Attorney General.
Mr. Chair, I think Honorable Noikula wants to speak on the same section, and I was just going to, but he can ask his question.
Can I please make the comment, and I'll ask the Honorable Attorney General to clarify and confirm. Honorable Speaker, we were very, very worried about Section 30, and we felt very sincerely, especially 31A, which says that the adopted child has the same rights in relation to the adoptive parent as a child born to the adoptive parent. We felt that this might mean, especially for the indigenous people, that once the adoption order is given, the child will automatically have the right to be recorded in the VKB. And you will know that I had given notice that I will be moving a motion under Standing Order 87 to amend that. But we decided otherwise, and we decided to confirm and get clarification and see if we can get that resolved with the other side. So we attended to the Prime Minister and the Honorable Attorney General to clarify that. We have been given and assured, and the draftsman was called to assure us that that is not the case. That that section does not imply that once the adoptive order is given, that child automatically can be registered in the VKB. So I'll now ask, please, if the Attorney General can confirm our meeting and clarify that as well.
Thank you, Honorable Kula. I give the floor to the Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, and I'd like to thank Messrs. Honorable Bulitavu and Noekula for approaching us before lunchtime. Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue, of course, has been one of the most contentious ones, and clarification has been sought, in fact, since the time the bill was actually tabled and appeared before the committee in 2016. Mr. Speaker, sir, we, of course, want to have the adoption bill passed and move forward by addressing the need to update the Adoption of Infants Act 1944. In the Adoption Bill 2018, Mr. Speaker, so you will see that the resolution is similar to the existing Adoption of Infants Act 1944. And that is essentially, it's not overly prescriptive. It remains silent on the issue and to leave it to the jurisdiction of the Itauke customary laws, as provided for under the Constitution, which is Section 26. To resolve in any matters, they need to obviously have consultations. If I could elaborate. Mr. Speaker, sir, Itauke customary laws should rightly provide for these issues concerning Itauke customs practice. As the Honourable Nicola Maikula said, for someone to be registered in the VKB, actually the land owning unit has to consent to that. They all have to agree to the fact that somebody is to be registered. Should there be any dispute, it's dealt with by that particular land owning unit. And as we also know, Mr. Speaker, sir, different land owning units have at different times dealt with certain matters, or sometimes the same matters differently depending on which land owning unit it is. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the avoidance of doubt, I would like to clarify once and for all that an adoption order issued under this bill will not affect either the right to customary ownership of land, the right to communal access to marine resources or golingoli, or the right to bestowing of chiefly title or rank. If we look at, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Constitution, Section 26, subsection 8 says, a law and administrative action taken under law is not inconsistent with the rights mentioned in this section, which is the discriminatory provisions, on the ground that it, and G says, to the extent necessary and without infringing the rights or freedoms set out in any section of this chapter, gives effect to the communal ownership of Itauke, Rotuman and Bandaman lands and access to marine resources, or the bestowing of Itauke, Rotuman and Bandaman chiefly title or rank. So, for example, what it means in practical terms, if certain land-owning units has a process where they only appoint males as chiefs, nobody can go running off to the courts and say that my rights, for example, as a female, has been infringed under Section 26 because it says we should not be discriminated on the basis of our gender. So, that person cannot challenge the chiefly title being bestowed only on a male. That's, in practical terms, that's what it means. If, for example, a land-owning unit does not want to include somebody in the VKB, and it goes to the NLC and they decide, no, we can't register this person, they cannot go running off to the court and say that under Section 26 of equality before the law, my rights have been breached, because you have the proviso under subsection 8G. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that I also wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if you look at Section 30, it says, when an adoption order is made, A, the adopted child has the same rights in relation to the adoptive parent as a child born to the adoptive parent. I cannot, as an individual, pass on any communal rights to anybody else. I can only pass on in law in terms of hereditary or through willing. I can only pass on what is mine. So if I have my own house, if I have my own bank account, I can will that to my son or daughter. I cannot will my land owning unit membership to my son or daughter. That's a communal right. This is the difference between communal ownership of land as opposed to individual ownership of land. Of course, that does not mean if somebody is from Tailevu and belongs to a particular landowning unit, if they go out and lease a land from TLTB or the land bank, and the lease is under their name, they can will that to their adopted child. But they cannot will the ownership of the communal ownership of the land. So it's quite clear from that perspective. If you read from a legal perspective, also leaving aside even the customary laws, you cannot pass on something to somebody if you don't actually have possessory and proprietary rights over it as an individual. So that's what it, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that's why we've left the adoption bill entirely is silent in respect of that, because we think that 31A covers that. And the reason also, Mr. Speaker, sir, we've left it silent, because as we know in certain land-owning units, some land-owning unit members have allowed adopted children to be registered in the VKB. They have allowed that. So we don't want to interfere with that. It's up to them. Some are a bit more, territorial, some are a bit more flexible. And that's up to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, so therefore the bill, Mr. Speaker, does not have any effect on customary laws and communal ownership rights, nor does it purport to give a person who has been adopted the legal right to be registered in the VKB. We're not saying, so if tomorrow, if I'm a member of a land-owning unit and I go and adopt a child, doesn't mean my child automatically will become a member of a land-owning unit. I have to talk to my landowning unit. That's a matter between them and between NLC. It's a private matter. Mr. Speaker, we believe that it should be left to the Itauke Lands Commission to decide on the owners of the relevant landowning unit. The Adoption Bill 2018 will not delve or meddle in the matters concerning Itauke customary laws and chiefly titles of marine resources. Conclusively, Mr. Speaker, so of course a lot of submissions have been made, and Ministry of Itauke Affairs and a number of other people have actually made representations. And this is the best way forward, by ensuring that 31A is about individual ownership, not communal ownership, and regarding specifics, regarding the individual landowning unit, they can decide that on their right. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a legal principle, and I never can pronounce Latin words properly, but it's nemo dat quod non habet, which is a Latin word meaning you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot give what you do not have. Mr. Speaker, sir, the effects of a final adoption order under this bill will only allow the transfer of personal property or individual rights. So the right to ownership of land in Golingol is a communal one. The land of Golingol in question is owned communally, not individually by the landowning unit. So no one person has the right to pass on that right to his or her adopted child unless the relevant customary laws and landowning unit is in question. In fact, even your own biological child, you cannot even pass on certain rights to them if it's communally owned. They themselves have to be in the VKB by their own right. So that's the clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we had a discussion, and the law is quite clear in that respect, and we believe that gives the various protections. Notwithstanding all of this, Section 26, 8G gives that protection. So if any law seeks to breach 26.8G, you can take them to court. In this case, you won't have to. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Linda Tambuya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I refer to Section 26 in Division 4. I just wish to make a submission on that about the legal representation of a child. Honorable Chair, and referring also to Section 11, where it requires the consent of the child to be adopted if the child is over 12. So it places a great importance on the need for the child to be represented legally. I think this is a really good section to look at the interests of the child as well as the views of the child. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I have an adopted child. I adopted her when she was 4 years old. She's now 20. And I remember the experience working with the Department of Social Welfare at the time when there was a case officer assigned to handle the adoption. And at that time, she had to just deal with the case officer. And, you know, it's unfortunate to mention the experience that the case officer was quite, not insensitive, but wasn't quite sensitive to the needs of the child. I think she was, the person was very busy with other cases, very inundated, hardly available. So that was a very tough experience for a 4-year-old at the time. And we were limited in terms of being able to see her. Needless to say, you know, we did adopt her finally, and that was a great experience. What I am trying to share here, Honourable Chair, is perhaps to expand the heading of that particular section, not just to limit it to legal representation, which is a lawyer that looks at you know, court and evidence, but to consider what is, as Honourable Attorney General knows, is a wider, a person who can represent the child more widely, which is commonly called a guardian ad litem. A guardian ad litem is used in other jurisdictions. They're not necessarily a lawyer. They can be legally trained. But they also provide counseling for the child. They also are there to negotiate and to talk to the child, to consult with the child, and just to see where the child is at, to review them. So the Section 26 is a good section. Perhaps just to consider to widen the representation, so the court is not just limited to appointing a lawyer, but can appoint anyone they see fit, including a lawyer. So it could be a lawyer that has counseling experience. The child could be referred to counseling services, so that the court is not just limited to legal representation of a child, but to also consider looking at the broader definition, which is a guardian ad litem, which is pretty much anyone that the court can appoint to assist and to represent the child when they are making the decision to consent, or they are about to leave their familiar surroundings to join a new family. And also those children that come from orphanages that have to leave that comfort zone to join a new family. So to have a more broader representation than just what's in Section 26. That is all, Honourable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank the honourable member for this point, Mr. Speaker, sir, but if I could refer her to Section 26 itself. It says, if the court considers it is in the child's best interest for the child to be separately represented, the court may order that the court may order that the child is to be separately represented, and may also issue such other orders as it considers necessary to secure separate representation. Now, generally, the reason why we left that clause there is to obviously give them access to any counseling, orders. They may say, refer this person, the child, to a counselor, because this provision, this division, I should say, is all about court proceedings. Even within the court proceeding, Honourable Randondro would also tell you that even when the ministry or the director has responsibility, they also, as you see in other sections, can access counseling. And the court may also, through the legal representation, say that this child actually does need counseling. Somebody who can actually perhaps get the emotions out if there's any other matters that need to be addressed. So it's fairly wide and can address those issues that you are saying.
Thank you. Honorable Bulletam, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to add on to what the Honorable Attorney General has just said, the key spirit of this particular bill is just the best interest of the child. So in whatever situation, the best interest of the child will be paramount. Back to clause 30, 1A, just to add on to what the Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Nicono Waikula had alluded to. We had discussion as a member of the Standing Committee for Justice, Law and Human Rights. We had discussions with the Ministry of Itoke Affairs and also the Itoke Land and Fisheries Commission. And also present in one of the joint meeting was the drafters and also the Director of Child Services from Ministry of Human and Social Welfare and also UNICEF. And in our discussions, I think we went into detail. If those that will be interested in our discussion, it's available online on verbatim of the committee on 11 July 2019, where we went into details. The Commissioner for NLC had gone into details on the rules governing the entry into the BKB. And one of the very important things that he had established is the powers that govern this and where his authority comes from. That was back to instructions as to entries to register of native land, back to 1926 by Governor Avery Hudson. And that's how far that goes back. That's the authority of the rules and policies that exist today. And those current mechanisms in place right now, as confirmed by the Commissioner of NLC to the committee, and also agreed by all stakeholders that were around the table, that the Native Land Commission, they will not enter any adoptive child in the VKB because they only work on the original birth certificate, not adoptive birth certificate. So that is the rule that clears everything out. And from that reasoning too, and those measures, I and my fellow committee members formed the opinion with the government members that there were sufficient safeguards in place in regard to section to clause 31A.
Honorable Nicono Waikula, you have the floor.
Chair, can I just clarify from a practical point of view? What happens is that if people come to you or clients come to you for adoption, and as soon as you see that the person to be adopted is a minor, you apply to the court for what is called the guardian ad litem. And in about 99% of the cases, the person appointed will always be the welfare officer, not usually a lawyer. So 26 takes care of that, in my view, and that's the same section that we use because the court has discretion there. There's a wider discretion to see. It's always in the best interest of the child. So you have to convince the court that this or that or the person you are proposing will do his work in the best interest of the child.
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just to add to the...
You have the floor.
To add to the discussions, if we look at Section 5 as well, it takes into account further the need to provide the necessary information and counseling to a child involved in an adoption process. I reiterate the position right now in relation to the involvement of welfare officers, child welfare officers in relation to every adoption that happens in the country, where we're required to provide reports to the court in relation to the best interests of the child. Apart from that, for children who are of the age to give consent under this proposed act, the 12-year-old, over 12-year-old, Section 14 requires that they go through counseling, and that particular section actually sets out all the relevant information that they must be equipped with before they can give the relevant consent. That also applies to guardians who are supposed to be giving consent or the parent that is required to give consent. So I see the concern in relation to a holistic package of information that's available to the adoptive parents and the adopted child, but the bill covers those concerns very adequately. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General, you have
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further to add, sir, on that particular section.
All right, we'll move on. The Parliament will now vote on Part 3, Division 4. The question is that Part 3, Division 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Part 4.
the floor is open for comments on Part 4. Honorable Noe-Kula, you have the floor.
The short comment, we are happy, as practitioners, we're happy that this has been introduced. This was something that was lacking before, and this gives the opportunity for inter-country adoptions. Very, very difficult the last time.
Thank you. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 4. The question is that Part 4 as amended stands part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? If no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Part 5.
the floor is now open for comments on Part 5. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 5. The question is that Part 5 as amended stands as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General,
Part 6.
the floor is open for comments on Part 6. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote on Part 6. The question is that Part 6, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Part 7.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for comments on Part 7. Honorable members, Parliament will now vote on Part 7. The question is that Part 7, as amended, stand as part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the part is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Schedule.
Honorable members, the floor is now open for comments on the schedule. Honorable members, Parliament will now vote on the schedule. The question is that the schedule stands part of the bill. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the Committee of the whole Parliament. Parliament will now resume its sitting, and I shall now resume my chair. You remain in your place. Secretary General.
The Committee of the Whole Parliament has agreed to a bill for an act to provide for local and inter-country adoption of children and access to information regarding adoption and for related matters, Bill number 32 of 2018, without amendments by the Committee of the Whole Parliament.
Thank you. We move on. Secretary General. We move on to refreshment break. That's what we move on to. Honorable members, we will suspend proceedings for refreshments and will resume in half an hour.
Honourable members, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. Secretary General.
Committee of the Whole Parliament has agreed to the adoption Bill 2018, Bill number 32 of 2018, without amendments.
Honourable members, I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Aya Syed Qayyum, to move the third reading. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 88, I move that the Adoption Bill 2018 be read a third time and do pass. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to second the motion.
Honourable members, I now call upon the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications to speak on his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll be very brief, given that the whole of committee has just approved the adoption bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, and unanimously. Mr. Speaker, sir, the adoption bill, in fact, incorporates into domestic law the Hague Convention on inter-country adoption. This is in compliance with our obligations under private international law. The other Hague Convention, Mr. Speaker, sir, on inter-country abduction has already been implemented into Fijian domestic law with the regulations made through the Family Law Act, Mr. Speaker, sir. So it now completes that particular process in Fiji's compliance with international, private international law. Speaker, sir, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank a few people, in particular Ms. Sally Cassie, who is the consultant from UNICEF, who worked closely with government to facilitate the drafting and the initial policy framework and consultations for this particular bill. Ms. Casey, Mr. Speaker, herself a lawyer by profession with 20 years of experience in child protection and child justice. She began her career as a public prosecutor in Canada and now specializes in law reform for children. She's worked in 25 countries, including working in the Pacific, in Solomon Islands, Kiribati, Vanuatu, Southeast Asia and the African region. We'd like to also, Mr. Speaker, sir, thank the numerous representatives from other organizations, including the Fiji Human Rights Anti-Discrimination Commission, Save the Children Fund, and we also had with the Ministry of Women, Children, Poverty and Alleviation, Department of Social Welfare, consultations, including a National Coordination Committee on children with which, apart from government representatives, consisted of, for example, also the Fiji Law Society. Mr. Speaker, sir, numerous submissions, of course, were made. As you know, that this has been before the committee now for a number of years, and a lot of the NGOs actually appeared before the committee itself. Mr. Speaker, sir, the amendments, of course, now give a number of clarity on, for example, things like de facto couples to adopt under the bill, introducing new provision that ensures the court may only issue an adoption order where it is satisfied or given proof to the effect the adopted child will be granted the right of residence, with additional protection to the child. And of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, it includes post-adoption monitoring systems which allows the adoptive parents to provide post-adoption reports. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the passing of this bill is a milestone. I'd like to thank all the members of the committee that contributed to the formulation of this bill and the various discussions, and also for all the support. And we, of course, now as government, through our different agencies, look forward to the implementation and indeed the smooth running of this bill, practical implementation of it, and work with the legal profession, the Ministry of Women, the various other stakeholders, including, hopefully, it will give rise to career paths also for counseling and various other social services that can be provided from not just government, but from outside government itself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. floor is open. If there's anyone wishing to take the floor. Honorable Bulutawu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I'd just like to, I rise to support the motion, and also, I also thank the fellow committee members and also the Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair from the government side, and all the hardworking secretariat. Probably some have gone home. And also, I thank the Solicitor General's office and the drafter who was assigned to this particular bill, Tima van den Buka, and also all the people that came to make the submissions, oral submissions and also written submissions, and all the places that we went around Fiji doing our public consultation, public hearing. I think this particular bill also opened up plenty eyes and also ears as we went around the country. And also, I thank the Parliament too, Honourable Speaker, sir, for providing the support and also the support staff, those at the hands up that were going with us, and also our IT officer who's in charge of communication, Miti Hudaloa, who was with us all throughout, keep on going to some areas that had no electricity. We had to connect to other sources so that we are able to conduct our consultation. Visiting all the areas, and we thank the Honorable Roy Sharma too, being a former teacher and also a radio announcer. He was also a very good the Minister for Women and her ministry, and those that will be implementing this, that not only this is one of the this particular bill which will become an act of a convention that was in the schedule. So this is the process where we come and domesticate and create our local framework to reflect the spirit of that convention, which is the best interest of the child. And I think plenty who are applicants will be waiting for this particular bill to put in the application and also benefit from what we've endorsed today as members of Parliament. To everyone, thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Bulutawu. There's no one else wishing to take the floor. I give the floor to the Attorney General for a right of reply. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I don't have anything further to add, except to say that two points I'd like to make. I think the fact that the two honourable members came across at lunchtime to seek clarification, you should always know the door is always open. And you can get a lot of clarification by simply making approaches to us, as opposed to probably bringing motions or Honourable Chale. You can come and get clarification rather than making racist comments on this floor. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I also wanted to make, and normally I don't thank them because they're always very shy and ask me not to do it, but I'd like to specifically thank the Solicitor General's office. And they see this part of their work, but they have, as the Honourable Bulutawu highlighted, it's been going on for a couple of years now. And Tima, of course, who's been the one who's been responsible. Each of the legal officers get assigned to a particular bill, or sometimes more, one or two or more of them actually work on it. And she's been at the front of it. I'd like to acknowledge that work that she's done and bring that clarity. So thanks to everybody all around, and I look forward to the passing of this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. The question is that the Adoption Bill 2018, Bill number 32 of 2018, be read a third time and do pass. Does any member oppose the motion? No. There being no opposition, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Bill for an Act to provide for local and inter-country adoption of children and access to information regarding adoption and for related matters. Bill number 32 of 2018, enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Fiji.
Thank you, honourable members. We will move on. Secretary General.
Motion by the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs.
Honourable members, I call upon the chairperson, the Standing Committee, Social Affairs, the Honourable V.M. Pillay, to move this motion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker Sir. Honourable Speaker Sir, I move that Parliament debates the review of the Ministry of Youth and Sports 2016-2017 annual report, which was tabled on 13 May 2019. Thank you, Honourable Speaker Sir.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, sir, I second the motion.
I now invite the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to speak on the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker Sir. Honourable Speaker Sir, the Ministry of Youth and Sports' core responsibilities are to establish a policy environment that provides strategic support systems, capital distribution of sports equipment and grants acquittals, initiatives for personal development, character building, sports policy implementation and community-based youth-led programs. There are two core programs coordinated and facilitated by Ministry of Youth and Sports. One, youth development programs. This program provides assistance to youth through advisory, empowerment and capacity building, including specific skills training. Two, sports development program. This program focuses on the development of sports and its infrastructure nationwide through the provision of grants to Fiji National Sports Commission, national sporting organizations and the Fiji Sports Council, as well as the provision of basic sports equipment and the development of rural playing fields. The committee, upon being referred with the Ministry of Youth and Sports 2016-2017 annual report, invited its senior officials on Monday 18th March 2019 to provide its submissions. During this meeting, the officials from the ministry elaborated on its key strategic development plans focus area basically on utilization of modern technologies, better information management, using big data, developing research to support decision making, strengthening monitoring and evaluation platforms, improving communications with partners, strengthening relationships and collaborations with stakeholders, and aligning staff capabilities and qualifications with ministry's plans. As part of the ministry's progress, it works in collaboration with the Fiji Corrections Service to put young people through the Seeds of Success program. The purpose of the program is to instill a level of discipline based on understanding responsibilities as well as building self-confidence. Also, the committee noted that the ministry successfully works with Fiji Police Force, in particular sports-related programs to develop discipline, teamwork, respect for rules, as well as improve fitness through physical activities. Honourable Speaker, in the area of sports, the ministry's focus was on developing rural sport fields and supporting national sporting organizations through skills and organizational development, oftentimes through the signing of MOU with other countries. The ministry continues supporting the work of the Fiji National Sports Commission and Fiji Sports Council. The committee commends the team of committed and motivated individuals who have worked together to bring Ministry of Youth and Sports to new heights. There is no doubt that great success will continue. Thank you, Honourable Speakers.
I thank the Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members. The floor is now open for debate on the motion. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'd like to thank the chairperson and the members of the committee for this report. And I just want to focus on their first recommendation, that the ministry continues to strengthen its network and broaden its cooperation with other ministries, such as the Ministry of Employment, Productivity and Industrial Relations, Ministry of Agriculture, Rural and Maritime Development, Local Government, Housing and Environment, Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, Health and Medical Services, Education, Heritage and Arts, Itoke Affairs, Fisheries and Forests, and other stakeholders in order to implement programs that will help retain youth in rural and maritime areas. Speakers, I believe that recommendation is being made to everyone in this House and every government agency to particularly stem the rural-urban population movement. When we look at why we have that movement of population, particularly young people, from the rural to the urban areas, the word in the second recommendation that in addition to the above, the ministry should also aggressively increase awareness and its engagement with youth in terms of opportunities. We move to the urban areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunities that they offer. Opportunity to further education, opportunity to further their sporting careers, opportunity to find employment. And so this first recommendation and the word opportunities is what we as lawmakers should really be looking at. And I congratulate the committee and what they have done to come up with that recommendation. Now it is our duty with the civil service and civil servants to bring to a series of actions and programs what will produce the outcome that you are recommending. That we take out the opportunities or spread the opportunities, not leave them in the urban areas, Mr. Speaker. If we can do that, we not only empower the people in the outer island and the rural communities, we stem the rural-urban population movement, and we have a more general distribution and fair distribution of national wealth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister Bauer, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to respond on the review of the Ministry of Youth and Sports 2016-2017 annual report. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there is almost 7 recommendations. And firstly, let me commend the members of the Parliamentary Committee for their considered comments and recommendations that are going to be useful moving forward for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to preface my remarks by saying that given the current situation under the COVID-19 pandemic and its implication, that most of their recommendations will become pathways for the medium to long term for the ministry, while it also focuses on short-term solutions on a priority basis. Such an approach means that we are going to give meaning to the action plan of the ministry and its goal and aspiration in a structured and a meaningful way, Mr. Speaker, sir. And Mr. Speaker, sir, now I would like to turn to the comments and recommendations in the order presented. Mr. Speaker, sir, highlighted by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the recommendation on page 7, the committee recommends that the ministry to continue to strengthen its network with all other government ministries. My response to that, Mr. Speaker, is that my ministry is building its capacity in order to address youth issues and retain youth in rural areas. This has been an area of challenge that we are turning into areas of opportunity, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the current pandemic has provided an opportunity for all stakeholders in this area to reflect on plans for economic and community development in their local areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been through active work with youth groups, including the recent rollout of grants for their initiatives in their local areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are also encouraging and providing support for all the community involved in these programs, for example, involving Matangalis and local settlement bodies in the projects, as I will highlight later in this address, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the ministry takes on board the recommendation for an all-of-government approach to youth and sports. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been one of the strong points of the Fiji Affairs government over the past 2 terms. as had been often highlighted by the Honorable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker said the value, the input of other line ministries, because youth and sports has never been and will never be a ministry that works in isolation from other ministries. And indeed, wider stakeholders, including community groups, youth groups, and national sporting bodies. He has highlighted in the individual collaborations that we have with these ministries, to which I will now turn. First, Ministry of Employment, Department of NEP. Volunteer staffs are engaged to assist the ministry across operational areas to enhance and diversify the workforce. Mr. Speaker said in return, the ministry provides volunteers with network opportunities due to the employment experience and allowances. Ministry for Agriculture provides technical advice to our young farmers and provides agriculture inputs beneficial to youths engaged in farming. Mr. Speaker said it has also assisted in identifying markets for the youths who work with agro-based projects. Ministry of Forest. Forestry has been part of the ministry's empowerment program and trainings through the provision of chainsaw operators program. They have also been part of a recent collaboration in the Youth for Climate Action program, Mr. Speaker said, whereby 100 youths have been employed through a volunteer program of tree planting. Ministry of Environment. They have been part of our empowerment program related to waste management and coast care club, Mr. Speaker said. These programs involve youth clubs in identifying practical waste management practice and also ensuring coastal and shoreline upkeep. Ministry for Women. Partnership has always been in terms of empowering young girls, those within the youth age 15 to 35 years. Gender-based violence training is supported by the Ministry for Women. Ministry of Forest. Youth empowerment programs in partnership with this ministry is an ongoing support for youth projects in fisheries. Mr. Speaker said, Ministry of Rural and Maritime. Mr. Speaker said, we have a resource sharing arrangement that includes logistics and areas of mutual support. Ministry of Health and Medical Services, free medical checkup for youths and advice on the health and wellness during our youth empowerment program is an ongoing exercise. Ministry of Education. Ministry of Youth and Sports was given the green light to implement Duke of Edinburgh International Awards in schools and continue to do so successfully. Ministry of Aithoki Affairs collaborate on the SMU Village Development Program to implement an MOU signed between the Ministry of Youth and the Korean government. 3 pilot villages were identified and are being assisted through this MOU. Mr. Speaker said last week we were in Tailevu to do the groundbreaking for the first project. Mr. Speaker said my ministry is embarking on a new program called Youth Farm Program, launched last month. It involves the utilization of vacant land in rural areas for farming. Consent for land utilization has been sought from landowners and we have received youth response. We work closely with the relevant ministry in obtaining approvals and in getting these projects off the ground. Mr. Speaker said another recommendation that ministry should also increase awareness and its engagement with youth in terms of opportunities available to improve their lives in urban and peri-urban areas. Mr. Speaker said, the Ministry of Youth and Sports recently appointed 29 assistant youth officers. These officers are stationed across Fiji and are in different localities to ensure focus is also towards heavily populated areas in urban and peri-urban. Youth club registration is a major focus to identify and support youth needs and register locations as well as create awareness regarding the ministry's program and activities. Mr. Speaker said we have also opened up youth offices in Sabu Sabu, Nasori, Singatoka, Nendi, and Ba, where our assistant youth officers are operating from. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation is that the ministry strengthen its working relationship with Ministry of Civil Service to ensure the successful implementation of civil service reforms. Mr. Speaker said the ministry is updated with the comply with all reforms spearheaded by the Ministry of Civil Service. The HR team takes part in the HR forum organized by the Ministry of Civil Service, which meets monthly to look after HR issues. In the latest HR audit exercise, the ministry obtained a clear audit. The Ministry of Civil Service has provided training for the senior management in terms of reviews of operational and attended policies. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation from the committee is that the ministry to fill all vacant positions. Mr. Speaker said this recommendation has to be given context on government hiring and recruitment during the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on such processes. We have identified key positions that will need to be filled and will progress on a need-based approach to ensure that we comply with current policies. Mr. Speaker said currently 85% of the established position has been filled. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation from the committee is the ministry review its system and process to enable better coordination with its internal and external stakeholders. Mr. Speaker said the ministry has reviewed its standard operating procedures to address these issues. The ministry has initiated a stakeholder workshop as part of ministry's operational plan to support achievement of annual service delivery targets and longer-term objectives with better and more efficient uses of digital interfaces. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation from the committee is that the ministry must engage a whole-of-government approach to address pertinent issues affecting youth in Fiji. Mr. Speaker said the ministry has reviewed its youth empowerment program and has developed 6 new models, which includes law and order, health and well-being, climate change, soft skills, and project management. Furthermore, the Fiji Youth Council was established, replacing the former National Youth Council in 2019 as the platform to harness youth voices on youth issues. Mr. Speaker said the ministry is currently finalizing an online learning management platform that will deliver empowerment programs to reach all youths, which will complement our face-to-face program. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation is on data pay. And I'm pleased to inform this August House that the first phase and second phase of the database has been completed. This included the initial set of database which is fully functional and operational. Mr. Speaker said this will also include the National Sports Organization Directory. Mr. Speaker said moving forward, the ministry has in place operational plans on strengthening the database on the ongoing basis to address demands in the field. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation from the committee is that the ministry should communicate in writing and give time frame to the sporting bodies to provide their views and submission. Mr. Speaker said policy consultation and validation was undertaken in 2019 and participation included rests from all the national sporting bodies during the process of national sports and recreational activity policy. Mr. Speaker said the next recommendation from the committee is life after sports and further recommends for wider consultation to be carried out with the national federations and current and former sportsmen and sportswomen. Mr. Speaker said after the endorsement by the Cabinet, it will empower the ministry to have the national sporting organizations' participation at all levels for effective policy implementation and to draw up life after sports program. With those few words, Mr. Speaker said, I thank you for this opportunity.
I thank the Honourable Minister Bala. Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to speak for the motion by Honourable Vian Pillay. But before I do so, sir, I'd like to just make a comment on the comment that was made by the Honourable Andre Chali in our discussion on the bill. I just want to say that out of the group on the other side, I thought he would be one of the sensible ones, but obviously not. He not only insulted the Attorney General, but insulted everybody on this side of the House. I think his comment was very unparliamentary. That's just all I want to say about the comment that came out of Andre Chali. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our young people in Fiji represent around 70% of the total population. Therefore, priorities of any government or community must be set to consider the priorities of our young people, our next generation. We need to develop the full potential of young people in Fiji, not only through formal education, but also through non-formal education. My government, Mr. Speaker, is always ready to take on the challenge of ensuring that we provide innovative ways to support our young people in this modern society with rapid changes and growing challenges. Fiji was progressing economically until we were forced to respond to the COVID pandemic, but we will grow again. Fiji is now an upper middle income country among the nations of the world. Our youth need to have the assurance that they will find meaningful employment and that they will have the education, the skills and human qualities necessary for the job market of the future. So we will continue to focus on education, encourage national and foreign investment, maintain a stable economic environment, and provide programs that nurture and prepare our youth. If our young people are active and engaged, if they are optimistic about the future, if they are encouraged to take on new challenges and experiences that will help them see their greatest potential, no doubt, Mr. Speaker, we will be building the future of our country. Mr. Speaker, government efforts in ensuring that it works collaboratively with the private and public sectors through the provision of training and technical skills will continue. With the continued support of my government to youth through the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the provision of training facilities, support and infrastructure, I know that we will achieve our constitutional responsibility to our leaders of tomorrow. On those remarks, Honourable Speaker, I therefore support the report. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Chair, you have the floor for your right of reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker Sir. Honourable Speaker Sir, I'd just like to thank the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Minister for Youth and Sports and also the Leader of Opposition. And also would like to thank my committee colleagues, Honourable George Wegnathan, Honourable Alipati Nangata, Honourable Salote Randrondo, and also Dr. Ratu Antonio Palambalabu. Thank you, Honourable Speakers.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Motion by the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
I now call upon the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honourable Albert Maharaj, to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I move that the Parliament debates the report on the COP23's Presidency Trust Fund second semi-annual report for the period 1st November 2017 till 30th April 2018, which was tabled on 4th April 2019.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
I now invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to speak on the motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker say, as the Chairperson of the Public Accounts Standing Committee who moved the motion, I take this opportunity to speak on the motion to debate on the PEC report on COP23 Presidency Trust Fund second semi-annual report for the period 1st November 2017 till 30th April 2018, which was tabled in a Parliament on 18th May 2018. Honourable Speaker says, for the information of the House pursuant to Section 8.1 of the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund Act 2017, the Ministry responsible for finance, which is Ministry of Economy, must prepare a report every 6 months on the activities and expenditure of the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund, including financial statement of the fund, and submit the report to Cabinet within 6 months from the end of the 6-month period to which the report relates. Honourable Speaker says the COP23 Presidency Secretariat was established in March 2017 to oversee and manage the operation of the fund. Even the utilization of the fund for procurement is in accordance with the Procurement Regulation 2010. Further, the Financial Policy Guideline consistent with Financial Management Act 2004 and Financial Instruction 2010 were also developed for the fund. It was also important to note the Ministry of Economy oversees and also assisted in accounting functions of the fund. Honourable Speaker said the committee in its review recorded a bilateral and multilateral funding support that was directed to COP23 presidency. Also noted our COP23 presidency trust fund utilization breakdown and the outcomes of COP23 bond Germany. Honorable Speaker said the committee in its review noted the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund Secretariat Office within the 6 months of the reporting period, a total sum of Fijian 11 million was received as donation to the fund. The major donor countries and organizations comprised of 1 Germany, 2 UK, 3 Russia, 4 Asian Development Bank, 5 Dalai Narona Trust contribution, 6 significantly some other donations were also received from Belgium, Estonia, Korea, Spain, Qatar, and Australia and New Zealand Bank for support of the pre-COP Blue Ocean event. Honorable Speaker said the fund utilized for the period leading up to the COP23 included the management and operation of the Secretariat Office, 2. Support of the COP23 Presidential Leadership Personnel, 3. Fielding the team in Bonn for November COP23, and the funding of the Fijian Pavilion and its associated site events and cultural program, 4. Supporting engagement by membership of 23 Presidency leadership at key international UNFCCC or related events including One Planet Summit in Paris and meeting in Bangkok and Tokyo. 5. Global Climate Action Agenda, which promotes greater pre-2020 action under the leadership of COP23 high-level champion, Honorable Minister Inia Sereratu. 6. Maintenance of extensive communication program, including the COP23 website, traditional and social media outreach, drafting, and event management. 7. Training and building capacity for Fijian national team and the Fijian presidency team. 8. Further partnership with Governor Brown of California, COP23 Special Envoy for States and Region. 9. To further the relationship with private sector. 10. Progress numerous legacy projects for Fiji and Pacific. 11. Keeping up with the past COP host experience, a Fijian team member was posted in Bonn as UNFCCC liaison officer. 12. Developing of an extensive cultural and communication plan. And 13. Other presidency support services, including strategic advice, negotiation support, assistance with fundraising, capacity building, logistics support, communication, and documenting and drafting. Honorable Speaker said, also reflected in the report were the outcomes of COP23 Bonn, Germany, which Fiji worked closely with the co-host Germany and staged a successful COP that brought to the fore both the human challenges and innovations of the Pacific response to climate challenges and the Bula spirit of warmth and inclusiveness, and this includes key 2017 and COP23 outcomes as outlined below. 1. Talanoa Dialogue. 2. Financing of vulnerable nations. 3. Inclusive process. These are arrangements that were reached to include traditionally marginalized voices of gender, local communities and indigenous people in pioneering open dialogue was held between parties and non-party stakeholders. 4. Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture. 5. Ocean Pathway Partnership launch. 6. Grand Coalition on Climate Action. 7. Fiji Pacific Outcomes. These were the number of reports or initiatives that were launched, including the Pacific Regional NDC Hub, the Pacific Climate Finance and Insurance DRUA Incubator, the 5 to 20-year National Development Plan and National Adoption Plan Framework, and the NDC Roadmap for Energy. Honorable Speaker said, to conclude, I sincerely commend the effort of my PEC committee members in the compilation of this report that is before the House. We acknowledge the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund Secretariat Office and Ministry of Economy's response towards the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund second semi-annual report for the period 1st November 2017 till 30th April 2018. Honorable Speaker said, with those comments, as a member moving the motion for debate of this PEC committee, I thank you for the opportunity.
I thank the Honourable Chairperson. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on this motion. Honourable Kirikiri Tambua, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, during debate to note the contents of the first semi-annual report, the Honourable Attorney General labelled my comments as gratuitous sarcasm. But he failed to address the fundamental issue that I raised, which was first highlighted in Parliament in May last year by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, which is the waiver of procurement regulations and abuse of tender process by the Honourable Attorney General, Minister for Economy, in awarding Corvus a consultancy contract of USD 2.295 million, or at the time a little over 4.658 million Fijian dollars. Mr. Speaker, this was a clear abuse of authority in gross violation of the procurement regulations, and this is the document that clearly proves this abuse. It describes Corvus as a friend of the Fiji government. Mr. Speaker, there is no mention of Corvus in the second semi-annual report, and I hope it will be in later reports that will come before Parliament. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Honourable Attorney General to state whether or not any other firm providing services to the COP23 presidency received such a waiver of procurement regulations and tender processes. Why I'm asking this, Mr. Speaker, is that last year, after changing the name of the COP23 presidency to the Climate Change Trust Fund, there was another amendment made to delete specific reference to procurement regulations and make general reference to Financial Management Act 2004. I hope that the waiver of procurement for Corvus was not repeated, but it is for the Honourable Attorney General to state whether or not that happened. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the note of transparency and accountability, just before we broke for lunch, the Honourable Attorney General, while commenting on the audited accounts of the National Federation Party and the donor list provided to the Elections Office and sent to him as registered officer and General Secretary of the Fiji First Party, that he was reading from, commented that I should know what is happening in my party. I certainly do, Mr. Speaker. As a Vice President, I'm a member of the Management Board. We recently had a successful working committee meeting and will, on the 26th of September, hold our next annual general meeting. We are transparent and accountable, and we're not a two-man rule who, under the Fiji First Constitution, are the only two people eligible to become party leader. No AGM, no Congress, and an undemocratic constitution that violates every democratic norm, including the 2013 Constitution and the Political Parties Act. We find it strange that despite having such a draconian constitution similar to the unjust and feudalistic 1990 Constitution that entrenched key positions, Fiji First was still registered. No wonder transparent procedures were trashed in respect of waiver of procurement regulations when it came to the COP23 presidency. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, Gosfulia is not only puri and goat curry, it is also appetizers and beverages. And the Attorney General knows this very well, but it's probably well below the standards and the top-notch menu that Fiji First has when it has its fundraisers with the who's who of the business community at venues like a luxury home in Domain in Suva, in Ba at the home of a director of a hardware giant, a posh residence in Simla, Lautoka, thank you, of a Sugar City businessman and a first-class restaurant in Denarau. And yes, Honourable Attorney General, a Gosfulia event was organized to fundraise for the National Federation Party at Katrio Hall in Suva on Sunday, the 21st of October 2018. And that was the same evening that the Attorney General at a Fiji First meeting at Samambula Primary School told voters before feeding them goat palau that not supporting the Honourable Barenge Bainimarama in the elections would be akin to putting a dagger to their necks. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that people who live in glass houses do not throw stones at others. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Honourable Anjali Anganbara. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. I rise to make a few comments on the report by the Public Accounts Committee and would like to thank Honourable Alvik Maharaj and the members of the committee. The report is very informative. It allows one to understand what has happened with the COP23 report, the second semi-annual report. And I'm very pleased to also note the audited accounts, Honourable Speaker, sir. It is a part of this the second semi-annual report. The audited accounts from period 28 December 2016 to 31st October 2017. I noted there were some anonymous donors, people who, countries, organizations that probably did not want to be named. My only other comment, Honorable Speaker, is that PricewaterhouseCoopers have a statement which reads restrictions on use. This report is made solely to the Permanent Secretary for Economy and the Ministry as a body. Our work has been undertaken so that we might state to the Permanent Secretary for Economy and the Ministry, a body, those matters we are required to state to them in an auditor's report and for no other purpose. To the fullest extent permitted by law, we do not accept or assume responsibility to anyone other than the Permanent Secretary for Economy and the Ministry as a body for our audit work or for the opinions we have formed. There's probably some understanding between the COP23 Secretariat and government on why the report is only made for the Ministry of Economy. But I am pleased it's being tabled in this House. It has been looked at by the Public Accounts Committee, and it is a certified opinion, sir, on the accounts. My only other suggestion for government, if they can look at Section 7 of the Amended Act, Climate Change Trust Fund Act, to include the fact that there is a need to table accounts to Parliament, for that to be stated in Section 7 of the Amended Act. With those words, I commend the report before the House. Nak.
I thank the Honourable John Barak. Honourable Attorney General, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to talk about the trust account report. As has been shown that all the procedures, Honourable Gary Tambo does not understand the Financial Management Act nor the regulations. The Minister is empowered to waive under certain conditions, and those conditions did exist. In fact, just yesterday or day before yesterday, when we broke up for morning tea, I actually gave a waiver for the project that Honourable Seruratu was talking about, which GIZ is actually funding. And we have to be able to allow, the law needs to be able to allow the Minister under certain conditions, which obviously can be audited, to give waivers. And that's part of the job. Nothing illegal about it. They don't know what they're talking about. And then to try and sort of buffer that by listing out where we had our fundraising, yes, we had it there. But you see, the difference is, we actually list all our donors. You don't. That's the difference. So let's not try and obfuscate the issues. Every single person, company director, you have company directors giving you money. Doesn't make it a big deal. All I'm saying, you did not comply with the law. You did not give the list of donors. SODELPA did, Fiji First did. Internal party mechanism, what happens within the party, we don't interfere about your working committee or whatever. That's your own business. That's your own business. What you do, whatever, that's your own business. What SODELPA does, they have leadership challenge, that's their own business. We don't comment on that. You keep your nose out of that. What we are talking about, it's just in passing, that's fun. But what we are talking about is respect of you not complying with the law. That's the issue. Not complying with the law. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the issue. No amount of obfuscation will change that fact. And Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding the public accounts, this particular report itself, one point I'd like to continuously highlight is the benefits that Fiji has received as a result of our participation. And I'd like to firstly thank all the donors who actually contributed to this particular fund. We raised in excess of $40 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, the funds that were given by these donors, they ranged from individual countries to organizations. And the donors in those organizations gave the funds specifically, Honorable Biman, you should note this, for COP23 purposes, and then subsequently any climate-related purposes. They did not give this fund to Government Consolidated Fund. That's a point of difference. That is why we created a trust fund specifically for this. We in fact went one step ahead and actually brought a specific law in relation to that trust fund. We could have set up a trust fund without necessarily bringing any law specific to that, but we did that. We brought it to this Parliament. We stated exactly what the objectives were, and then we had Parliament approve that particular law, and then we put all the monies in there. There's a huge point of difference in respect of what you're trying to picture or trying to portray as to what the ground realities were. A huge point of difference. They have an obsession with COVID, Mr. Speaker, sir. But they should have looked at the type of PR that was generated because of Fiji's participation in COP23 and the amount of footprint that we actually ascertained were able to get because of the type of right people we engaged. As we've explained previously before, because Corvus was already engaged by government for work onshore here, they were the most suitable partners to be able to carry out that work for us offshore, because they understood what is already happening in Fiji. It just makes common sense. So, there's no smoke screen, whatever it is, nothing opaque about it. And again, continuously, because of the obsession of these small, minor matters, they're trying to, make out into some kind of conspiracy, they are unable to actually comment fruitfully on the subject matter at hand, Mr. Speaker, sir. And as we've highlighted, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we have achieved through the Fijian participation in COP23, highlighted yesterday, I want to reiterate that, the Talanoa dialogue, it still continues till today, able to socialize it internationally, the Paris Agreement implementation guidelines, the historic agreements on 3 key issues, the Fijian COP23 presidency successfully facilitated the finalization of the UNFCCC Gender Action Plan, achieved a historic breakthrough to develop the Coronivia Work Plan on agriculture that bridges the nexus between climate change and agriculture, and finalized the development of the local communities and indigenous peoples platform, which recognizes the need for indigenous people in the UNFCCC space. Last but not least, the adaptation fund replenishment. Very important. As we had informed the Parliament on Tuesday, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian COP23 presidency advocated the need for a greater balance between adaptation and mitigation, funding, and with more emphasis on adaptation efforts. In this regard, the priorities of the Fijian COP23 presidency helped replenish the adaptation fund with a total of US $93.3 million from bilateral donor support. And in fact, most of the small island developing states, many of the other states, the climate champion will testify to that, till today talk about this legacy, how Fiji has been able to actually get these issues that were in fact on the periphery into the center of the discussions of the UNFCCC process. The other aspect, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've already highlighted that. We have a number of other reports, of course, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is the second semi-annual report. We've got the third semi-annual report from the 1st of May 2018 to 31 October 2018. We have the audited financial report, COP23 Presidency Trust Fund for the period ended 20 December 2016 to 31 July 2017, and the audited financial report, COP23 Presidency Trust Fund, period ended 1 August 2017 to 31 July 2018. These are the documents that will be coming up soon, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's all there for anybody to see what had happened and how the funds were actually used. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable Chair, you have the floor for your reply.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to especially thank 2 members who basically spoke with regards to the COP23 Presidency Annual Report. Just a reminder to Honourable Lenora Gerengere-Tambua, we were discussing on the COP Presidency Trust Fund second semi-annual report and not Fiji Fest annual report. And I would like to actually mention at this point in time, members not to make a mockery of committee's report. There's a lot of hard work which is actually placed in compiling these kind of reports, and when we are actually debating these reports, we should be actually debating on these reports. Yes. And if you don't have any constructive input with regards to the report, please don't stand up to speak. Yes. don't make a mockery of the committee's report. With those words, just two more comments. Firstly, with regards to the comments made that the Presidency Trust Fund account is not audited, and I would like to confirm that the Trust Fund account was audited as mentioned in the 6 months report. The audit was conducted by an independent external accounting firm, PricewaterhouseCoopers, and secondly, the COP23 Presidency Trust Fund account was audited as required by the donors and in compliance with the requirements of the Trust Fund Act, Associated Financial Policy Guideline and Procurement Regulation 2010, and with the applicable conditions in the funding agreements with donors. With those words, I would like to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Binaka.
I thank the Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. The Parliament will now vote to note the content of the report. Does any member oppose the motion? As no member opposes, the motion is agreed to unanimously. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honourable Ro Filipe Tuisawao.
I now call upon the Honourable Ro Filipe Tuisawao to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that Parliament establishes a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into a national airline, Fiji Airways. The members of the special committee shall comprise the honourable members as listed. Thank you.
Is there a seconder?
I second the motion.
I now invite the Honourable Ro Filipe Tuisawao to speak to his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Continuing from the, I know that it is an interesting subject to the government side, and there have been a few statements on it, including a ministerial statement. It is good that a few things have been clarified, and I acknowledge the Honourable Minister of Economy on that. In the Wangavuka, it is interesting to note one of the past annual reports, 2016. The company name which is listed there, Wangavuka Financing, the nature of the business, renting of air transport equipment, purchasing, financing, storing, leasing of aircraft, and type, a charge on a ship or aircraft or any share in a ship or aircraft, persons entitled. There is a KfW Apex Bank, GmbH, which looks like the German lenders. As shared by the Honourable Minister of Economy, the current shareholders, shareholder Vista Capital Markets. However, in 2016, it was ownership 100% Deus International Finance, Island Limited. It is not really a detailed report, but it is interesting. There were a few directors in 2016. Rhys Owens served for 3 years, 2013 to 2016. David McGuinness, 8 months. Emil McGrath, 2.5 years. Linda Ellis, 2 years, 8 months. Within the periods 2016, 2013, 2016. And as mentioned by Honourable Minister of Economy, Bernard Hardiman, who is the sole director now. It also lists credit scores of the Wangavuka and credit limits. One of the interesting parts of the report, they mentioned some key factors, negative comments and influential factors. Pre-tax profits decreased by 10.2% compared to the previous trading period. A 8.3% decline in total assets. Sales in the latest trading decreased 7.9%. The company is part of a group undergone recent changes in directorships. Key financials, cash, but they do have cash. not much though. Euro 682, 2013, 10,349, 2014, 2015, 18,917 euros. However, in the assets, total current assets, 17,563,230 euros. That was 2013. 2014, 18,157 euros, and then 2015, 18,621. And liabilities, which sort of match those. So I suppose that's linked to the leasing, as mentioned by Honorable Attorney General. And there is also a profit and loss. So there are funds going in and out. And there is operating profit listed there, interest payments, pre-tax profit, etc. So there is also listed trade debtors, short-term finance, liabilities, total assets. So, Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is it's not really that it's there inactive. There are funds going in and out. However, as I expressed this morning, there is concern regarding Ireland. And it is seen by the European Union Parliament and the US Senate as a shadow banking, it is a shadow banking setback. It is viewed as a tax haven, which Ireland's bank has little power to regulate. It is described as Ireland's shadow banking center. And I suppose the question we would ask is, why are public funds of our nation being channeled through a tax haven or shadow banking sector? The publication shining a light on special purpose entities in Ireland. This refers to an entity such as Wangavuka. The publication identifies about 6 types of entities. One is the securitization model. The first model, standard securitization model, is relatively straightforward and is also a model most commonly employed. In this model, a bank passes debt, such as mortgages, to the Irish resident special purpose entity, which issues debt securities to investors based on cash flows behind this debt. These debt securities are usually tailored to investors and are often issued in senior and subordinate tranches. The proceeds of these debt sales are passed to the bank via this special purpose entity. Motivations for the bank include receiving proceeds of these debt issuances, reducing loan portfolios, and earning servicing fee income. So there are elements of fees in these kinds of entities. But the second model, split returns model, this is employed in various ways by both securitization and non-securitization vehicles sponsored by banks. The Irish special purpose entity holds a portfolio of investment assets such as debt securities, and returns are split between the bank and SP debt. In particular, the Irish SPE issues bonds with fixed rate of interest to investors that are redeemable on request. The special purpose entity then uses the proceeds to purchase a portfolio of high-quality, long-term floating rate government bonds. So that's the second one. The third one is the interesting one. External financing model, which is the third model in special purpose entity, which adequately describes Wangavuka. In this model, the bank transfers assets to SPC, to the special purpose entity, which ring fences the assets as collateral, backing debt issued to investors. The assets are governed by Irish property rights in the event of dispute. The special purpose entity is set up as a standalone entity outside of the sponsors group structure. And this is, there are several entities mentioned here. So the sponsors group, this could be the Fiji Airways or the bank, I'm not very sure about that. With a charity or other body technically owning the special purpose entity, so that assets are not accessible by the bank, as described by the Honorable Attorney General. This ownership is technical, with contracts structured so that investors have priority over assets. So that's another entity which is there. Sponsors I mentioned, the bank and investors of the special purpose entity. The bank also guarantees the IRIS special purpose entity. The loan participation notes, again, this is another question which needs to be clarified, are then issued to intermediaries. This is this a separate vehicle entity or what is it? And on to investors. And flows meaning maybe debt repayments, fees or what? That's the question I'm trying to get at. Returning to the bank via the special purpose entity. Again, it is mentioned in the intermediary. And this is something why we are pushing for an inquiry. Because in this explanation, there are various components, entities within the special purpose entity. The intermediary is usually quoted on a stock exchange, often the Irish Stock Exchange. Such listing requires that the prospectus describing the debt issues, including risk factors, is approved by the home country regulator. So who is the home country regulator? Is it Fiji, the Irish, or where is the prospectus issued? The bank achieves cheaper funding or access to funding markets by guaranteeing the assets. So it's a two-way benefit to those guaranteeing the assets, which is Wonga Buka, and the bank, which funds the purchase or the lease. If they are under stress, we'll ring fencing the assets if the bank is not. This business model describes special purpose entities in various countries and the predominant activity of Russian-sponsored special entities. So it's used a lot by the Russian organizations. And to me, that is the worrying part. I'm not saying that something is happening. As someone who is proposing a motion for inquiry, these are the perimeters we need to look at, because there's a lot of unanswered questions. And just recently, in February, March, Reuters reported on a bribery scandal in Airbus. Let me read it out. Fallout from the Airbus bribery scandal reverberated around the world. And as one of its top buyers temporarily stood down and investigations were launched in countries aggrieved at being dragged into the increasingly political role. Airbus agreed to pay a record of $4 billion in fines after reaching a plea bargain with prosecutors in Britain, France, and the United States over alleged bribery and corruption stretching back at least 15 years. Airbus declined to comment. Prosecution documents agreed by Airbus detail a global network of agents or middlemen in transactions across the group's business and run from a cell in Paris, where the group had part of its headquarters split between France and Germany. It outlines the operation in its annual budget. That unit within Airbus had an annual budget of 250 million to 300 million euros, as reported. Prosecutors also cited parallel projects or investments alongside some negotiations, including sponsorship by Airbus of a Formula One team owned by top officials of Air Asia, a major customer. Air Asia Group CEO Tony Fernandez and chairman would step aside for at least 2 months while both airline and government probe the allegations. Fernandez, one of the aviation's best-known executives, already faces domestic pressure after backing former Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak in the 2018 elections. Najib was ousted by Mahathir Mohamad, prompting Fernandez to apologize for backing the loser. In Ghana, a political storm erupted over accusations of Airbus payments to a relative of a government official in connection with the purchase of military transport planes. So Britain's Serious Fraud Office said the agent had no aerospace experience, having previously worked in a football merchandising and as a facility manager. It did not say what the agent, who had been held by two unnamed British actors, did with the money. So there's various incidents. And and cases related to that Airbus unit, which had about 200 million to 300 million euros assisting it with purchasing of Airbus. In Kuwait, the parliament there has agreed to look into whether Airbus aircraft orders from the Gulf Arab state. So we could also do the same thing. One of the parliaments is doing that, so why not us? Governments and airlines around the world have launched their own, we are not investigating this, but it's just an inquiry as stated in that motion. And it would be good, it would be good for the public, the questions being raised, and also good for the Fiji Airways and the government side. They have launched investigations into that issue regarding the 4 billion settlement with prosecutors. Alex Barbarian stretching back more than a decade. A 3-member parliamentary committee has been tasked with reviewing Airbus orders and is to submit a report. I also share, Honorable Speaker, this issue. It's really about transparency, good governance and accountability. And that's exactly, this is what we are asking for. Not only this side of the House, but the members of the public, even the Fiji Airways staff. I acknowledge that explanations have been done, and information provided by the Fiji Airways CEO, and again emphasize that we are not here to undermine Fiji Airways. The Enron scandal led to the bankruptcy of Enron. This is another example of situations which have developed where there has been lack of accountability, transparency in the governance, in corporate governance, which was one of the largest, Enron, one of the largest audit and accountancy partnerships in the world. In addition to being the largest bankruptcy organization at that time, Enron was cited as the biggest audit failure. And executives had been charged by using accounting loopholes, special purpose entities, poor financial reporting, and were able to hide millions of dollars in debt from failed deals and projects. And in terms of other incidences, the Panama Papers, some of you may have heard about it. Millions of leaked documents detail financial attorney-client information for more than 214,488 offshore entities. Okay, so Onkapuka is an offshore entity in Ireland. The documents, some dating back to the 70s, were created and taken from Panamanian law firm and corporate service provider Mossack Fonseca and were leaked in April 2016. The documents contain personal financial information about wealthy individuals and public officials that had previously been kept private. While offshore business entities are legal, reporters found that some of the Mossack Fonseca's shell entity, such as what I've just described, were used for illegal purposes, including fraud, tax evasion, and evading international sanctions. So, Honorable Speaker, sir, the motion is really to, if we have this vehicle within Parliament, it will answer a lot of questions. And I think it will be good for the nation that we have that. A lot of comments have been made, a lot of questions asked, and maybe assumptions made. And just to emphasize that this is not a witch hunt or anything. It's basically just to clear things, to ensure there's transparency, accountability. And we have to note, we have to keep in mind that it is not a minor issue. Fiji Airways is not a minor issue. It is a 51% company owned by the people of Fiji. It is not owned by the Fiji Airways CEO or the minister. And it has exposed taxpayers of Fiji to 455 million government loan guarantee. 200 million has been taken from FNPF, or loan from FNPF. and just recently the 75 million via Reserve Bank. So there is a total of 655 million that will be added to the already 7 billion national debt. So according to Fiji Airways CEO, they currently swallowing up maybe 20 million or 38 million. He mentioned two figures, and we are not sure when the airlines will fly again, when it will return to profitability. So 1 billion revenues become zero. Bulk of the staff have been laid off. Recurring costs they are 20 to 38 million. And CEO has also revealed that they, even though they build up their cash reserves, of which 60 million was from profits, the recurring costs can still bring the airline down, as this cash would probably just last another 6 months. In the end, it could result in a national financial crisis for the nation, as debt is now going on to nearly 80% of GDP. So, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the rationale behind this motion, and I believe that it will be a good exercise. It will also clarify issues. It will also clear the air and get rid of rumors, innuendos, and also misconceptions which had been created. And it will also be good for the national airline. Before I sit down, I again emphasize that this side of the House, the opposition, wants the airline to survive, and we want it to be a sustainable entity. But then we want to be assured that the financial situation, in particular the management of the debt, and the entities existing which are facilitating that, such as Wangavuka, are transparent and accountable, and also subject to good governance processes.
I thank the Honourable Liberty Sawal for his motion. Honourable members, the floor is now open for debate on the motion. Honourable Biman Prasad. Floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this inquiry indeed is to go ahead, then one thing that I think that the committee ought to look at, and I know Honourable Geboka has been highlighting this, and I think it's an important issue, and that is to investigate the question, what was the effect of the military government's 2012 decree which destroyed the government's relationship with Qantas, the 46% shareholder of Fiji Airways? Because it's no point blaming everybody else, including the opposition, which the Honourable Minister and even the Fiji Airways CEO tried to do at the press conference that they held in Nandi on the 26th of August, Mr. Speaker. At that press conference, the CEO quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, blamed Qantas for taking 95 million in revenue from Fiji Airways. I was very clear. He said that Qantas should not be competing with Fiji Airways. He said that Qantas should be its strategic partner. And the CEO said that Qantas should be helping Fiji Airways. He further said that Qantas should be helping Fiji Airways to buy aircraft and train pilots. So why is Qantas not doing this? And I think the CEO knows why. The Honourable Minister also knows why. But one thing that the CEO said quite rightly, Mr. Speaker, is that Fiji Airways is a small airline, by comparison or in relative terms. So it needs a strategic partner like Qantas. And I think that was one of the reasons why in 1996, the then government allowed Qantas to actually increase its shareholding to become a 46% shareholder. Mr. Speaker, this should have been a huge opportunity for Fiji Airways. It was an opportunity for Fiji Airways to be helped by a bigger airline, which actually Qantas is actually a force in the global aviation industry. And for many years, that's what happened. And government, Mr. Speaker, as we know, is a 50% shareholder in Fiji Airways. Qantas has 46%. And anybody who knows about business, I mean, if you have a partner, if you're an owner and you have a share of 51% and somebody else has 46%, then obviously, you would nearly, if the other partner nearly owns half the company, you would want to work with that shareholder. You don't then fight with your shareholder. You cooperate, you work together, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, if you read the Articles of Association of Fiji Airways, you will see that those articles actually set out rules for working together. They set out the rules for making decisions together. Both parties must agree and work together on major decisions. But Mr. Speaker, after that 2012 decree, all that was taken away. And of course, the Honorable Attorney General was the legal advisor, and the decree is now obviously an act, Civil Aviation Ownership and Control of National Airlines Act. So the question is, what was the effect of this act, Mr. Speaker? It was essentially to override the articles and the decision making in those articles. And because the Fiji government did not want to cooperate with Qantas, it basically wanted to order Qantas around. And so, Mr. Speaker, as a result of this decree, Qantas stopped appointing directors to the Fiji Airways board. There are supposed to be 4 Qantas directors on Fiji Airways board. These directors were supposed to be people with expertise and would provide support to the airlines. So for more than 7 years, there has been no Qantas representation on the board, yet they still own 46% of the shares. And Mr. Speaker, this is what the government probably needs to understand, that Fiji Airways is indeed small. I think Fiji Airways more than ever needs Qantas now. Qantas does not need Fiji Airways. I mean, if they own 46% of the company, Mr. Speaker, and Qantas is a huge airline, we need to work with them. So, if you are Qantas in this situation, this is the way, and if you find that this is the way, if you are a 46% shareholder and the 51% shareholder in the company treats you like this and says, you have no say, what would they do? Obviously, they would not help Fiji Airways to train pilots or buy planes or give other support. So, Mr. Speaker, when the Fiji Airways CEO complains about what Qantas does, who should he be blaming? Should he blame Qantas? Should he blame the minister? Should he blame the government? Should he blame Fiji Airways board? Mr. Speaker, nobody, is really surprised at this news, because everybody knows that this is the way in which this government has behaved on many other things. So, it's not surprising why this has happened. So, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the reasons why this could be a very useful issue that the committee could investigate or inquire as to what is happening. What is happening? What is happening? How did that act change this whole relationship between Qantas and Fiji Airways? And Qantas, Mr. Speaker, may I repeat that, it still owns 46% of the shares. Yeah. So, you guys can have some discussion first. So, Mr. Speaker, I think if there is one issue, if this committee were to go ahead, which is very unlikely, of course this government never agrees to a bipartisan committee or a special committee to investigate anything. But if they change their mind and this committee goes ahead, then I would say that this is one of the things that needs to be inquired by the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion by Honorable Profilipe Tussoa, but for somebody who's supposed to know something about what's happening around us, he has no, Honorable Biman Prasad has no idea of what transpired in 2012. He thinks he knows, but he doesn't know. But you explained it. He doesn't know that Qantas then had Fiji Airways by the throat, by the neck. They had the veto power. We couldn't buy any plane, we couldn't fly anywhere without Qantas saying yes. Does that make sense to you? Makes sense. It's I think it's a matter of pride for Honorable Prasad to get out of the stupid notion that we having problem with Fiji Airways. Mr. Speaker, I started to when Honorable Tussoa introduced his motion, I got the notion that what he wanted us to do. But then he started to wander off, and he lost me when we got to Russia. I just couldn't figure out what we were doing there. But I want to tell the honourable member that, lucky for the honourable member, there is actually a document that already explains exactly what is after. It is called the Fiji Airways Financial Results, which are transparently published for anyone to read. So I have to wonder what the honourable member expects his proposed committee will do. To read us those financial results as a bedtime story? While we appreciate his offer, I can assure you we're all sleeping just fine, particularly so with the knowledge that we're supporting our carrier through the challenge of the coronavirus. If we all get out of this room and walk down there for about half a mile, it'll be a better exercise than the exercise he says we should go on in this. On top of that, Honourable Speaker, our Honourable Attorney General already gave us a detailed explanation on the airline's financial position. I share his frustration that while airline companies are receiving support from governments all over the world, only in Fiji does anyone question why that support must be given. We've been citing the same financial figures since the very day we presented the government guarantees to the airline. The finances have not changed. They have not changed, Mr. Speaker. They are the same as the day this Parliament anonymously approved the government guarantees to the airline. Now, Honourable Tussoa and Honourable Prasad seem to be racing to see who can backtrack from that approval fastest. And it's obvious why. They both think there are votes in them for them. It's 2022 all over again. But I think it's also more to do with pride. They can't backtrack from that. That's how they both think. They want to look for new pockets of votes. And they think Fiji Airways former staff are where they will get their votes from. They aren't really being honest. They aren't being genuine. If they were, they would have raised this issue when we presented the guarantee. Now they have become what everyone cannot stand about politicians, doing or saying anything for votes. When it concerns the airline's overall viability, Mr. Speaker, lessons and finances are much more qualified to assess Fiji Airways' financial position than any individual on that side of the chamber. And those lessons and finances have shown that utmost confidence in Fiji Airways' financial position demonstrated by payment deferrals and new loan facilities. These lessons and finances are not standing in the next elections, Mr. Speaker. They are unbiased, unlike those sitting opposite. Again, Mr. Speaker, should we decide to waste our time and money on this special committee, I really have to wonder what game-changing revelations the opposition believes they have for us. We know there's a global pandemic. We know the revenue from passenger air travel can return so long as the borders remain closed. Fiji is currently COVID contained, but Australia and New Zealand are not. We're praying our Australian and New Zealand friends are able to contain their outbreaks. In the meantime, we're making sure that Fiji is in the best possible position to resume flows of tourism as soon as it is safe to do so. We're not differing on an indecisive committee. We know what must be done and we're doing it. Unlike those members opposite, especially the two who seem more willing to support our national carriers competitors than the Fiji Airways itself, sorry, three. The side of the chamber stands with our national airline. We will defend it from the brutal impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. We will defend it from the campaign of lies and deceit from those members of the opposition. We will see it, Mr. Speaker, return to a position of strength. Therefore, I do not support the motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Kepper, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I speak on the issue where the former Managing Director and CEO, and I think Honourable Biman also alluded to it, where the Fiji Airways lost more than 90,000 passengers to Qantas in 2019. I think I know some of those passengers, Honourable Speaker, who decided that they would prefer to book through Qantas than through Fiji Airways. And they are not only from Australia, Honourable Speaker, they are also from Fiji. We want to be patriotic, but why is Fiji Airways allowing Qantas to take the Fiji Airways passengers? I used to have a friend, Honourable Speaker, who used to do my bookings for my flights overseas, and he used to book me through Fiji Airways. And then a few years ago he died, so I had to do my own bookings. So I decided to go to a travel agent to do my booking, and the day that I arrived there, he told me, sorry, there's no more Fiji Airways tickets, no more Fiji Airways seats. But there are some Qantas seats left. I said, oh, okay, what's the difference? What's the difference between Fiji Airways seats and Qantas seats? And the honourable members over on the other side, including Honourable Minister, Honourable Prime Minister and AG and all their ministers, they wouldn't know what I'm talking about, Honourable Speaker, because they don't do their own bookings. So when I went to do my booking, he told me that there are only Qantas seats left. So I said, what's the difference? He said, well, Fiji Airways, Qantas have their seats on specials right now, so it's cheaper than if you were to book through Fiji Airways. Same plane, Honourable Speaker, same plane, same destination. And anything else, any other difference? He said, you can fly, if you fly with Qantas, you are allowed 2 bags. Fiji Airways only gives you 1 bag. Although they own the aircraft, Honourable Speaker, they only allow you 1 bag. And so if I were to fly with Fiji Airways and I wanted to take an extra bag, how much would that be? He said $200. But if you fly with Qantas, they allow you to take 2 bags. So that's one reason many people, patriotic as they are, Honourable Speaker, they fly with Qantas if the Qantas seats are available. And you know, Honourable Speaker, Fijian women don't travel light. So who's going to go with a 1 seat, with a 1 bag, if you can take 2 bags? So I'm suggesting to Fiji Airways that they need to do a questionnaire. You only fly first class, so you wouldn't know. And paid for by government, I have to add. So I would suggest to the government that 90,000 passengers lost to Qantas is not a joke. And if passengers are voting with their feet to go to Qantas rather than fly with Fiji Airways, that's telling you something, Honourable Speaker. So I would suggest to government that they have a questionnaire or a survey or something, because they are losing millions of dollars because passengers are booking with their feet and booking with Qantas. And when you go to LA and you have you can fly with 2 bags, whereas if you were to fly with Fiji Airways and you have to pay for the extra bag, that's about $300 US, Honorable Speaker. So that's a lot of money. So this is nothing to be joked about. So when COVID-19, coronavirus is over, and travel restrictions are also over, and we can once again be welcomed home by Fiji Airways, we would certainly want to fly again with Fiji Airways, Honorable Speaker. Maybe they might be able to recover some of their 90,000 passengers that they lost, and make profits that Qantas is now accused of taking away from Fiji Airways. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Member, I give the floor to the Honorable William Naboka. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yesterday, on the 2nd of September, the CEO of Qantas said this: Qantas will bounce back stronger than ever. These are the people who own 46% of Fiji Airways. They used to be part of the management of Fiji Airways, and they are saying words that we want to hear during this crisis. All we hear from Fiji, from the other side, is this is COVID-19, can't be helped. You know, all the scenario to make us feel sorry for our national airline, which we all love. But here is the partner saying it yesterday: Qantas will bounce back stronger than ever.
So did the CEO of Fiji Airways, but you didn't hear it.
So, Honorable Speaker, here is a major strategic partner was raised money in Australia to the tune of $2 billion. We asked the question, couldn't we have gone to them to help us with funding for Fiji Airways? Why did it have to be just the taxpayers of Fiji? I mean, this is lost. You know, it's almost like you're wasting our time talking to the other side. You know what I mean? Here is someone who can contribute to the funding of Fiji Airways during this crisis, and they're ridiculing everything we say about this airline. They're living in a la la land, you know, these people across the road. You know, and then they said, interestingly they said, the equipment, they're all ready for post COVID-19, and their fleet is 787 Dreamliners. I mean, yesterday we got a lecture yesterday on fleets, management and all that, and why it's wrong to do this. And here is our major partner relying totally on the Dreamliner, the aircraft they have recommended for Fiji Airways. Honorable Speaker, you complain about losing passengers to Qantas. The Qantas guys love Fiji. They wouldn't have dropped their own metal into Fiji if we had the relationship with them. Why did we make it untenable for 4 directors of Qantas to sit in the board of Fiji Airways? Why did we do that? You remove them from the board. They own 46%. What do you think they're going to do? They will do what they need to do for their business. In the past, they had a soft spot for Fiji Airways. But the problem with Fiji First, Honorable Speaker, they don't know how to develop relationships. They don't know how to nurture it. At that time in 2012, we had what we call in Fiji was the decree factory here in Fiji. Decrees were flying left and right. And that was one of the decrees written to remove the Qantas directors from the board. So it's a sad story, and I would wish that we carry out inquiry into this, Honorable Speaker, and really determine why did we really want the Qantas guys out of the board. Prime Minister says, oh, well, they were having the final say on the new routes.
they were having the final say on the purchase of equipment. Yes, of course they did. Because some years back, they absorbed the losses incurred by Air Pacific then, which could have bankrupted this nation. Qantas and Serenade New Zealand all bidded to manage Air Pacific. Qantas won the bid because they absorbed the losses.
Please tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Honourable Speaker,
Tell the truth.
what is the truth here? Qantas absorbed the losses, okay? Qantas absorbed the losses, and the conditions they put into this was that, number one, we will have the final say on the purchases of equipment, and we'll have the final say on the new routes. Because, Honourable Speaker, what brought down Air Pacific at the time was when they bought a DC-10, when they leased a DC-10 from New Zealand, Air New Zealand. It was a wrong aircraft for Fiji. I mean, that is in the by and by, Honourable Speaker. You know, that's what happened. They got a DC-10 from Air New Zealand that was not suitable for the routes, for Air Pacific. And the route system, they had what you call a Project America, which was the first service into North America, but only through Honolulu. They were relying on another company to bring in people from mainland USA to Honolulu and for Air Pacific to pick up from there. It was a disaster. That's why Qantas said, this is why you lost money. We will absorb the losses, but on these conditions, we'll have the final say on the type of equipment you purchase and the routes you have, the routes you're going to fly into. That was clear to everyone. I don't know how it is that the regime and Fiji First said, this is unacceptable, we'll have a decree and throw them out of Qantas. Honourable Speaker, it's insane, Honourable Speaker. I mean, the whole industry knows that it was insane. And Honourable Speaker, part of the insanity with Fiji First was that yesterday we were told that the governor of the Reserve Bank was serving as chairman of FNPF, which was a conflict of interest. Okay, can someone explain to me, how is it that the CEO of Fiji Airways is chairman of Fiji Development Bank, which is lending money to Fiji Airways through the RBF? RBF is lending money to Fiji Airways through FDB, and the CEO of the company becomes chairman of FDB. So, if it is not conflict of interest, Honourable Speaker, then what it is, Honourable Speaker? So, Honourable Speaker, a lot needs to be done. Fiji Airways needs this. We need this tribunal to inquire into it. We all love our airline. We want to reverse, we want to make sure that it's strong, as it was in the past, and the way it should be. It's just too bad that Fiji First continues to believe that they are the only ones who have the answer, that this small airline can ignore its partner instead of benefiting from its partner, Qantas. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to draw the member's attention to the actual motion itself. The motion says to establish a special committee to inquire into the financial state and overall viability of our national airline, Fiji Airways. Mr. Speaker, sir, the mover of the motion actually talked a lot about the location of Wangavuka in Ireland, etc. Just to contextualize, Mr. Speaker, sir, the honourable member should know that the Airbus actually is owned by the UK, German and the French governments, and a couple other small European countries. The parts of the fuselage, etc., are made in different parts of Europe, and they come together in Toulouse in France. The Export Credit Agency that I spoke about actually is government-backed in Europe. And that's why the banks actually give you a much better credit or interest rate, because the loan itself is backed by the Export Credit Agency. So any conspiratorial theory, source that you may have, quoting one article about island and it being tax haven has absolutely no implication on Fiji Airways, nor the accounts of Fiji Airways. Somebody today sent me photographs of 10 years of annual reports of Fiji Airways, which is in the company's office. Honorable Prasad, please go and have a look. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate that we always seem to be traversing the same grounds over and over and over again. Mr. Speaker, sir, you know, it's kind of becoming really monotonous, talking like to school children, saying the same thing over and over again. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me go to the Chicago Convention. None of the members on the other side spoke about the Chicago Convention. The Chicago Convention talks about an effective control of an airline. You cannot, under the Chicago Convention, claim to be a national carrier if you do not have effective control. Fiji's ability to go and negotiate bilateral air services agreement was actually undermined by the fact when we went and spoke to different countries on the air services agreement, because most of our ASAs for decades actually had not been revamped. And when we actually went and spoke to those countries, they said to us, you cannot hold yourself out to be a national airline because you are not in effective control. Effective control means that you control the airline. We held 51% of the shares in Fiji Airways, or Air Pacific as it was known then. It still is. The limited liability company is still known as Air Pacific. And therefore, in the application of the Chicago Convention, the Articles of Association, which gave Qantas veto powers over 15 areas of operation, became null and void. Qantas's shares still remained. We did not nationalize. We could have. We didn't. Nothing was nationalized. At no point in time, somebody said from the other side, we stopped them from coming. We did not. They still have those chairs empty at every board meeting. They are the ones who have chosen not to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me highlight one other issue. Qantas, under the shareholders' agreement, Honorable Gavoka knows specifically well, Aquila Savu was appointed the CEO under the leader of opposition's government. He was not the right person for the job. As a result of that, the airline went under. It wasn't because of just one aircraft. Let's speak the truth. Fiji Airways, or the government of Fiji then, went cap in hand to Qantas at that point in time. I think from memory they owned about 12 or 14%. They went cap in hand. They wanted capital injection. You don't lose money just because of one aircraft. Let's speak the truth. They went cap in hand, and Qantas said, okay, we will inject these funds, but these are the conditions. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, you may argue and say that at a particular point in time, you may actually say, okay, for a period of time, we'll let you have veto powers. But to have veto powers in perpetuity, with no end in sight, and to still call yourself a national carrier, when we act as the poorer cousins of Qantas, where every time Fiji Airways wanted to fly to new destinations, they were stopped because they simply saw us as the feeder airline. We simply feed them in their major routes from Fiji. That was it. They'll bring the people from long distance. You little boys here from Fiji, just fly the Sydney Nandi route, do the Auckland route. Maybe go to LA. That was it. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's the reality. Mr. Speaker, sir, in post-2007, Mr. Speaker, sir, sorry, before that, when that deal was struck, the shareholders' agreement. In the shareholders' agreement, there were what we call, generally in commercial terms, preemptive rights. If you have 2 or 3 shareholders, the rule is, or generally commercial terms is, if I, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you and I are shareholders in a company, in this particular instance, it was actually slanted. If Qantas wanted to sell its shares, then it would actually offer to sell. And then Fiji Airways, if they wanted to buy, they would buy at the price that Qantas actually offered to sell at. If the Fiji government, wanted to buy but did not want to buy at that price, then the shareholders agreement said, you go to independent third party, whatever value the independent third party gives, that's the price at which Qantas sells, that's the price at which the Fijian government buys. You could only offer to sell, you could not offer to buy. So Fiji Airways could not offer to buy. We had to wait for Qantas to offer to sell. Very unusual, but that was the situation. Before this 2012, Qantas came to us and said, we want to sell our shares. We said, great. And the price that they wanted to sell the shares in Fiji Airways at 46% was way above what the market value was. Way above. So we said to them, we really want to buy. Because our thinking was, we will then go off and get a strategic partner. Strategic partner means getting somebody that's actually going to be developing a strategy with you and feeding into that strategy to grow the airline, not to stagnate it. And then when they said, we'll sell, we said, great, we want to buy, but sorry, Mr. Qantas, the price is too high. Let's put in place the mechanism under the shareholders agreement. Guess what Qantas did? They became really cute. And they said, we are not offering to sell. This is actually a proposal to sell. Therefore, you cannot go to the independent third party to get the independent third party valuation. Finished. So, it ended there. We wanted to grow our national carrier. We need our tourism to grow. We needed more markets. We need to go to Hong Kong. We need to go to China. We need to go beyond. We're now doing San Francisco. We were doing before pandemic. We were looking with the A350 to go to Dallas and even Chicago, because we're only tapping in the eastern seaboard, so the west coast of LA, of South America. There were the plans we had, Mr. Speaker, sir. That's what the A350 would give. Honorable Gavoka, please listen. Please, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, that's what we plan to do. Qantas, in the meantime, with the veto powers, as I've told this parliament so many times, we discovered they used to arrange our insurance. We used to pay more than what the market rate was. We went out and got ourselves the insurance, paid far less. Engineering costs, everything came down. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I say there's nothing wrong with us controlling our own national airline if it's going to be our own national airline. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, Mr. Speaker, sir. Nothing wrong with that. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reality is that Qantas had veto powers over which routes we could fly, who would be the CEO, what kind of capital investment we'd have. 15 areas of operation, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Gavoka had said that, Qantas has, these Dreamliners. Actually, they have A380s, they have A330s, they have 787s, they have 737s, they have A330-200s, 300s, they still have a couple of 747-400s. It's a mixture. It is a mixture. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point that I wanted to also make, and I've been controlling myself from saying this. Honorable Gavoka had a go at the CEOs. Dave Fligger signed a 3-year contract, and I've told Honorable Gavoka privately about this too. He signed a 3-year contract. He signed up again. He signed up again for second term, but his wife got cancer. That's why he left. In the 4th year, his wife got cancer. That's why he had to leave Fiji. That's why. Unfortunately, Dave may actually not like me saying this. But he's come to that stage where I have to say it. I've tried to keep it all very, personal. It was a personal matter. The other bloke who came in, he was a German bloke. He was a former Olympian of Germany. He received a phone call from Merkel's government, because Air Berlin was going under. Because Etihad, whoever was with them. They asked him to come and rescue the airline. That's why he left. Of course, wasn't able to rescue it, whatever the circumstances were, because it was facing a lot of difficulties. These were the circumstances. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to publicly today acknowledge Andre Villion. He's a damn good CEO, Mr. Speaker, sir. The type of negotiations he's entered into in the acquisitions and the way he's taken this company forward is phenomenal. Honorable Kepa talked about the 90,000 passengers being lost. Despite that, and despite, as I stated the other day, a projected loss of $100 million because Qantas starting their own aircraft, bringing their own metal in, they still made a $60 million profit. That one bag you're talking about, that had changed, Mr. Honorable Kepa. Maybe you should have traveled sometime after that. Because they had to compete with Qantas. And Qantas was throwing everything, bells and whistles. The question Honorable Prasad needs to ask is this. If you own 46% in a company, in particular in the aviation sector, why would you run your own aircraft against the company in which you have a shareholding? Why would you? It makes sense to code share, as now we do with American Airlines and so many other, British Airways, so many other airlines, part of the One World system. We work together. We have inter-airline agreements. We do code sharing. You don't compete directly on those routes. And here they are pontificating that and holding up as if it's something great and wonderful, just to undermine our national carrier. Alan Joyce has said that. Alan Joyce with a fantastic salary of $24 million a year, whatever it is. Alan Joyce said that. Our CEO said that. How come nobody's quoting him? He's given so many positive messages. How come they don't talk about our simulator, our aviation school? Enormous potential in that. Potential to move away completely from expatriate pilots, because our Fijian pilots can go there. We'll have all our simulators here. It's lost on them completely. Completely lost on them. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue about, COFJ being made chair of FDB. If the loan was given or was being negotiated whilst he was chair of FDB, that's a conflict. The loan had already been given out. We got the CEO because he's a good financial person. His background actually is in finance. And then he came into the aviation sector. That's why he was appointed. Mr. Speaker, sir, in fact, I don't have much more to add, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I obviously don't support the motion. And I urge Honorable Tuisawao, I think he seems to be coming on middle ground, but, meandered off into Russia and what have you. Please, the reality of the matter is, and I implore Parliament, I implore all members on the other side, I feel very passionate about this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because, no, you don't. I feel passionate, Mr. Speaker, sir, not for political point scoring. I feel passionate about it because it is such an integral part of our economic structure and well-being. Mr. Speaker, sir, many people have said, why do we rely so much on tourism? Before all of this, the opposition used to ask us, when are you going to hit 1 million? When are you going to hit 1 million? People used to ask us that. Now they're saying, you should have some other industries. Yes, we're trying to diversify our economy, but in order for us to make a good foot forward, we need the national carrier. Alan Joyce is also on record for saying a few weeks ago, they're not going to fly overseas till, I think, June of next year. So if they are going to open up the borders, if the Bulla bubble works, they're not going to fly here. You shut down Fiji Airways, so who are we going to wait for? We'll wait till June for Qantas to fly to Fiji. Is that what we're going to do? I implore all the members of the opposition, please think deeply about this issue. Let's not get into all the shenanigans. Put your egos aside. Got nothing to do with any of that. We will create more Fijian jobs. Yes, the termination is taking place. Other airlines have done that. Air New Zealand has fired 4,000 people. They don't seem to talk about that. The fact of the matter is, we need the carrier because we need our tourism sector. I worry about these things when I think about it at night. Okay, when will the borders come? We're getting our COVID-19 plans in place. Economic recovery framework is there. We talk to everybody else, get in place. We need the economy. We need the jobs. This is not our making. I implore you, please, let's not waste our time. We need to be serious about this. Please leave aside the political point scoring. As the Honourable Prime Minister said, don't look at pockets of votes. I urge you, and I say this with the most sincerest of pleas, it is a very serious matter. It is of national importance, economic importance. We have to be nationalistic about this. Not just for the sake of being nationalism, but for the fact it's good for our economy, it's good for our future. Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not support the motion.
Honourable Nikano Waikula.
Honourable Speaker, I sit here and I get worried. I worry about the public, the public listening to the Honourable Attorney General. I ask myself, how can a person who has single-handedly brought this mess upon the nation cannot accept responsibility? I feel that he has too much pride to admit he, of all people, is the person that is responsible for the mess we are in. We must admit that Fiji Airways is now technically bankrupt. It is technically bankrupt. He admitted that there's 95% of the planes are not flying. There is zero income. And the reason for that is one person, him. The reason for that, Honourable Speaker, is one person, him. From the start until where we are now, he decided to take it upon himself. He decided he wanted to play with the big boys. He kicked out Qantas. And he get into all this with too much pride because he was not reasonable. And where has that landed us? We have nothing. We have nothing. He must admit that he is the person that is the cause of the problem to the nation now. Now, if you think about it, the solution that they did, fair enough. Qantas was behaving in that way. Fair enough, because it was allowed to during the negotiation. They had a contract. The contract allowed Qantas to do that. And we don't have the reason. The reason was there, expressed briefly by Honourable Ngawoka. So he was entitled to do that as a matter of contract. And what was the solution that you did? You did not go back to the obligation. You resolved to a decree. Very selfish indeed to do that. You should treat them as you were in a contract. So what did they do? They decided to pass a decree. And that decree does not allow Qantas any input. With that decree, it kicked it out. So do not expect Qantas, do not expect any other country to come to your help in your time of need. You must know that. What is Qantas saying now? They will bounce back. What is the CEO of Fiji Airways now saying now? He's crying to the nation, saying if you don't help us, we'll go belly up. His only solution is to come to the nation. Who is the nation? The public. That is my fear. No one is going to help Fiji Airways. No company overseas will help Fiji Airways for what they did to Qantas. They will look back and see, what did they do? They chased out their partner by a decree. Totally unlawful. They did an unlawful act. So who, in their right mind, will come in? So the best thing to do is to sell or go into liquidation. Because otherwise, they will keep coming here time and time again, just like they are doing to FSC. Same thing. Fiji will face
Fiji will be burdened with that. FSC, what happens to FSC? 10 years cumulative losses to 402 million. And year after year after year, we are coming to Parliament to help, please. And now, they are almost telling us that that is what they're going to do. They are foreshadowing or foretelling us that is what they will going to do. They will come to Parliament time and time and time again, asking for guarantee, asking for assistance to Fiji Airways, just as they did to FSC. That is my fear and that is my concern, Honorable Speaker. And it is not a laughing matter. 200 million they took from FNPF. Another 405 million, we have guaranteed that. I'm not sure, we have to check hands on the total liability that the people of Fiji have guaranteed. And the fear and the concern is, Honorable Speaker, is that tomorrow that will happen. Next time Parliament sits, something will come up, just as they did to FSC. Because no company overseas, no country overseas, not even Qantas, not the least Qantas, will come to their help because they look at what they did. They had a legal contract with Qantas, and what did they do? They came by decree to take it out, to kick them out. It's a very impersonal thing. It's a very selfish thing. It's an unlawful thing, and it is sinful. And you must bear the consequences. Don't come to the people of Fiji to come to help you. Bear your own loss.
Honorable Triswal, you have the right to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I note the Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Attorney General have not really mentioned the problem that we are trying to solve, which is the debt. And as mentioned by Honorable Nawaipula, how do we manage debt going into the future of Fiji Airways? That's the fundamental problem. We have gone into all sorts of details, and we are not saying that there are unprofessional people managing Fiji Airways. What we're saying is, what is their responsibility to the people of Fiji, which is the debt with Fiji Airways and how that will accumulate or progress into the future. And that is why we are proposing this committee in order to look into the issues which will make it worse. And one of that is the Wanga Buka, etc., and the kinds of arrangements they have in place. And today we have heard, the fundamental problem here, which is the inability to have empathy, the inability to listen, to understand that there are others who might have, better suggestions. And that's the fundamental issue that we are facing as a nation. And it is the attitude that I am always right. And I remind the government side, in the 2 weeks ago, the Fiji Sun, the famous Fiji Sun, did a survey and indicated that the support of government is falling below 50%. That's not Fiji Times, but Fiji Sun. So if they continue along this trajectory, by the end of the year, it will probably be 40%. And by 2022, it will be 30 or 20%, and you're out. So this kind of committee, instead of going below 50%, would have taken you above 50%. And it's just an attitude change, just the ability to recognize what your responsibilities are to the people of Fiji in terms of the debt, which is already there. 455 million government guarantee, 200 million FNPF. How much more will FNPF support Fiji Airways? How much more? We're already taking money out from the people's funds, and maybe 30% of government support for the COVID-19 assistance. How long will that go on, and how long will we continue to support Fiji Airways? And that is why, Honorable Speaker, it's very, very important for them to also understand the input, not only from the members of this House, the opposition, but also members of the public, those who also are experts, have experience, and that could have been taken on board by the inquiry. But unfortunately, the government side has decided to continue on its normal path, which is, I'm always right. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that Parliament establishes a special committee under Standing Orders 129 to inquire into the financial state and overall viability of our national airline, Fiji Airways. The members of the special committee shall comprise the following: A. Honorable Vijay Nath, Chairperson. B. Honorable V.M. Pillai, Deputy Chairperson. C. Honorable Dr. Salik Govin. D. Honorable William Walker. And E. Honorable Ro Felipe Tuisawau. Does any member oppose the motion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion is defeated. We move on. Secretary General.
Motion in the name of the Honorable William Ngavoka.
I now call upon the Honorable William Walker to move his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament resolves to establish a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into the freehold lands held by the Fiji Sugar Corporation and to consider the welfare of the traditional landowners and sitting cane farmers on such land. The members of the special committee shall comprise the following: Honorable Vijay V.M. Pillai as Chairperson, Honorable Vijay Nath as Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Dr. Salik Govin, Honorable William Ngavoka, and Honorable Inosi Kurindrani.
Is there a seconder?
Honourable Speaker, I second the motion.
I now invite the Honorable William Walker to speak on his motion. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start with a story of a beautiful place called Naindovi. Naindovi, Honorable Speaker, is in Lubu. It's fronting Lubu Bay, that beautiful Lubu Bay. The villages of Rukurukulevu, Voa, Wunahawira, and Hanahana are adjacent to Naindovi, a thriving community for many generations, commencing from the establishment of CSR with their base in Naindovi. It is generally known as Lubu, as it fronts Lubu Bay, one of the most beautiful in Fiji. CSR workers, mostly Indo-Fijians, had made their homes there, and it was what was then known as CSR lines, akin to dormitories, mostly cramped, as the norm with FSC, with CSR all over Fiji. It was a thriving trading community, Honorable Speaker. Traders had set up in Naindovi, and some had grown and became household names in Fiji, such as Punjas. That's where they started from, in Naindovi, in Lubu. The community was very close, with most Itokais gaining conversation knowledge of Hindi and the Indo-Fijians, the Nandangan dialects. It continues to be that way today, albeit without CSR. The land at Naindovi, Honorable Speaker, where CSR operated, was acquired in a manner that people of the villages have been questioning for generations. Honorable Speaker, the story of Naindovi is similar to many parts in Fiji where CSR owned land and operated. CSR owned land in Ba, in Nandi, Saivo, in Wunda, in Lautoka, Tavua, Tova Tova, Dhuvu, Lambasa, parts of Maduwata, Moromoro, and Raki Raki. I think for maybe some of this young generation do not know who CSR was. CSR stands for Colonial Sugar Refining Company Limited. It was from Australia, and it became the biggest miller and a monopoly in Fiji, operating the Penang sugar mills, Rarawai, Lautoka, and Lambasa. Yes, there was another earlier part of history. I'm referring here to the more viable part of CSR in Fiji. Honorable Speaker, at one point, the Lautoka sugar mill, operated by CSR, was the biggest in the Southern Hemisphere. When I remember that, I'm saying, see, this must have been a company. This must have been quite an operation here in Fiji to operate the biggest sugar mill in the Southern Hemisphere. Southern Hemisphere is what? Brazil, Australia, the countries in the Indian Ocean, and part of South Africa. I mean, that's how big CSR was. They created critical mass for sugar like no other industry in Fiji. I've often spoken on agriculture here, and I've always wished that we could set up a support system similar to what CSR started here in Fiji. You know, Honorable Speaker, they had the 4 mills, they had the support system for sugar, including the network of railways they created, which will not likely be equal in Fiji. Honorable Speaker, you know, growing up in the Western Division and seeing all these railways, you know, you didn't really think about it much. But now when you look back today and you look at the network into the hills and valleys of Nandronga and Novosa, into Mba, into Tavua and Raki Raki, it was quite phenomenal, Honorable Speaker, the way they set up the railway system. Only now I'm beginning to appreciate what went into that. And when we were, my colleagues in the Economic Affairs Committee will testify to this, when you were doing that Bill 19 and 20 on sugar, we asked FSC on how much it would cost to revive the railway network. And they said a figure like $600 million or $700 million. And imagine this was done quite some generations ago. Of course, there was a dark side to CSR with the manner they exploited the Girimitis and their descendants. That's a dark side to CSR. And what I have here, Honorable Speaker, is a book I would suggest we all read. Many books have been written about the way the Girimitis were mistreated. But one that is truly illuminating is this one here, Enslaved in Paradise, by Mr. Rajendra Prasad. He was the town clerk of Mba, I believe, during the time when my colleague, Honorable Bala, was mayor of Mba. He now lives in Auckland. He now lives in Auckland and has written a few books, but this one here is very illuminating. It talks about the treatment they received, and it's unbelievable what happened here in Fiji to the Girimitis. And for most of us, we should appreciate what they contributed to this country.
And we should all remember the sacrifice they made for Fiji. Now, Mr. Prasad makes a case that the Fijians were betrayed by the British, the chiefs, and the leadership of Fiji. I don't necessarily agree with all he says, but on page 178 of his book, he makes assertions that throws light on what CSR was like, and I quote, "Even in 21st century, truth continues to elude the Ito case as they continue to view the colonial rulers as being benevolent and oblivious to the robbery of over 500,000 acres of land, prime agricultural land, by the Europeans. The CSR company, the sole mill of sugar in Fiji itself, held over 75,000 acres of Fiji's most productive land," unquote. Honorable Speaker, I believe it's common knowledge that CSR acquired land in ways that were dubious. CSR exited Fiji in 1973 after selling to the Fiji government, and on that we formed the Fiji Sugar Corporation to own and run the business in Fiji, which include, I think it was SPSM and then FSC, yeah. And to include the 4 sugar mills and the freehold properties. The freehold land were converted to state land without titles. Farmers were granted lease under ALSA. There is a desire by the farmers to buy the land they occupy and own them as freehold. A particular farmer, a Mr. Muhammad Yunus, former secretary of the Fiji Muslim League, a sitting farmer on CSR land, is proposing that sitting farmers are given the option to buy the land as freehold. They want the lease paid on the land for all these years, 46 years in this case, to be applied towards the purchase price. That they get a loan from the Sugarcane Growers Fund for 30 years at 1% to 1.5% interest to pay for the balance. He has copied us on this correspondence to the Prime Minister on this issue. Of course, some land fronting the beaches has been sold to companies like that in Ndovi, ideal for resort hotels. In Ndovi today, the land has been sold to one of the local hoteliers, ex-CSR land. And it's ideal for a hotel. If you know Dubu Bay, you have Shangri-La on the left, there's Dubu Beach and Kamba on the right, owned by the Methodists. So it's a huge, it can be another general in the years to come. Honorable Speaker, the wishes of the traditional landowners need to be accommodated, who want the wrongs of the past to be corrected, and at the same time accommodate the aspirations of the sitting tenants in all ex-CSR land. It is strongly felt within the Itoke owners, people I talk to, that they want the tenants protected. And perhaps a 99-year lease is arranged, but they want the ownership returned to them, perhaps through a buyback scheme, using the proceeds from the lease to settle with the states. Honorable Speaker, we should do this responsibly, ensuring no one loses usage of the land while ownership is rightfully restored. Dialogue can start right away through a tribunal being recommended through this motion. Honorable Speaker, tribunals and parliamentary sittings are confidence-building measures, and we should not always view them negatively. We need them in times like this. Honorable Speaker, I would urge the House to support this motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Governor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, I wish to contribute to the motion before the House. And from the outset, may I categorically state that this is an issue that many customary landowning units in Fiji are facing. Honorable Speaker, sir, we wish to reassure government that landowners are your willing development partner. It is therefore common sense that government must always make every effort to work with all customary landowners. Honourable Speaker, Section 8 of the Crown Lands Act states, and I quote, when any native land which is being acquired by the Crown for public purposes under the provisions of the Crown Acquisition of Lands Act or any other written law is no longer required for such purposes, the Minister, after consultation with the Cabinet, may by order declare such land to be native land, and such declaration shall be recorded in the name of the unit from which it was acquired in the Register of the Native Lands, kept under the provisions of Section 8 of the Native Lands Act, unquote. Sir, in responding to the motion, I will be drawing three important evidences that relate to the motion which the Honourable Minister for Lands may wish to investigate further. First, Rasa Crown Grant 1050, Onrayawa Sewa Crown Grant 1261, and Tendamu Crown Grant 3197. Honourable Speaker, sir, these land parcels are situated along Rasa flats within FSC's Rasa sector. You may recall, sir, that Rasa Training School was very famous in the early days of the sugarcane farming in Fiji, and training of cane farmers from all parts of Fiji. The said land parcels were a significant part of the early establishment of the sugar industry and served its purpose. In the meantime, the nearby villages of Itong, Naviano, and Matawalu have overgrown in their population beyond the capacity of their village boundaries. So, in January 2012, Fiji declared a state of disaster over flooding and landslides that killed at least 6 people and displaced thousands. Sir, I was in my village when you paid a visit to flood-affected areas in the west. Back then, there were suggestions from government that the villagers needed to be relocated to safer grounds. I am therefore requesting the minister responsible, please consider the reversion of the said land parcels from Crown Grant to native land as they have served their purposes. Number 2, Lautoka Water Reserve, NG 187. Honourable Speaker, sir, on 26 September 1926, the Matangali Nandakubatu, Matangali Noi Matiri, Matangali Bindiro, Matangali Matarsinga, and Matangali Tunoloa granted 3,177 acres of their lands to the Crown for public purposes. The grant was made under native grant number 187. The grant area by the 5 Matangali became known as the Lautoka Water Reserve, with the Director of Lands and on behalf of the Crown became the registered proprietor of NG 187, now known as the Lautoka Water Reserve. Honourable Speaker, sir, construction of the Waturu Dam began in 1980 and became operational from 1984. The dam is the main source of water supply for the Nandi and Lautoka urban areas. It is located in the headwaters of the Nandi River, about 30 kilometers from Nandi, and it commands a catchment area of approximately 40 square kilometers, or slightly less than 8% of the total area of the Nandi River catchment. The 4 tributaries of Waindamu, Sabnamba, Nukunuku, and Wainvau creeks form the 4 sub-catchments which drain into the Waturu Reservoir. In accordance with Section 8 of the Crown Lands Act, we seek the consideration of the Minister for Lands and order the reversion of native grant 187 to native land. Number 3, Watukola Gold Mines. Honourable Speaker, sir, the Fiji Times of 26 July this year ran a story with the following heading: 8 royalty payout brings smiles to Nasomo landowners, unquote. Furthermore, While officiating at the event in Nasomo, Watakola, Minister for Lands and Mineral Resources, Honorable Tone Usamate, highlighted that from 2018 to date, a total mineral royalty fair share of approximately $6.5 million has been distributed to landowners and landholding units, of which approximately $522,000 was paid to the Nasomo Landowners Trust. The minister said, and I quote, "These royalties are earned predominantly from bauxite, gold, and silver, whereby approximately $1.6 million is retained by the state." Honorable Speaker, sir, Section 5 of the Fair Share Mineral Royalties Act 2018 states that 80% of mineral royalties be given to land-owning units of customary fishing rights holders and 20% retained by the states, unquote. Honorable Speaker, sir, allow me to set the record straight. We have 107 VKB registered villages in the Ba province, and none of them is Nasomo. There are 593 VKB registered land-owning units in the Ba province, and there is none in Nasomo. Honorable Speaker, sir, Nasomo is a settlement, with its members coming from all other parts of Fiji, and on north, the customary landowners of the gold mines at Watakola, which is closest to the Vanua Umbila. To further prove my point, sir, members of Nasomo settlement are not paying provincial levy to the Ba Provincial Council. Honorable Speaker, sir, it is my plea with the Minister for Lands for the reversion of the land at Watakola Gold Mines to a land tribunal or to the Native Reserves Commissioner to be able to establish the customary landowners. Honorable Speaker, sir, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights obliges states, parties to undertake steps using the maximum available resources and by all appropriate means to realize economic, social, and cultural human rights, the principle of progressive realization. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion before the Parliament. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Shakuru for his, what's that? Honourable Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise to speak on the motion by Honourable Wilame Ngavoka. But I must start by saying it is really a confusing motion. I don't know whether Honourable Ngavoka meant to be so unspecific, nor can I say exactly what this next and latest meaningless committee will be looking into. He has not clarified if he is talking about the freehold land of Fiji Sugar Corporation, on which tramlines, buildings and factories are built, or if he is referring to the FAC's estate cane farms. He may not know enough about the FAC to know what land is asking after. So let me just educate him on all the various properties held by FAC. Mr. Speaker, as of August 2020, FAC owned a total of 239 hectares of freehold land and 911 hectares of sugarcane estate farms that are leased from Lands Department, the Land Bank, and Itoke Land Trust Board. Of the 239 hectares of freehold land, 97% of it is occupied with factories, with tram lines and buildings, including staff quarters, halls, offices, sector offices, church, schools, wharf, and civil yard. Of the 97%, FAC has informed that a total of 2.2 hectares of land in Wunisamaloa Road, Mba, have been occupied by 61 households that have illegally occupied the land and have developed into squatter settlement over the years. a very small portion of the land remains vacant, and it is located in a very flood-prone area. Mainly it has been used as grazing land by nearby communities in Tawa. There is no land to spare, Mr. Speaker. That's it. Mr. Speaker, the 911 hectares of sugarcane land comprises of FSC 7 estate farms. Andrasan, Wangandra, Rarawai, Malau, Lambasa estates are under lease from Lands Department. Wunika is the Itoke land acquired by FSC through TLTB. And the Sanganga estate farm has been acquired through the land bank. Apart from the Sanganga estate, over 96% of the sugarcane land in the rest of 6 estates have been fully utilized. The remaining 4%, which is mainly in Rarawai estate, is being used for dumping bagasse and mill mud. All estates are being managed by FSC's own staff, excluding the Sanganga estate, which is being managed by a contractor. Mr. Speaker, the Sanganga estate was acquired by FSC several years ago. It is mostly hilly terrain. The land development on the Sanganga estate is in progress. So far, nearly 25% of the arable land has been brought under cane. Mr. Speaker, these 7 estates are large parcels of land suitable for commercial farming and can achieve economies of scale, particularly with mechanization, which we know is best suited to flat land. FSC has plans to fully mechanize all activities on the cane farms. Hence, the focus on bringing all flat area land under cane. Mr. Speaker, so far, FSC has achieved full mechanization of all activities on the Andrasa estate, right from cane planting, cultivation, fertilization, weedicide, application, and cane harvesting. Other estates have achieved full mechanization in cane harvesting and weedicide application, while fertilization is still manual on Rarawai, Penang, Wangandra, Lambasa, and Sanganga estates. Cane planting has been mechanized on the majority of these estates. Mr. Speaker, the average yield from the 7 estates is around 70.5 tons per hectare, ranging from a high of 87.5 tons from Rasa estate to 45.1 tons from Sanganga. About 20 acres of hectares of the Rarawai estate and 30 hectares of Rasa estate have been used by the Sugar Research Institute of Fiji to conduct its research and development activities under its cane improvement. Cane management and cane protection programs. These activities mainly include large mill trials, plant breeding, propagation of seed cane, using hot water treatments, conducting trials for tolerant cane varieties, and field demonstrations for technology transfer, among other activities. All of these new farms have access cane planting grants and input subsidies. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, the FSC has approached the producers who are not actively producing and supplying cane to mill as well. As of last year, nearly 19,770 hectares were left idle, all of which should have been utilized for cane cultivation. The reason these lands are left unutilized range from sitting tenants now residing abroad, land disputes, lack of interest from sitting tenants, land use for grazing, farms being abandoned, unavailability of laborers or other developments have taken place. The FSC, with the help of Land Department and TLTB, have approached these nil producers, as we call them, to begin cane cultivation. Some of these nil producers have shown interest and have cane planting, and have begun cane planting with support from the Ministry's cane planting grant. In addition to this, Mr. Speaker, FSC has already developed 9 joint ventures with the landowners. Through the establishment of such joint ventures, communities have been granted income-generating opportunities. After recording the lowest production of 1.39 million tons of cane in 2016, The industry has made tremendous efforts and recorded continuous positive growth in cane production. Significant milestones have been achieved, including mechanization of cane harvesting, supply of trucks, establishment of tissue culture laboratory, soil chemistry laboratory, payment of guaranteed price, and ensuring cane growers. This, Mr. Speaker, has been accomplished solely by the Ministry of Sugar Industry, the FSC, industry institutions, and our hardworking growers. They didn't need to wait on some special committee to tell them what to do. They didn't need to waste time cutting through political bureaucracy. They got the support they needed from government to do what needed to be done, and that is how they will continue to operate. The FSC is its own competent board, as well as board subcommittee, property manager, and property value and surveyors as panels of experts that provide advice and oversight over FSC properties. The industry is well structured and capable enough to run the sugar industry. Establishing a special committee will not add any value to anyone, save for the members opposite. I can tell you, in the consultations the industry conducted last year, we received more valuable input from the public than we ever got from any members of the opposition. How can you not make a single contribution during the consultation process and then have the audacity to demand we appoint you to some special committee? If you really cared, you would make some concrete submissions during our consultations, but you really don't care. You don't really have ideas. You just want us to give you a stage so you can try and score some political points. Mr. Speaker, I've explained the situation. Once again, the work of the opposition leader's proposed committee can be reviewed and dealt with in a matter of minutes without wasting any more time and money than necessary. Of course, I reject this motion. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Nikolai Kula, you have the floor.
Honourable Speaker, I wish to contribute and clarify a point raised by the Honourable Prime Minister. He was referring to a number of kinds of land. And the land, relative to the motion, Honourable Speaker, that we are talking about is all the freehold that are now held by FSC. These comprise mainly arable, the best areas for sugarcane. All this land was stolen from the native owners. Stolen because in 1882, when the Native Lands Ordinance was passed to forbid the sale, all lands were required to be vested in the native owners. Then, in 1905, a governor by the name of Imthurn came and passed a law to allow the sale of native land, to allow native owners to sell. Because, why? Because FSC wanted the land. And ironically, Governor Imthurn has something in common with the present Prime Minister. He suspended the Great Council of Chiefs, possibly for the same reason too. We don't know, because it was uncooperative. But those are the lands that owners have been identified. And instead of classifying them as crown grants like the Native Ordinance did in 1882, they were called native grants. So for all the lands that are now native grants, and most of these are turned into freehold for the FSC, the native owners are known. They are known, the Matangali landowners. And the motion is simply asking, please, look into, consider the welfare of the traditional landowners whose land was stolen from, or the state grabbed because of that amendment in the act by Imthurn, and as well as the sitting cane farmers. Because we now have the situation where possibly FSC to cover its loss, it's losing all the time, and it's selling off its estates. And a lot of this is touching onto this freehold. So before it does that, please I think government is obliged to really look into the welfare of the people whom the government stole the land from, and as well as the farmers who are using it. So I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr.
Attorney
Speaker, sir.
General,
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to bring the legal perspective to this particular motion. Mr. Speaker, sir, land ownership obviously has always been protected under the various constitutions. Honorable Gavoka and Niko Nawaikula talked about the native grants. Yes, they did take place. There's native grant in 1906, 1907, 1908, 1910, 1939 was the last native grant that was actually given to FSC. Not all of them were actually given directly to CSR. Some were actually given to other individuals, and they subsequently were sold to FSC. There were a number of other Crown grants. They go way back to 1881, all the way up to 1882. The reality of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, the ownership of all these lands actually have been preserved. Honorable Nawaikula does know this. When the 1970 Constitution was negotiated between the then leaders of Fiji, including the first Prime Minister of Fiji, Ratumara, it did not say that any of the land ownerships was in doubt, nor did the 1990 Constitution. It preserved the ownership of all those lands. In fact, the 1997 Constitution, which is lauded by NFP and the others, Chapter 2 of the Constitution specifically said, the ownership, using their words, the ownership of Fijian land according to Fijian custom, the ownership of freehold land, and the rights of landlords and tenants under leases of agricultural land are preserved. The reason, Mr. Speaker, sir, why you need the surety in law, as was actually realized by also our independence negotiators, that if you were going to unilaterally change the title of these lands overnight, it will completely throw the financial system into chaos. Because many of these lands, including, for example, some of the lands on which hotels sit, banks sit, towns and cities sit, are on the titles on which they're boarded for and have been mortgaged. So mortgagees would run away. The banking system would actually collapse. That's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have what we call the buyback system. The buyback system, Mr. Speaker, sir, does not change the ownership. It basically says, the government started this previously, that if there are various lands that it only applies to Itauke landowners, if they believe that that's their land, and which has now passed on to another title, and they want to buy that land back, they can, with the assistance of government and with their own funding, buy that land back from whoever is the owner. And they can, of course, then add it to their own plots of communal ownership of land. That's how the system works. What is being proposed, and I am glad Honorable Gavoka mentioned buyback in one of his lines, although he seems to be a bit ambiguous about it. The fact of the matter is that FSC, however the land was acquired, actually has proper title over all these lands. In the same way, Honorable Nawaikula would know that Suva Peninsula, including parts of Rewa Street, etc., was actually given away by Ratu Seru Dakambau to an American company. We all know that. Because there was an American ship that was burnt, and so as compensation, he decided to give away this land. And they got freehold title. And then they subdivided it, they sold it. Parts of Savu Savu, parts of Bua were actually given away by various chiefs. Read Charter of the Land, France. They'll give you exact examples. The reality of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, sir, that actually has passed on. Now, as unfortunate as it was, The fact of the matter is, it is the fact. As unfortunate as it was, the legal parameters of this country, right from independence, from the 10th of October, which is coming around closely, nearby, that system of ownership remains. Now, the point of difference, of course, is this. At independence, only 81% of all the land in Fiji was Itaukei land. Today, 91% of all the land in Fiji is Itaukei land. Out of the balance of the 9%, approximately 4.5%, out of the balance of 9%, approximately 4.5% is freehold land and 4.5% is crown land. That's the reality. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, the other point I wanted to highlight and also go back to the current Constitution. The 2013 Constitution, in Section 295, Mr. Speaker, sir, says, all land that existed as freehold immediately before the commencement of this Constitution shall remain as freehold land, even if it is sold or purchased, unless it is sold to the state or is acquired by the state for public purpose under Section 27. Mr. Speaker, sir, then, Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, the Constitution, the current Constitution, goes on to say, 28.1 of the 2013 Constitution, the ownership of all Itaukei land shall remain with the customary owners of that land, and Itaukei land shall not be permanently alienated, whether by sale, grant, transfer, or exchange, except to the state in accordance with Section 27. The 1997 Constitution, the 1990 Constitution, the 1970 Constitution did not have a similar provision. This is why from 1970 all the way to 2013, we had, even in this post-independence period, had Itaukei land that was actually converted to freehold land. And we've cited these cases a number of times, Momi and Danrau. We've had the other side say to us, well, it was done within the law. Yes, it was done within the law. But the law was weak. The law allowed for the permanent alienation of Itaukei land. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just wanted to highlight, Honorable Nawaikula knows this.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want to highlight Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister has already spoken about what FSC does. He's also mentioned that yes, there are certain lands. FSC does not only own the freehold land, it also has various leases on which farmers, some of the lands they actually lease out to the farmers, they sublease it, or they lease it for their own purposes. I'm extremely glad one thing Honorable Gavoka has said, which unfortunately not many people in this parliament have said, and that is recognizing, of course, the dark side of CSR. CSR did a lot of good in respect of gaining export, but the manner in which they gained it and the manner in which they repatriated the exports out of Fiji. At one time, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think Wada Narsi actually wrote a paper on this. Fiji was making far more money from sugar than CSR operations in Queensland. That's how effective it was, but also more importantly, that is the cost of production was so low because the labor cost was so low. They got actually cheap labor. Well, during the time of Girmit, it was slave labor, essentially. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's of course been social amnesia and historical amnesia about the Girmit time. In respect of Naindovi, I know the area well too, Mr. Speaker, sir. Naindovi is one area adjacent to the beach area. That beach area has been sold to the Tanoa Group, we understand by FSC. And as we all know, Honorable Nawaikula would also tell you, and those of you who know come from sugarcane areas, a lot of the times the FSC quarters of what I call the CSR Turangas, one quarters would actually stand on vast amounts of land. It's like in those days, you know, you had the colonial administrators, they would be sitting perched on a hill and probably the quarter acre or 3/4 acres of land. If you go to Naindovi, I think it's probably only 1 or 2 quarters. So that's the land that they've sold, but adjacent to that is through local government, we are doing a subdivision. That land there adjacent to the FSC property is actually Crown ground. not to anybody else, but still owned by the Crown, by the state. And those people living in Naindovi, who now the area is being subdivided, and they will all get 99-year leases, that area, Mr. Speaker, sir, those people have been living there for 60, 70 years. They weren't necessarily cane farmers, they're actually cane laborers. And they have been for years, for decades, living on a, what we call tenancy at will. Every year, the state, previous governments would just give them a 1-year lease. This is why the quality of the homes aren't good. Because they can't go to the bank and lease put the land as collateral. So you put up, a tin shack. And some people live like that for 60, 70 years. A few generations have passed through them. And government is obviously trying to remedy that issue by issuing them proper leases. But in respect, Mr. Speaker, sir, of what the motion is saying, the motion is saying is to consider the welfare of the traditional landowners and sitting cane farmers on such land. Most of this freehold land, we don't actually have sitting cane farmers, except the ones that may be leased out to the cane farmers, and they're active cane farms. And the other issue about the traditional landowners, there are no active landowners on these lands. So I cannot see the nexus between the motion and what is actually being said, Mr. Speaker, sir. But I thought I'd just highlight the legal parameters of this. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Attorney General. Honourable Bulanoda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I just wish to highlight a few areas in which this motion has come up, and I cannot see why we should not allow a committee to go and investigate further into the areas that is associated with the FSC lands. As the motion says, yes, the freehold lands held by Fiji Corporation. But there are also lands, as already been mentioned by the Prime Minister, of Crown land or leased land to FSC in these areas. But I think the main purpose of this motion is to have a look at the needs of the landowners that have been affected and have short of land in around the FSC areas in Nandunga, in Ba, in Ra, and Magua. Because there are, as I know, there are actually landowners there really in need to get some of their land reverted back to them, now being occupied and acquired by FSC today. I think there are cases there. There needs for a committee to go around and have a look and report back as to what appropriate or reasonable thing to do in order to resolve that need from the landowners who are lack of land at the moment, particularly lands that have been taken up by FSC. Whether it's freehold, or crown land, native grant, or crown grant, or whatever. But the need is there. That's the hope is of the motion, is to get to resolve that need by the landowners. But there are freeholds now with the FSC, as throughout Fiji, as I already mentioned, and there are various types of uses by FSC has already been given out. There's factories, tram lines, quarters, sector offices. Also in Raja, there are experimental areas, research areas. Before they used to have a school there to teach farmers how to plant cane. Now they are no longer required. That's the exact areas where we need this committee to investigate what real lands that are really still useful to FSC. Leave them, say, but they are really not useful. We can find out the ways of doing it, or they can return it back to their landowners. Fine, good. So there are various types of uses which FSC use land. There are various types of land there under FSC, also various types of uses used by FSC there. That's okay. We know that. Also, we have to know about the transfer of ownership of those lands to FSC. One is through Native Land Commission, Wilkinson, and so on and so on. Either to FSC straight away or to individual claimants at that time.
and they transfer those to FSC. That's the challenge. And secondly, through acquisition, Crown acquisition of lands ordinance, it's already been mentioned. In that ordinance, it specifically says, if it's acquired for certain public purposes, whether it's for FSC, CSR to establish a sugarcane station here in Fiji or factory or whatever, when it's no longer in use, or no longer doesn't use it for such public purpose, it should be returned to the landowners. So that's exactly why this committee needs to go and inquire which types of those lands, which types of those uses are still required by FSC, fine. Give them as they are. When they are no longer required, it should be returned back to the landowners who are crying out for their needs in order to solve them. So it is important. And secondly, and thirdly, is a way of transferring the lands to FSC is through native grant. It's already been mentioned, particularly in the early 1900s by Governor Intel, where he suspended the Muslim Turang, Grand Council Chief, and had to sell and give away all native land as he wishes. Luckily, they stopped it. But that's another way of getting the land to freeholding or to crown grant or native grant not being occupied by FSC. All we're trying to say is to get this committee to inquire further into that, to get the proper way of doing things and making certain decisions that can help us. So it is important that we support this motion, particularly where FSC is no longer in use, whether it's Kremlin or sector office being abandoned, or an experimental land where they're now using as a commercial land in Vitogo. So those kind of things that we need to come up with the report of this committee. So it is important, Honorable Speaker, sir, to have a look at that. Because on the other side, there are landowners' needs as well. We need to look at that. We need to resolve that. Wherever we can, out of the inquiry of this committee, we can resolve, okay, where we can FSC to remain, okay, FSC remain. Where we can be reverted, okay, be reverted. The way of reversion, we can decide how to revert it. By buyback, or just return to the landowners, according to the law that is acquired by, or what? That's the very purpose of the committee, to go into, inquire, and come back and report back to us, or whoever authorities concerned, Lands Department, or FSC, or whoever. So that it is important to go ahead with that. And also there is need for the landowners to go into farming as well. But also we cannot forget the needs of FSC. We support it. We support it. The needs for FSC. And we can even increase whatever the FSC needs to do. Whether in its offices or infrastructure, or where to plant land, cane. Land plant cane. So it is important that this inquiry goes ahead and report back to us that we can exactly know the needs of FSC, the needs of the landowners, and the needs of everybody else who has an interest in that area. Whether you buy it back or revert it according to the act or lease it, we need to fulfill the needs of the landowners and FSC as well and government as well. We are looking at all areas. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, sir, this committee, when it goes out, it does not interfere with the separation of powers. It does not interfere in the separation of powers, Parliament, power of executive, and power of judiciary. And I thank you for allowing this motion to come up here. All that the committee has to do is go there and inquire what are the facts there are and report back, or makes recommendation back to us here or to the relevant ministry concerned. Which of these recommendations need amendment to the law? Okay, refer those to Parliament.
the separation of power. This committee, when they report back, they will also find out areas where FEC can improve the management of their land on, or lands department, or the executive part of.
Honorable member, you're starting to repeat yourself.
Oh no, I'm finishing off, Honorable Speaker, sir.
You're starting to repeat yourself.
So that will be referred to those various ministries. And what is, the committee comes back and makes recommendations on where there has been criminal offenses, that can be referred to the judiciary to work it out through the various courts or tribunals. So it is important that we allow this committee to go and find out the facts and report back to us, and we make responsible decisions for FSC, landowners, and the government itself. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ngavoka, you have the floor for your...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I thank my colleagues who have contributed to this debate. And to me, it just confirms that we need this committee. There's a lot of history here, a lot of complex issues, but we cannot ignore the facts that we know that there's rumblings within the traditional landowners about some of this land and the desire of the tenants to feel secure in where they are today. And I think it behoves us as leaders today to set this tribunal in place. And of course, that tribunal is going to be a committee comprising 3 from the government side and 2 from this side. And I don't know, because maybe some of the people on the other side don't know how a committee operates. We cooperate in a committee. We come up with compromises. We come up with recommendations that is bipartisan. But we cannot continue this way. There are rumblings out there on both sides. And it's leadership for us to do this. And as articulated by Honorable Bulnoda, they're going to bring it back, the findings, and they'll throw a lot of light into this issue and enable us to make informed decisions. So let's not be afraid of tribunals. I don't know with 6 years of parliament whether Fiji First has ever agreed to the, no, never. 6 years of parliament, nothing, they've never agreed to a tribunal. I don't know what the fear is. What is the fear here? I mean, it's clear as day that you don't have all the answers. And on balance, you've made a mess of things. So, you know, let's be bipartisan, and let's get these tribunal to sit. And like I said, and as I said, we need confidence building measures in this country today. The banks are not lending money. There is no confidence. Parliamentary sittings give confidence to people, to the business community. Tribunals, parliamentary committees, tribunals also give confidence. They are not just going to, confidence will not come if we continue to behave like a dictatorship. It will not come. I can guarantee you that. Banks will continue to charge high interest rates because of the governance of this country. So make use of the effort, make use of the opportunity. Let's have this tribunal set up. Let's get to the bottom of this for the good of our people. So, Honorable Speaker, I would urge everyone to forget whatever hat they're wearing and think of the people out there and set up this tribunal. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, Parliament will now vote on the motion. The question is that Parliament resolves to establish a special committee under Standing Order 129 to inquire into the freehold lands held by the Fiji Sugar Corporation and to consider the welfare of traditional Fiji landowners and sitting cane farmers on such land. The members of the special committee shall comprise the following: the Honorable V.M. Pillay, Chairperson; B, the Honorable V.J. Nath, Deputy Chairperson; C, Honorable Dr. Salih Govin; D, Honorable William Ngavoka; and E, Honorable Inosi Kurindrani. Does any member oppose the motion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The nays have it. The motion is defeated. We move on. Secretary General.
Questions?
For the first oral question for today, I call on the Honorable Lemora Geragera Tumbua to ask question 127-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport. Could the Minister please inform Parliament why heavy goods trucks carting construction and infrastructure development raw materials, such as quarry stones, are allowed to pass through the densely populated residential subdivision of Tabakumbu in Lautoka instead of using the designated alternate route of Natambua Road? Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, the Honorable Fayaz Koi. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's actually nice to be back in Tabakumbu, sir, after having gone to Malaysia and Ireland and Dubai with 2 bags on Qantas. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. First of all, I'm a resident of, well, I was born in Lautoka. Tabakumbu is about 725 acres. So a little bit of specificity might have helped me with the question, but I'm going to try and answer it as best I can. Mr. Speaker, sir, for the past few weeks, the Land Transport Authority has been undertaking surveillance in the areas of Warambitia, Saru, Natambua, and Tabakumbu, sir. And this is part of their enforcement strategy on load management and overloading as required under the Land Transport Act 1998. The reason for the surveillance, Mr. Speaker, is that there is an 18-ton restriction placed on Velo Velo Bridge by the Fiji Roads Authority. And the approved detour route by the FRA for heavy goods trucks is Warambitia Road, Saru Road, and Natambua Road, and vice versa, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's actually incumbent on all heavy haulage operators to comply with the restrictions on routes provided by the agencies, as we are very mindful that there are 71 critical bridges in the country which need to be replaced in the next 5 to 10 years, sir. And 40 of these bridges need to be replaced in the next within 4 to 5 years, sir. These are actually legacy issues that were not dealt with by the previous governments. The FRA, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the LTA are closely coordinating on these restrictions to ensure compliance by heavy haulage trucks. LTA is actually enforcing the laws if heavy goods vehicles are not in compliance to the approved detour route. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, that does not take away the fact that the road in the Tabakumbu subdivision, if I'm correct, is actually a public road which facilitates public right of passage for the movement of vehicles and of pedestrians, and it has been confirmed in our investigation, sir, that the road in Tabakumbu is actually too narrow and cannot accommodate trucks transiting through it. But Mr. Speaker, sir, the only trucks that were observed by the LTA enforcement team are the ones that are actually being used by the FRA contractors undertaking major maintenance works, and and 40 meters away from the Tavakumbu police post. Furthermore, so there's a housing authority is also undertaking some subdivision work in that area, which is the reason there are trucks that may be seen in that area. Flame Tree Development also uses the trucks to transport material from the Saru quarry to development sites across the Natambua Road and not the Saru to Tavakumbu Road. Mr. Speaker, so the safety is actually paramount to this government, always will be. Whilst we have not received any such complaints, we encourage the residents of Tavakumbu area to register the complaints with the LTA if they have any. And I urge the Honourable Member to write across to me with a specific event that we're actually talking about, and we will do something about it. I'd urge the opposition members also to please ask before they come to Parliament and take up valuable time with these questions, Honourable Speaker, sir. And I thank you, sir.
I thank you.
I hope that suffices.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We move on to the second question for today. Honourable members, the Honourable Joseph Naum is currently in the Singatoka Hospital, and I've allowed the Honourable Bhatnagar to ask this question. Second oral question for today, you have the floor. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question is to the Minister for Forestry. Can the Minister update Parliament on the progress of the National Tree Planting Initiative? Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Forestry, the Honourable Hosea Naigawan. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, I rise to respond to the question raised by Honourable Veena Bhatnagar and provide an update to this August House on Fiji's tree planting initiative. The 30 million trees in 15 years initiative is an ongoing campaign that the Ministry of Forestry is most honored to coordinate on behalf of government and the nation. At a broader level, this tree planting revolution is aimed at renewing our people's appreciation of trees, forests, and nature as a whole. It is aimed at addressing climate change while also providing myriads of opportunities for socio-economic development. And in a post-COVID-19 era, trees and forests could help restore nature and mitigate against global pandemics. Honourable Speaker, since the initiative was launched in January 2019, I have visited 217 villages across the 14 provinces of Fiji, and I'm happy to state here today that Fijians have grasped the importance of trees and mangroves, and it continues to gain traction. A total of 614 villages, along with 80 schools around the country, have participated in this tree planting initiative. Business houses and non-government organizations have also played a part through their individual corporate services responsibilities. Honourable Speaker, 2.3 million trees and mangroves covering 2,000 hectares have been planted in just 20 months. Food security is also vital, especially in this challenging time, which is why the planting of fruit trees and the adoption of agroforestry practices is part of the tree planting initiative and is weaved into this plan for its successful implementation. The tree planting initiative ensures the involvement of all dedicated Fijians, from seed collection to raising seedlings and planting them as well. Therefore, I take this time to thank all the pairs of hands and for everyone's combined effort in this tree planting initiative so far. Honourable Speaker, as we prepare to celebrate the 50th anniversary of our beloved nation, the Ministry of Forestry is also encouraging people to join us in planting trees as part of the build-up to the celebration on the 10th of October. I encourage my fellow parliamentarians and people of Fiji to follow the Ministry Forestry's Facebook page for tree planting events
that you can participate in across the country. If you cannot join us at one of these events, just let us know every time you plant a tree by completing the 30 million survey on our website, www.forestry.gov.fj. Honorable Speaker say we have established a dashboard to keep track of our tree planting revolution as well. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We move. Are you wanting to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
You have the floor.
Just a supplementary question to the Honourable Minister. Can the Minister confirm to this House whether the cash for worker concept will be also applicable to the implementation of this initiative during this current financial year? Can the Minister confirm to this House whether the cash for work concept will be applicable to the implementation of this initiative during this current financial year? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, say, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister for Economy this week, it's part of the program.
Thank you. We'll move on to the third oral question for today. I call on the Honorable Honoré Chale to ask question 129/2020. You have the floor, sir.
Question is directed to the Minister for Defence, National Security and Policing, Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management. With urban drift affecting all 14 provinces, particularly the maritime provinces like Laos, can the Minister inform Parliament what policies are in place to reduce urban drift?
I now call on the Minister for Defence, National Security and Policing, Rural and Maritime Development and Disaster Management, the Honourable Ineas Sirui Ratu. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I wish to thank the Honourable Member for this question. Before I answer the question, let me just state a few things. One, rural-urban drift is a global phenomenon. And of course, because of development, people are attracted by the street lights and of course other benefits as well. I will not go into the detail. For Fiji particularly, in 1966, the rural population was around 67%. Whereas in the 2017 census, it has gone down by 23% to 44%. So that proves the point that it's not happening in Fiji alone, but this is a global phenomenon. But secondly, we need to respect the choices made by the people. People are free to make their own choices. We live in a benefit-oriented society, and if people so decide to live, then so be it, because that is the democracy that we are in. Not during the colonial days where we have strict laws about Ito case, trying to leave the villages, they have to report to the council and then they come back but people, you need a permit to come on, and that's why you have the Ovisania Sanas, as they call it, to ensure that you go back to your village or to your community when that period expires. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me say that development is something that we do together in partnership. Of course, government has a responsibility, but at the same time, let me ask this question. What is the Vanua doing about this? And what are we as a community doing about this? Because government cannot come up with all the best policies, but of course there has to be ownership as well. And of course, this is where we need to work together, particularly if we are to address this problem. But it would be interesting, Mr. Speaker, sir, given the recent COVID-19, I don't have the facts, I don't have the data, but there's a lot of people going back now to the rural areas for obvious reasons, which is good and probably something that we need to capitalize on and of course ensure that these people, or some of them, not all, can remain when the situation does improve, Mr. Speaker, sir. I did some analysis when I joined the government in 2007, particularly in the Northern Division. And there are so many reasons behind the urban drift, Mr. Speaker, sir. One, I've said, freedom of choice, democracy. Two, lack of development, particularly in rural areas, people live. Economic reasons, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, when we debated about the youth report, economic opportunities, although resources are there, but people still prefer to go and do the odd jobs in the service sector, and that is why a lot of people live. Education was a big contributing factor to the rural-urban drift as well during that time. And unfortunately, in some part of Fiji, politics played a role, particularly when some Fijians were denied land. As a result, about 6,000 people left Maduata alone, Mr. Speaker, sir, to go to the urban areas because land was politicized so heavily and they were denied lease extensions. And other obvious reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir. But in terms of policies, very quickly, let's just look at government's development plan. It still clearly articulates government's intentions, particularly ensuring that no one is left behind. And we have the 5-year and 20-year national plan. And of course, let me just touch on this, economic opportunities. For us to realize the economic opportunities, we need to create the environment. And that environment, particularly in rural areas, I talked about this in my budget, although the ministry has an allocation of about 11 point something million, but when we add all the allocations in the different ministries, it comes to about 100 million plus, Mr. Speaker, sir, over a certain period of time, covering all the sectors and all the geographic regions in Fiji, and of course in the rural areas. But it's important that we create the environment, and for that we need accessibility by air, by sea, by road, and of course we need the relevant infrastructure. For the Maritime Division particularly, shipping is very, very critical. I remember in 2007 there were only 2 boats in government, the Tausoko and the Batulao. Now we have about 12 boats at the GSS, apart from the franchises, because it's so critical for the rural areas. So let's create the environment through the infrastructure. And of course, we've talked about education. Didia is one of the best performing secondary schools now, because government created the environment. They have satellite dishes and whatever to help them with their, and there's a lot of improvement in the program. The private sector's role, the primary sector, agriculture, fisheries and forestry. I will not go into the details, particularly in these rural areas, but there's a lot that government is doing when it comes to the infrastructure. And of course, it's not only about providing them with boats and giving them other forms of assistance through a self-help program in the Ministry of Rural Development, but of course agriculture, fisheries and forestry. I know for Ono particularly, apart from Lakiambo, I think Ono is second in terms of pine, and I hope that after this harvesting there will be some serious replanting as well because of the potentials there in rural areas. But I think in fisheries, very lately in Doi, the Minister for Fisheries has just installed one, and there was another one in one of the islands in Lau, and I think the one for Weningandru is being considered now. They are leveling the area. So these are all the programs that are in place, Mr. Speaker, sir. Communications. Technology is very, very critical now in rural areas. And of course, leaving no one behind, the Honourable Minister for Social Welfare, Women, Children and I had a meeting with Vodafone just before the budget session, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm happy to say that we are yet to meet with Telecom. I think my ministry is organizing that together with other service providers, but we've met Vodafone already. Vodafone is in the process of of putting up another 50 plus communication towers next year. And the good news, particularly for rural Fiji and the coastal communities, this is particularly their focus next year is on the islands and the coastal communities. So, because we need this communication in the rural communities as well. There's so much that I can cover, but perhaps if there are any supplementary questions, but it's all in the government development plan, the National Development Plan for the next 20 years, and of course it clearly outlines what will be happening in the various sectors, but leaving no one behind, the maritime sector particularly, we have big plans about them, and of course that includes Rotuma and Rambi and all the other communities as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Is this a supplementary question?
Supplementary question.
Well, say so.
So on the Ministry have any plan in engaging and strengthening the participation of school leavers or youth in maritime provinces in woodcraft making, weaving, seamanship, and agricultural activities. Thank you.
I couldn't hear that. Honourable Minister.
Okay, let me repeat, Honourable Speaker, sir. Does the Ministry have any plan in engaging and strengthening the participation of our school leavers or youth in maritime provinces in woodcraft making, weaving, seamanship, and agricultural activities, if they are included by them?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The short answer is yes. Of course, there's special focus on women and youths particularly, and as alluded to by the Honourable Ministers in their statements today, we have the Integrated Rural Development Framework, and this Integrated Rural Development Framework came out of the State of the Nation and Economy Report consultations that took place post-2007, before we had the People's Charter, and I remember Pillar 7 of the People's Charter is about the Integrated Rural Development Framework, and it's the role of the Ministry of Rural Development to coordinate all the efforts by the various agencies and key stakeholders to ensure that development programs into the rural areas are synergized, and of course ensuring that no one is left behind. Again, I emphasize the focus on women and our youths as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We move on. Fourth oral question for today. I call on the Honourable Rohit Sharma to ask question 130-2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to ask a question to the Honourable Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources. Can the Honourable Minister enlighten Parliament on the importance of VSAT stations and tsunami sirens, and if the Ministry has any other techniques to detect or prepare the public for seismic occurrence? Thank you.
I now call on the Minister for Infrastructure, Meteorological Services, Lands and Mineral Resources, the Honourable Chone Kusumati. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you, Honourable Member, for his question. We have had the Fiji Seismological Network here in Fiji from the year of 1979. That was established by the Mineral Resources Department using VHF antennas that's used to transmit signals from remote stations that try to capture seismic activity all across Fiji. They capture these signals and they send it across to our main observatory here in Delainambua. And for longer transmission, they've had repeater stations, but these repeater station systems have become obsolete, and also the parts of the system have become unavailable because of the changes in the technology. So in 2003, that VHF system was replaced by this VSAT. VSAT meaning Very Small Aperture Terminal Telemetry System. So with the introduction of this VSAT monitoring, we've made the change from analog systems to digital systems, and we're very thankful to the Japanese government that has been assisting us in the operation of these systems from the year 2004. Currently, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have around 6 remote stations all across Fiji, trying to capture seismological activity. They transmit this information using satellite Intelsat to our headquarters here in Suva. These remote stations are located in Dongotuki in Mazwata, Lakemba in Lau, Nambukelebu Ra in Kandavu, Moa in Taviuni, Dawasamu in Televu, and Watanitawake in Yasawirara. These VSAT stations, they transmit seismic data 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they provide the data in real-time mode so that our officers can be aware of seismic activities locally, regionally, and globally. And the upgrade has extended the monitoring capacity of our Fiji network, and this contributes to the rapidity of the dissemination of earthquake information and bulletins to the relevant organizations and to the general public. And in the ministry, we now have duty officers and staff at our seismology observatory based at MRD in Namboa. They are in a position to disseminate timely and correct information on all seismic events. The upgrading works that we had in 2004 include the joint seismic network between Fiji and Tonga, partnership between Fiji and Tonga, and this has allowed our Fiji Observatory to have access to the Tonga Observatory data and vice versa for accurate determination of earthquake hypocenters between the two regions. To date, the Fiji Seismic Network is not only for Fiji, but now is interconnected through a joint collaboration with other partners in the Southwest Pacific, where international funding and assistance continues to exist from time to time. So in 2014, we had the Oceania Regional Seismic Network, or OSNET, which has now extended its existing network and data sharing within the region to include Vanuatu, New Caledonia, Solomon Islands, Samoa, and PNG. So through this, seismic detection and analysis locally and within the region has improved over the years. So across these networks, we are sharing information across the network, and because of this, it has enabled us and opened greater opportunities and has broadened the utilization of the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center located in Honolulu, Hawaii, through enhanced products for early tsunami warning systems and detection. In addition, capacity building through training programs by engineers from Canada and also technical experts from JICA in terms of VSAT peripherals installation and seismic data analysis were also conducted. We've also worked together with the NDMO in the improvement of tsunami sirens. This has led to the purchase and installation of 11 tsunami sirens to add on to the 2 that were installed initially. So a total of 13 sirens have been installed from Kinoya to Lani. And these are encored to trigger all these sirens is based at the Seismology Observatory in Delanambua, and that unit, as I said, operates on a 24/7 basis. Other techniques, the seismology unit is also linked to other global seismic network whereby alerts are sent through real-time mode. And although seismic events cannot be predicted or forecasted in real time, detection of seismic events will remain to be an ongoing process. However, it is crucial that the seismology team continues to carry out earthquake and tsunami awareness around coastal areas so that the general public is aware of what to do in any major event that can trigger tsunami threat. And that's what we'll continue to do in partnership with NDMO. The government is investing approximately $680,000 for the upgrade of the ministry's seismology observatory functions in the current financial year. And this also covers our VSAT station upgrade in terms of hardware and software. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We will move on to the 5th oral question for today, and I call on the Honourable Ro Felipe Tusalong to ask question 131, 2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise to ask Honourable Attorney General and Minister of Economy, Civil Service and Communications. Can the Minister inform Parliament what assistance is given to businesses who have been either forced to reduce working hours of their staff or reduce opening hours due to the economic downturn caused by the COVID-19 pandemic? I
call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Qayyum. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I was a little bit confused with this question because I think the question was also about the people who work. We talked about reduced hours. So it's both the employer and the employees, from what I gather. Mr. Speaker, sir, just very quickly, in the interest of time, there's quite a few initiatives we put in place. So as discussed the other day, we have put in place our discussions with the banks, with the immediate repayment relief with the financial institutions. So a lot of the businesses, they could defer the payment interest, they only pay interest, defer the principal amount. That's up till December of this year. The concessional funding to support MSMEs, the Honourable Minister for Commerce and Trade this morning had announced about 2,339 recipients. And as you know, the announcement we did make, Mr. Speaker, sir, was that small businesses can get grants up to can get concessional loan up to $14,000 and medium businesses up to $21,000. It's payable over 5 years. Interest rate is very minimal. First year is grace period. And that is essentially to allow these businesses to have some working capital, to continue to employ people and also to meet them with the cash flows. We also announced in the budget that a lot of these businesses actually have their own, they don't have their own building, they may be renting a shop. So if the landlord is going to give them a rent reduction, then the landlord has various tax incentive benefits that they can claim from FRCS. Mr. Speaker, sir, the other initiative we put in place is that there's an MSME credit guarantee scheme with the RBF also. Honourable member may know about this. It's in excess of $60 million. We've added some more funding towards that. And this essentially that if I have a small business and I have a loan with the bank and I want to go and borrow some more money, if you come under the credit guarantee scheme, the banks will actually lend you money because the credit guarantee scheme means that if you fall over, that credit guarantee scheme will actually take over part of your loan, pay 50% of the loan. So banks actually are a lot more willing to lend to those organizations. Mr. Speaker, sir, of course, there's a lot of liquidity in the market now, and we hope that they'll increase the rate of debts loans being given out to these businesses. Since COVID started, there's been about $600 million in new loans that have been given out by the banks. The reduced FNPF contributions also helps businesses because they no longer have to pay 10%, they pay 5%. And various taxation and custom policy measures that we've already put in place. As far as the staff are concerned, Mr. Speaker, sir, we'd already informed Parliament a couple of days ago about the fact that if they reduce hours, we now allowing them to withdraw the FNPF, but of course government tops it up as and when required, and on a daily basis, as I highlighted yesterday, that now government is paying a lot more than what it did, and we expect that component of government's contribution to increase quite significantly in the weeks ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Attorney General. Honourable Senator Rondo, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Just a supplementary question regarding assistance to employees. I thank the Honourable Attorney General for his explanation on the assistance given. For those that are currently working, but would like to access also their general account to assist in their loan repayment and things like that, can they also be entitled to access their general account to assist in their loan repayment and things like that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. At this point in time, not specifically, no. The FNPF board has not agreed to that because we want to actually help those who are unemployed or have reduced hours first to carry out the unemployment benefits, and then we'll see whether there is capacity to do that or not, because we have to be really mindful. In fact, we did think about it because there may be some instances where there is a requirement for that, but of course those funds cannot be taken out by them. It has to be paid directly into the loan accounts themselves. So that's something that's been worked out, and we have to see. There may be instances where some people may not necessarily require that, because I think it will really come to the fore at the end of this year, depending on what the banks do. Thank you.
We'll move on to the sixth oral question for today, and I call on the Honourable George Reganathan to ask question 132, 2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question 132 of 2020.
To the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, can the Minister update Parliament on the nurseries the Ministry is establishing to assist in environment rehabilitation works? Thank you.
I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, the Honorable Dr. Mahendra Reddy. You're a very popular minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'll keep it short. If the members want any additional information, they can ask supplementary question. I'm happy to answer. Mr. Speaker, basically the three types of nurseries that the Ministry of Waterways and Environment has developed. One is the sea grass sea meadows nursery. Mr. Speaker, this nursery is very important in terms of its capacity to sequester carbon dioxide. So we have developed that at Nasese, and we also have established one at Maui Bay Resort in partnership with the owners of Maui Bay Resort. So, Mr. Speaker, we intend to extend the seagrass nurseries in other parts of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, that the other nursery, Honorable Prime Minister also did the opening of the Lambasa one, is Vetiver nursery. We have got three Vetiver nurseries established, one in the Western Division, one in Central Division at our Lubu depot at Nosori, and one in Lambasa. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this occasion to thank the Excellency, the High Commissioner of Government of South Korea to Fiji for funding this Vetiver nursery. Mr. Speaker, the third nursery that we have developed is mangrove nursery. Mr. Speaker, the first one, the second one, Vetiver, is very important, critical for riverbank protection program that we have we are executing, and so very important. The third one, the mangrove one, Mr. Speaker, we all know the importance of mangrove, first line of defense for any tsunami and coastal erosion, as well as its importance for the marine ecosystem. So, Mr. Speaker, we have established 3 mangrove nurseries in Fiji using the Reach to Reef program, and Ministry of Waterways has established a nursery in Lautoka, which we will be commissioning very soon. And from this nursery, we are basically we're using this the seedling for our coastal protection work, where we're doing nature-based solution seawall protection projects. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the 3 nurseries we are concentrating. We want to expand throughout Fiji so that anyone who wants planting material, whether it's vetiver or mangrove or seagrass, they will be able to get it free from here, and we will. The intention is for us to deliver it to them as long as they are ready to utilize their own community labor to plant it to protect and secure their own community, the infrastructure, coastal area or riverbank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We will move on to the next oral question for today, the 7th oral question, and I give the floor to the Honourable Ratusuliano Matantomua to ask question 133-2020. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Sir, I beg to ask question 133-2020 to the Minister for Employment, Productivity, Industrial Relations, Youth and Sports. Can the Minister provide to Parliament a progress update on antidotes, tests and measures to curb and control substance abuse by local athletes?
I call on the Minister for Employment, Productivity, Industrial Relations, Youth and Sports, the Honourable Pravin Bala. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank the Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry, in collaboration with the Oceania Regional Anti-Doping Organization and the Fiji Association of Sports and National Olympic Committee, through the Voices of Athletes program, has been undertaking awareness and advocacy training sessions in anti-doping with relevant educational materials suitable for our children, youth, athletes, and parents. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to provide the following information with regards to doping tests. For the year 2019, there were 16 urine samples taken from Fijian athletes during the international and regional competitions. With these 16 urine tests, all results came back negative. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji Weightlifting Federation hosted the Junior World Championship, and the Fijian government contributed $12,000 as contribution to the doping test cost. There were 80 urine samples taken from the Fijian international athletes during the competition, and all came back negative. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry through the Drug Free Sports Fiji organization has undertaken awareness program as well and educational sessions with the Fijian athletes at development and international level of representation. We are thankful to the Fiji Association of Sports and National Olympic Committee through its Voices of the Athletes program that awareness and advocacy sessions and trainings have been conducted in communities, villages, schools, and sporting events, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, sir, furthermore, the National Anti-Doping Policy has been developed and vetted by the legal professionals from the World Anti-Doping Agency. And after the final consultation, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the National Sporting Associations, we will table this policy to Cabinet. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We'll move on to the 8th oral question for today. And I call on the Honourable Selai Andimoitonga to ask question 134-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to ask the question 134/2020 to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications. Can the Minister provide an update on the current level of foreign reserves and liquidity? Thank you, sir.
I call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Syed Karim. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank the honourable member for this question. Mr. Speaker, sir, foreign reserves as of last Friday, 31 August, was around $2.3 billion, which is sufficient to cover 8.7 months of retained imports. I'll be very quick, Mr. Speaker, sir. In an environment where a major foreign exchange earner, the tourism sector, has been drastically impacted upon, it is critical that we move to actually protect our external stability and instill confidence by ensuring that the level of foreign reserves remain at comfortable levels while we work our way through the crisis, and this is why we want to borrow more from offshore. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the relatively large fiscal deficit due to COVID-19, borrowing offshore helps to avoid a scenario where government competes for and actually crowds out funding to the private sector and domestic market. Because if you borrow more from the domestic market, it means you put pressure on the domestic monies, and therefore those people in the private sector will actually have to compete with you. Mr. Speaker, sir, the increased offshore borrowing has also significantly raised the level of liquidity and placed downward pressure on interest rates, and hopefully these will come down very soon. Mr. Speaker, sir, the interest rates on these external loans, just to highlight, are significantly lower than the cost of borrowing domestically. Mr. Speaker, sir, we've been working with the World Bank, ADB, Asian Infrastructure Development Bank, which obviously reflects the utmost confidence in our current state of development and its future. The outlook for foreign reserves, Mr. Speaker, sir, at this stage look still comfortable and expected to remain above the IMF benchmark for the next 12 to 36 months. The IMF benchmark is about 4 months of retained imports. Mr. Speaker, sir, the liquidity in the banking system is currently more than adequate, around $1.077 billion as at 31 August. We expect liquidity to remain buoyant. As I highlighted earlier on, but I've got the figures now, Mr. Speaker, sir, from earlier on this year. From January to July 2020, over $1.2 billion has been given out in new loans by commercial banks and credit institutions. From February to July of this year, $988 million has been given out in new loans to sectors like wholesale, retail and hotels, $348.5 million, which is about 35.3%. Manufacturing was about 15.3% of $151 million. Private individuals, 18.9%, about $187.2 million. Real estate was 13%, $128 million. Building and construction, 49.9% or 5%, which obviously we want this to go up. And transport was 4.1% of $40.2 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, the RBF has also injected around $500 million of liquidity into the banking system via the quantitative easing program. So that's a quick update on this, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. We now move on to written questions. First written question for today, I call on the Honourable Andi Litian Joni Barabi to ask written question 135-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, sir. Question 135-2020 under my name is directed to the Honourable Attorney General, Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications. Can the Minister update Parliament on land development projects funded under the Tokyo Land Development Allocation Head 50, Seg 10-9 on A, the number of projects, B, cost status of each project, C, location by division since 2018 to date. Thank you, sir.
I now call on the Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communications, the Honourable Ayaz Said Khalif. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll provide the answers to the questions, Mr. Speaker, sir, as provided for under the standing orders. Thank you at a later date.
Second written question. Today, I call on the Honourable Charlotte Rondrondo to ask written question 136-2020. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I ask written question number 136 of 2020 under my name to the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts. Can the Minister provide details by institutions on recipients of toppers and TELs who have graduated and how many such graduates are in employment since TSLB was established? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I now call on the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts, the Honourable Rosie Akbar. You have the floor, sir. Ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I will table by response at a later sitting date as permitted under Standing Order 45.3. Thank you.
Third written question for today, I call on the Honourable Chesiso Kul to ask written question 137-2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to ask question 137-2020 under my name to the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment. Can the Honourable Minister inform Parliament how many commercial export licenses has the Department of Environment approved from 2018 to date? Thank you, sir.
I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Waterways and Environment, the Honourable Dr. Mahendra Reddy. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I will table my response at a later sitting date as allowed to by the standing orders. Thank you.
Honourable members, thank you. The question time is now over. Honourable members, that I mentioned earlier on, our colleague, Honourable Joseph Nand, is currently in Singatoka Hospital, and we all wish him well for a quick recovery. I thank all honourable members for your contributions today. It's been a long day, but we've got through our agenda. We adjourn now till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Thank you.